Koenig Minato was your classic wannabe, dreaming of awakening the powers of a legendary hero. He wanted the kind of OP skills that could let him solo an entire army with a freaking tree branch, or cast high-tier spells with just a thought. But reality check. When Minato got into the Hunter Academy, it was a whole different story. Turns out he was a total F rank, a loser among losers who couldn't even pass the basic mana aptitude test. Everyone clowned on him, but the Academy's top-ranked cadet, Jisaki, was the absolute worst. For him and his crew, the best entertainment was using Kanagi as a personal training dummy. They did it daily, and even jacked all his cash. But everything changed one day when Jisaki and his goons decided to raid an ancient hero's tomb and dragged Kanagi along as their pack mule. They started looting the legendary artifacts. Our boy tried to stop them, but they just beat him to a pulp and chucked him into a lake to get rid of the evidence. Down in the depths, the spirits of 100 ancient legendary heroes appeared before him and offered him a contract. He could inherit the power of one of them. He could become anyone, a sword saint, a grand magus, a summoner, an archer, an alchemist, or some other totally broken class. But our hero had been through way too much to just settle for one skill tree, so with total confidence, he chose all of them. They told him it was impossible. It was too dangerous. His weak F-rank body couldn't handle the mana overload, but he didn't give a damn and, just like that, he absorbed the skills of 100 ancient heroes. When he climbed out of that water, he wasn't the same Kanagi Minato, those punks knew. They were shook that he'd survived, like some unkillable cockroach that refused to die. Kanagi silently picked up a stick from the ground and gave it a test swing in front of Jisaki's crew. Of course, they just laughed their asses off. Meanwhile, Jisaki was done playing games and ordered his goons to put this F-ranker in his place for good. His buddy, an A-rank swordsman, dashed forward, thinking it'd be an easy kill, and immediately paid for that mistake with his life. Another lackey, a mage, started his incantation, but while he was busy with his long-ass chant, our hero hit him with a finger beam of pure lightning, frying him on the spot. Now, it was just Jisaki left. As Kanagi strolls closer, Jisaki is struggling to process the brutal reality before him that Kanagi has somehow absorbed the souls of the founders through the Emblem of the Void. Inside Kanagi's consciousness, the founders are going absolutely wild, totally stoked about the freedom they're feeling after centuries of being sealed away. They're already arguing over who gets to pilot Kanagi's body, treating it like some kind of PvP tournament. Among the founders, the Grand Sword Saint, Inoki Raichiru, speaks directly to Kanagi. He asks about his plans, writing off Jisaki as a total small fry and pointing Kanagi's attention to something way more sinister behind him. Kanagi, now focused, turns back to Jisaki, who's sputtering in fear, warning him not to underestimate an A-rank hunter like him. Without even hesitating, Kanagi claps Jisaki with a heavy right hook, sending the dude flying through the air. Kanagi then turns his attention to a sketchy-looking bag leaking a dark aura. As he focuses on it, a massive surge of mana erupts from inside, catching him completely off guard. Inoki, however, is totally chill, with a slight smirk on his face. Meanwhile, back in the city, a three-headed dire wolf is causing absolute chaos. Some guy yells for Kisaragi, urging him to take care of the beast. Kisaragi instantly engages the creature, slamming it with a cascading impact skill from above. The crowd goes wild, completely amazed by his ability to one-shot an A-rank monster. Kisaragi, a certified S-rank hunter, humbly accepts their praise. As they're getting ready to file a report and grab a drink, a deafening wave of mana washes over the city, followed by an overwhelming pressure. Panic spreads like wildfire as people collapse, and even the hunters struggle to resist the force. Kisaragi turns to see his squad struggling. He realizes the A and B rank hunters are completely powerless against the source of this pressure. It's crystal clear, an S-rank monster has appeared. On the streets, people are passing out from the immense pressure radiating from the founder's mausoleum. Back in the jungle, a trembling Jisaki struggles to get up, watching in total shock as a massive monster emerges from the bag in front of them. He's like, "Is that a demon? What even is that thing?" Kanagi explains that Hisaki's boneheaded move just shattered the seal, unleashing one of the tower's sealed boss monsters. Izaki, watching this whole disaster unfold, instantly gets what just went down. Yeah, swiping those relics totally nuked a high-level seal, letting one of the tower's dormant monstrosities break loose. Hinoki, using some kind of high-tier analysis skill on the beast, recognizes it instantly. It's an incarnation of the Void, a threat level way beyond S-rank. According to Hinoki, this thing's miasma can wipe out towns for miles around, and apparently, these were just trash mobs back in his day. Hisaki starts totally bugging out, losing his cool and making a desperate run for it, convinced that sticking around is a one-way ticket to the grave. But Kanagi, however, knows how these predators tick, and warns him that running is just gonna aggro it, but the warning comes way too late. The second Jisaki bolts, the monster reacts with insane predatory speed. It lashes out at Jisaki with its massive tentacles. He barely has time to get his sword up for a block before the tentacle slams into him, punching right through his chest like it's nothing. I mean, this is the same sword he supposedly used to slay a dragon, but it's completely useless against this ancient beast. The creature doesn't waste a second, crawling over Hisaki's body and starting to drain his life force. His agonizing screams echo through the streets, but Kanagi, who totally saw this coming, just watches the show. Hinoki, standing next to Kanagi, uses this moment to place a hand on his shoulder. He proposes a full-body takeover, asking Kanagi if he wants to see his legendary one-handed sword style. But before the offer can even be processed, the other founders jump in, grabbing Hinoki by the hair, calling him out for trying to hog such a prime vessel for himself. Busted, Hinoki tries to play it cool, but it's totally useless. It's Kanagi who shuts down their bickering by laying down his own terms. He's not gonna let just one of them take the controls. His body is now a timeshare for all of them. He claims he's gonna surpass every single one of them and ascend to their level, proving his worth through pure power. If they want to borrow his body, they'll have to show him what real power looks like. Hinoki, kinda stunned by the kid's audacity, readies his sword. Then, seizing the moment, he makes the first move to sync with Kanagi's body, basically telling the other founders to get in line. As Hinoki raises his sword, Kanagi mirrors his stance, aiming for the monster's limbs. Hinoki's blade, now guided by the experience of another founder, slices off one of the demon's arms in a single, clean strike. The beast retaliates with a vicious swipe, but Kanagi, now channeling the mastery of another founder, dodges with inhuman agility. Power just keeps stacking up inside him, as each founder takes a turn at the controls, tag-teaming his movements. The old master's influence gives him the raw power to just grab the creature's own tentacles and use them to body-slam the monster into the ground. The monster gets sent flying from the assault, and Kanagi scoops a bow off the ground, letting him pepper the beast with arrows. Then he just starts cycling through every skill in his arsenal, unleashing everything from whirlwind to fire breath and ice attacks. Hinoki, taking the driver's seat again, snatches Hisaki's broken sword from the ground. Just as the demon tries a sneak attack from below, Kanagi's eyes flare yellow as the grand magus inside him takes over, zapping the creature with a massive jolt of lightning mid-lunge. With a powerful leap, Kanagi gets into position right above the monster, and Hinoki, now back in control, unleashes his signature one-handed sword technique, the Gekirutachi Wave Slicer, cleaving the demon clean in half and ending its rampage for good. A victorious smirk spreads across Kanagi's face as the demon's body hits the floor. Meanwhile, perched in a nearby tree, a crow is watching the entire scene unfold. Somewhere across the city, a guy standing in a tower answers his phone, shocked to hear the boss monster was already cleared before he could even get there. He asks if there were any high-rank hunters in the area, and the voice on the other end reveals that, according to the crow's feed, it was some academy kid who pulled off the whole thing. So, Chihara, basically the planet's top-ranked Awakened, puts out the word he wants to meet this student. The very next morning, Midori's chilling on a literal mountain of monster carcasses, hitting up the academy's headmaster on his comms. He reports that the S-rank beast has been neutralized, but makes it crystal clear it wasn't his kill. According to the feed from his shadow crow, it was Kanagi who soloed the creature. Midori's like, no way, that can't be right, considering Kanagi is the legendary F-rank who bombed the hunter qualification exam 3 times in a row. He asks the headmaster for a solid. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the cadets are all buzzing about yesterday's chaos. That insane mana pressure literally froze half the campus, and now they're all speculating which top-tier hunter took down the monster. One dude is flexing to his friend, claiming he was the one, but his buddy totally shuts him down, pointing out it's been a whole decade since a new S-ranker even awakened. However, the rumor mill is churning, and the hot gossip is that the Slayer is actually a student right here at their academy. Kanagi is barely holding himself up with a stick, stumbling across campus with his body shaking. He overhears all the chatter, shocked that the incident is literally the only thing anyone's talking about. Suddenly, some upperclassman bully body checks him, sending him sprawling to the ground and sneering at the idea that a bottom feeder like Kanagi could be the S-rank hero. Little does he know, Kanagi knows the real story. He did defeat the demon, but only by letting the founders use his body as a vessel. Now his mana circuits are fried from the power's recoil. As he struggles to get up, a voice rings out in his head, totally roasting him. It's Hinoki, reminding him of his grand ambition to surpass them. Hinoki's tone is a classic mix of a challenge and a pep talk, pushing Kanagi to get his act together and start leveling up. Kanagi recalls his promise from last night and answers with quiet confidence, reaffirming his goal. He forces himself to his feet, ignoring the backlash racking his body. Hinoki, the ancient spirit cohabitating his soul, just smirks, urging him to prove his mettle. As Hinoki scans the other cadets, he can't help but feel completely let down. The so-called awakened of this era are barely stronger than mundane humans, a pathetic comparison to the warriors from his time. He muses that, if the Tower of Trials were to manifest now, it would be game over for humanity. His doomsaying is cut short, though, when he feels a potent aura nearby. Kanagi notices Hinoki's sudden shift in vibe and asks him what's up, but Hinoki just brushes it off, even though he can't ignore the immense energy signature he just sensed. Right then, an instructor calls out Kanagi's name, telling him to get a move on. Kanagi, assuming he's about to get his expulsion notice, hesitantly shuffles over. He's painfully aware he's already used up all 3 of his attempts at the hunter qualification exam, and failing out means getting booted from the academy. To his complete surprise, though, the professor orders him to the training grounds for a special re-evaluation. The news leaves, Kanagi absolutely stunned. A retest is something you only hear about in legends. Meanwhile, the other cadets are crowding the windows, the gossip flying. No one's ever even heard of a hunter getting a special re-evaluation before. Out on the field, Kanagi gets into a sprinter's stance. His body's still a wreck from the backlash, but he's determined to prove he's not just some F-rank scrub. The first test is the 100-meter dash. The average is 3.6 seconds, with the academy record being a blistering 2.7. That bully from before starts heckling Kanagi, calling him a failure. But as he explodes off the line, the entire crowd watches in stunned silence as he smashes the record, finishing in only 1.2 seconds. The next event is the 3,000-meter run, with an average of 4 minutes and 20 seconds and a record of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. And once again, Kanagi shatters everyone's expectations, clocking in at an unbelievable 1 minute and 17 seconds. The following physical trials, push-ups, bench press, and so on all go the same way. Kanagi doesn't just break every record, he annihilates them, often doubling the previous top scores. The other cadets are speechless, some even looking at him with newfound admiration. Even Kanagi is wondering if the founders are still buffing his stats, but Hinoki confirms this is 100% his own power. Back in the headmaster's office, Midori is handed Kanagi Minato's complete file. As he scans the documents, he can't help but be impressed by the kid's new, unbelievable performance data. The headmaster, though, was throwing some serious shade on the re-evaluation request. While Kanagi's physical stats are undeniably S-tier, the real hang-up has always been his magic core. In every single assessment over the last 3 years, his mana levels have been a big fat 0, completely undetectable. That basically makes him a dud, unable to cast even basic spells. The headmaster had already written Kanagi off as a no-hoper, unworthy of the academy's attention. Midori's secretary, looking completely unfazed by this tea, just confirms that's what everyone expected. However, she's finding the whole situation kinda hilarious, hinting that things might not play out like the old man thinks. Over on the training grounds, Kanagi's prepping for his mana measurement test. The proctor running the exam breaks it down. He needs to channel his mana into a massive fan, getting it to spin within a 30-second window. The number of rotations it clocks will be his final score. Standard performance for a decent mage is around 1,513 spins, while the all-time high score is a crazy 4,000, set by some 22-year-old prodigy. As Kanagi gets ready, flashbacks of his past fails start hitting him hard. No matter how much juice he put into it before, that fan never even wobbled. Being a mana def, nobody has always been his biggest debuff, but this time, it's different. For the first time ever, he can actually feel it, a current of power flowing through him. Starting from his right foot, spiraling up his body and cycling back down, he figures out his breathing can regulate and even accelerate the flow, letting him blast the energy out through his right palm. The second the proctor yells start, Kanagi unleashes his mana. Instantly, the fan starts spinning at a completely insane speed. The counter machine is totally glitching, struggling to even register the ridiculous ramp-up. The gale force winds are making it impossible for anyone to even see the numbers. The speed just skyrockets past anything imaginable, and before anyone can even react, the whole machine just explodes. The fan, now completely ripped from its housing, goes flying across the field like a freaking buzzsaw projectile. Students scream as it rockets toward the main building, smashing right into the headmaster's office with a deafening crash. Inside, the headmaster barely dodges the incoming shrapnel before collapsing from the sheer shock of it all. Midori's secretary is just gobsmacked by the spectacle, barely able to process what just went down. Meanwhile, Midori, completely unbothered by the chaos, just lets out a laugh. For him, The resemblance between Kanagi's raw power and his own is undeniable. According to Midori, there's only ever been one other person before Kanagi to get an immeasurable score. And that person is him. The proctor, still trying to wrap his head around what he just witnessed, stammers out that Kanagi has passed the hunter exam. A wave of pure hype washes over the students as they just erupt into cheers. Kanagi didn't just smash every record. He completely shattered all expectations. Staring at his own hands, Kanagi is just shaking in disbelief. He'd spent years thinking he was a magicless dud, but this insane power was locked inside him the whole time. Off to the side, Hinoki watches the whole scene with a quiet, satisfied smirk, having totally anticipated a result like this. Meanwhile, Kanagi knows his entire world has just been flipped upside down. By giving his body to the founders, he's unlocked the latent potential that was sealed inside him all along. Hinoki can't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that the guy in front of him is far from your average mob character. With the emblem of nothingness marking his destiny, it's like he's been waiting for this exact moment for over a century. Before he can get too deep in that thought, an overwhelming presence descends on them, sending a shockwave of pure pressure through the air. The sheer force of it leaves him momentarily speechless. His mind is racing to make sense of the power spike, but Hinoki instantly recognizes that tremendous aura. It's the same one he'd felt that very morning. Standing before him, materializing out of the pressure itself, is the legendary Midori. The second Kanagi sees him, he's totally shook. That's the strongest hunter alive, no cap. As Midori lands, he starts heading straight for him. Midori gives him a nod for his insane performance on the hunter exam, offering some words of recognition. But Kanagi can barely even choke out a response. Midori then drops a new quest on him, like some kind of pop quiz. The mission? Kanagi has to land just one clean hit on him, the S-rank legend, the strongest hunter alive. Hearing that, Kanagi just freezes, totally shook. Midori, a 23-year-old dude who hit official hunter status at the busted age of 9, now standing right in front of him. His stats are legendary, like, totally unrivaled in the history of the system. The guy's solo cleared dungeons, turning thousands of demonic beasts to dust in seconds. His aura is so overwhelming that even other top-tier rankers won't dare to spar with him. 10 years ago, he single-handedly wiped out the Pandemonium Gatebreak, and 5 years before that, he shut down the Kyushu incident. He's a literal living singularity. So as Midori lays out this insane challenge, Kanagi's just bugging out. Meanwhile, Hinoki is totally hyped, begging Kanagi to just let him take over the controls already. But Midori laid out the rules of the spar in the simplest terms. Kanagi had a 60-second time limit to land a hit. Pass or fail, there were 0 penalties. Midori himself would only throw out one attack every 10 seconds, making sure the duel was balanced, at least on paper. No need to hold back or hesitate. Any skill, any artifact, was fair game for Kanagi, while Midori promised to keep his own unique skills sealed. To prove he wasn't bluffing, Midori's inventory gate opened, summoning a massive arsenal and letting Kanagi pick whatever legendary weapon he wanted. The sight of so many epic-grade weapons popping into existence just made the whole scenario feel even more like a fever dream. Kanagi's mind was totally scrambled, trying to process that he was about to 1v1 the legendary Midori. Still not believing it, he hesitated, finally asking if he was for real allowed to use any weapon. In response, Midori just casually picked up a katana, his grip looking light but totally solid, and with insane ease, snapped the blade in half like it was nothing more than a toothpick. He then stated, with zero arrogance, that his own body's durability stat was higher than the sharpness of any blade. Kanagi barely had a second to process this insane flex before Hinoki's impatience exploded. Frustration was boiling in his voice as he demanded to take the wheel, completely unable to stand Midori's OP-level confidence. His rage just overflowed as he declared that kind of talk from Midori was unforgivable. Kanagi could feel Hinoki's mana surging, his presence amplifying like he was about to unleash his full power. Kanagi realized in that moment that Midori's power level was on par with the original founders. Against that kind of god-tier strength, he had 0 chance of actually winning. Still, even as that reality set in, he knew there was no time to choke. Meanwhile, the entire student body was gathering to watch the showdown. Without any warning, Midori started the countdown. A slight smirk played on his lips as he signaled the start of the test. Kanagi gripped his sword and dashed toward Midori, determined to land a blow. Hinoki's screaming in his head, asking if he's really going to try to solo this, insisting the power gap is too unfair. But Kanagi just tunes him out and continues his charge. Even knowing his efforts are probably pointless, he believes that to become a true ranker, he needs to level up with his own strength, not just borrow the founder's OP abilities. He swings his sword straight at Midori, but the guy dodges it effortlessly with just a tiny shift of his body. Even as Kanagi keeps up the barrage, Midori is still scrolling on his phone, casually asking what social media platform he uses, and commenting that this fight is definitely going to get recorded and go viral. The other students are just watching, their jaws on the floor, totally stunned that Midori can dodge every single attack without even taking the spar seriously. As Kanagi continues his relentless assault, though, one of the students notices something weird about his movements. As they watch closer, Kanagi raises his sword, feinting a high vertical slash before instantly switching to a low horizontal sweep aimed at Midori's legs and throat. The combo is flawless, and even Kanagi is shocked at how naturally his body is moving, like it's pure muscle memory. Realizing his stamina bar isn't even dropping, he wonders if this is the buff he's getting from channeling the Founder's power. His thoughts are cut short when Midori suddenly has a finger on his forehead, about to give him a little flick, and casually mentions that 10 seconds are up. Kanagi barely dodges, but the shockwave Midori releases completely obliterates the training field. Seeing the total devastation, Kanagi realizes that if that attack had actually connected, his head would have been straight up deleted from existence. Midori stares at his hand, totally confused. He's sensing zero killing intent from Kanagi, and wonders if he miscalculated his own power level. Meanwhile, Kanagi is straight up panicking, realizing he's about to get deleted at this rate. He desperately tries to channel the feeling of his peak form, his prime self. As he focuses, digging deep into his mana core, a massive aura just erupts from him, catching Midori completely off guard. Kanagi blitzes forward again, his speed stats suddenly off the charts. The students are losing it, screaming that the broadcast drone can't even track his movements anymore. Midori clocks the shift in Kanagi's mana signature and wonders if there's a specific activation requirement for this power-up, or if this kid has been hiding a secret skill this whole time. Realizing another 10 seconds had passed, Midori decides to just give Kanagi a little tap. This time he crouches, aiming a single finger for another gentle flick, but instead, he accidentally blasts Kanagi in the chest, sending him crashing hard into the arena wall. Kanagi's coughing up blood, but dude's actually got a wild grin on his face, totally hyped by the fact that he's actually sparring with the world's strongest Awakened. He gets it now. If his body was still at yesterday's stats, that one hit would have sent him straight to the respawn screen. That thought makes him smirk. It means he's definitely leveling up. Still, he also knows his current power level isn't nearly high enough to clear Midori's S-rank quest. Determined, he decides to just go full berserker mode and charges Midori one more time. But then, out of nowhere, Midori flash steps right beside him with insane speed, making Kanagi skid to a halt. "My bad," Midori says, "but I've seen enough of your skill set." He then calls it, "Time's up. 30 seconds are over," before chopping Kanagi on the back of the neck, forcing a system shutdown as he slowly blacks out. As Kanagi collapses, Midori observes that the kid is a prodigy, for sure, but not on the same god-tier level as his classmates. In the end, Kanagi couldn't fully unlock that OP mana signature Midori had sensed. Calling his secretary, he tells her they're heading back, clearly bummed out by the result. But just then, Kanagi grips his sword, and Midori instantly feels an intense, terrifying aura flare up behind him. Midori whips around to see Kanagi's entire body radiating raw power. Hinoki, now speaking through Kanagi's body, comments that the stubborn brat is finally offline, letting him take over the controls. Stepping forward, Hinoki suggests they extend this little sparring session a bit longer. Meanwhile, Kanagi's spirit, now totally separate from his body, is freaking out watching Hinoki puppet him around. Midori, however, just grins, recognizing the presence he'd felt earlier. He's wondering if this is a whole different entity or just some kind of possession-type unique skill at play. Either way, he knows one thing for sure: Kanagi is a straight-up monster now. Kanagi, under Hinoki's control, suddenly attacks, yelling at Midori not to get distracted. Midori immediately sees that his combat arts have totally transformed. His speed and power stats have jumped to a whole other dimension. All of a sudden, a sword is coming right for Midori's face, and he ducks just in the nick of time to dodge it. Kanagi swings again, forcing Midori to backstep to create some distance. Still a bit shook, Midori watches as Kanagi instantly repositions his blade for another strike. He swings again, but Midori dodges just in time, letting the attack slam into the academy building behind him. The students inside scatter in a panic, realizing this spar just got real. Midori notes that Kanagi's slashes have become unpredictable, but he can still read the flow of his mana and anticipate the moves. It reminds him of an ancient sword style, like a relentless river of strikes. Raising a palm, Midori laughs, commenting that this is the kind of skill you need to take down an S-ranker like him. He then raises his hand again, planning to put Kanagi back to sleep, noting that only 40 seconds have passed. However, Kanagi suddenly blitzes forward at an unbelievable speed, swinging his sword and yelling that Midori won't be able to land a single hit on him. Midori quickly leaps back to evade the attack, laughing as he acknowledges Kanagi's awesome new skill set. The students can't believe what they're seeing. The S-ranker is actually on the defensive. Kanagi shouts that Midori is being boring and insists he stop holding back. He warns Midori that if he keeps looking down on him, he's gonna get wrecked. Without hesitation, Kanagi leaps forward to attack, but Midori just laughs and replies, "Bet." With a quick kick, Midori sends a piece of rubble flying toward the weapon rack behind him. Just like that, a whole arsenal of weapons starts floating, infused with mana. Midori blitzes forward, catching Kanagi completely off guard, and snags one of the blades hovering over them. Hyped up, Kanagi shouts that Midori is finally getting serious and unleashing his real power. They immediately launch into a crazy aerial dogfight, their movements a blur as they clash mid-air. The student body is totally shook, just watching in awe from the sidelines. The two grab every weapon they can, shattering them to bits with nothing but their insane raw power. Meanwhile, deep inside Kanagi's consciousness, the founders are watching Hinoki go all out. They're seriously impressed that some dude like Midori can actually keep pace with his full-blown assault. The old geezer's spirit suggests they jump in and help, but another founder shuts him down, calling him a reckless fool. The archmage, just watching this whole thing unfold, suddenly has a revelation. Hinoki isn't just fighting, he's analyzing Midori's every move, trying to copy his techniques. He notes how Hinoki shifts his entire center of gravity when launching an attack from below, but the blade in his hands shatters yet again. Pissed off at the trash-tier quality of the weapon, Hinoki feels a wave of pure rage building up. Midori, on the other hand, is having an absolute blast, finding this whole deathmatch hilarious. But then he notices they're fresh out of swords and wonders if Kanagi's gonna get desperate and pull out a firearm. With a smug grin plastered on his face, Midori yells that there are only 10 seconds left on the clock and taunts him, asking what his next brilliant move is gonna be. Hinoki glances at the academy building behind him, then launches himself towards it. He makes a beeline for that one dude who shoved Kanagi earlier and just straight up jacks his sword. Right then, Midori closes the distance in a flash, launching a mana-infused fist right at Hinoki. The impact creates a massive explosion that rips through the side of the building. Luckily, Hinoki dodges it just in the nick of time and reappears right in Midori's face. They resume their high-speed clash in the sky, trading devastating blows. Midori just laughs, yelling about how fun this is and that they should keep this party going. Meanwhile, the students below are freaking out, realizing the entire building is about to collapse from the collateral damage. As the fight escalates to the rooftop, Midori's secretary just watches the chaos unfold without a single change in her expression. Midori then casually places his hand on a massive rooftop ventilation unit and grips it tight, causing spiderweb cracks to form all over it. He rips the entire unit right off the building and aims it at Hinoki. With a monstrous heave, he sends it hurtling straight for him. However, he's caught completely off guard when Hinoki, wielding that stolen one-handed sword, perfectly dices the entire fan with his signature dice-cut sword art. The ventilation unit shatters into a million tiny pieces, and Midori just gets more excited, totally geeking out over Hinoki's skill. But Hinoki isn't playing around. He immediately launches his sword like a missile straight at Midori. To his shock, the crappy sword just shatters on impact. Midori raises a hand, points it at him, and calmly states that 60 seconds are up. Then he unleashes a powerful palm strike, sending Hinoki crashing down hard. Hinoki curses under his breath, but before he can even think of a counter, one of the founders suddenly takes over, forcing Kanagi's body to shove Hinoki's consciousness aside. As Midori's attack is about to land, the founder masterfully deflects the blast with a deceptively simple movement, successfully evading the hit. This totally unexpected move leaves both Hinoki and Midori completely stunned. The sheer force of the deflected blow, however, shatters one of Kanagi's hands. But even with a busted hand, he stays locked on target and smashes his remaining good fist right into Midori's face. From inside the consciousness, the battle between these two singularities feels like it's stretching into eternity. It's a ferocious clash for what seems like a tiny advantage, like a high-stakes chess match between two grandmasters. Despite the insane intensity, Hinoki knows it all happened in the blink of an eye. Watching with a sense of quiet pride, he realizes the founder's intervention just created a new path to victory. But Kanagi is left completely shocked when Midori catches his fist, stopping it just inches from his face. A wave of frustration hits him, realizing he failed to land a clean blow. But then, to his absolute astonishment, Midori cracks a smile and actually pulls Kanagi's fist the rest of the way, letting it tap his cheek to acknowledge the attempt. Without missing a beat, he confirms that Kanagi has passed the test. Before either of them can process it, they both collapse to the ground from sheer exhaustion. The students watching are just murmuring in confusion, trying to wrap their heads around what the heck just went down. Midori, still holding Kanagi's unconscious body, calls out to his secretary, Rin, telling her it's time to bounce. Rin appears by his side and asks for the outcome of the test. Midori confirms that Kanagi passed, admitting with a smirk that he finds the kid interesting. However, he admits he accidentally shattered Kanagi's arm and asks Rin to use her healing arts on him. She agrees in a heartbeat. The other students eavesdropping on the conversation can hardly believe Kanagi actually succeeded. The realization finally hits, and cheers erupt across the training grounds that Kanagi managed to land a critical hit on Midori. The noise jolts Kanagi awake as Rin channels her healing mana into him, warning him not to move a muscle. He obeys, thanking her, and she congratulates him on clearing the trial. Kanagi, still in disbelief, abruptly sits up, wondering if he really managed to land a blow on an S-ranker like Midori. Before he can process it, Midori suddenly teleports to his side, totally amused by his reaction. Not wasting a moment, Midori declares that a pass is a pass. He admits he started taking the battle seriously halfway through his combo attack. Midori then starts hyping up Kanagi's skills, praising his ability to dodge his ultimate attack and complimenting his impressive footwork. He encourages Kanagi to own this achievement with pride. Kanagi, getting his composure back, accepts the praise. Without missing a beat, he shifts his focus to the next quest, eager to know what the next stage is after passing. His question leaves Rin momentarily stumped as she glances over at Midori, who looks just as clueless, searching for an answer. Later that night, Kanagi is at home helping his mom clean up while she preps a meal in the kitchen. She casually asks how many people are in his party, and Kanagi, still unsure, estimates just one. His mom reflects on the day's events, commenting on what a major questline it's been. Not only did Kanagi pass the hunter exam, but he also caught the eye of the legendary Midori. She expresses total faith in her son's abilities, believing he's always been able to achieve anything just by grinding hard enough. Kanagi listens with quiet appreciation, acknowledging her words. However, his mom's expression quickly shifts as she voices her worries about such a high-level celebrity visiting their home, suggesting he might mistake it for a starter zone kennel. Kanagi, totally exasperated, quickly shuts down that idea, insisting Midori isn't the type of guy to judge someone based on their living situation. After finishing his chores and helping his mom, he finally crashes onto his bed, his mind still replaying the day's insane events. His gaze drifts to the card Midori gave him, and a sense of uncertainty washes over him. He finds himself questioning why Midori isn't treating this whole situation like a bigger deal. His mind flashes back to the sparring grounds from earlier that day, replaying the moment Rin had taken Midori down by twisting his leg. He vividly remembers Midori's yelp of pain as Rin had confronted him. In that moment, Midori had reminded Kanagi of his earlier words, implying that by achieving victory, he had already agreed to join his party. A confused Kanagi had denied ever saying something like that. Rin, getting more agitated, had tightened her grip on Midori's leg. Midori tells Kanagi that there are too many eyes and ears around, suggesting they meet at his house tonight to discuss the details. He promises to lay out all the available options and reveal who his true enemies are. Kanagi wonders who these enemies could even be, knowing the tower was already cleared by the founders and that current-gen hunters are just tasked with grinding the mobs that spill out of the dimensional rift. He wonders if there's some hidden questline he's missing, but he soon drifts off to sleep. Suddenly, Hinoki's yelling startles him awake. He sees Hinoki and the founders all gathered in his room. Confused, he asks why they're all here and what's up, but Hinoki just says they were discussing something and just wrapped up. Still bewildered, Kanagi instinctively pulls up his blanket, worriedly asking if they've decided which one of them gets to take over his vessel. Before Hinoki can even reply, the doorbell rings. Apologizing, Kanagi assumes it's Midori and suggests they talk later. He walks to the door, noticing how dark it is and feeling an uneasy aura. To his absolute horror, he finds his mother collapsed on the floor. Panic sets in as he calls out to her, rushing forward, but he freezes in his tracks when he spots some random dude just sitting in the kitchen. The stranger is eating the food his mom had prepared, praising it while completely ignoring the mess around him. With a mocking tone, the man comments that Kanagi should really discipline his mother, insisting that if he wants to impress clients, Kanagi snaps, demanding to know who this dude is and what he did to his mom. Totally unfazed, the guy yells at him to watch his tone, introducing himself as Haitani Guru, an S-rank hunter and Midori's partner. Haitani then orders Kanagi to grab his gear, announcing they're moving out to his base. Rage just explodes inside Kanagi, and without a second thought, he throws a punch right at Haitani. But, of course, Haitani dodges it like it's nothing and instantly appears behind him, asking if Kanagi is actually trying to throw down. Kanagi just stays silent, his mom's words echoing in his head, how she promised to raise him on her own with pride after his dad passed away. He remembers her worn-out shoes she insisted on wearing, telling him to get new kicks for himself instead. He remembers her praising him earlier, promising to make his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. With his resolve hardened, Kanagi glares daggers at Heitani, demanding to know what he did to his mother. Hinoki, watching the whole thing unfold, recognizes Heitani as an S-rank hunter from the old generation. Annoyed at the sight of someone he sees as a cheap knockoff of Midori, Hinoki declares it's time to make a move. The founders, having witnessed Kanagi's duel with Midori, now understand how he needs to be handled. Heitani, looking amused, mocks Kanagi, calling his angry face kinda cute. He raises a hand to smack him, but Kanagi doesn't even flinch, totally unfazed. As the slap comes flying in, Kanagi effortlessly catches Heitani's hand, and with shocking ease, puts him into a spin. The founding elder is stunned, recognizing the technique from his past battles against monsters. Suddenly, Heitani gets launched through the window, smashing into the backyard wall, but Heitani lands on his feet before he even hits the ground. Straightening his posture, Heitani walks back, still processing what the heck just happened. He wonders if that was some kind of Aikido, remembering Kanagi's fight with Midori from earlier. He'd seen not just Kanagi's immense aura and swordsmanship, but also some kind of peculiar power. He notes Heitani's durability, commenting that he's way tougher than Jisaki. Kanagi, his patience totally shot, demands an answer. He presses Heitani to spill what he did to his mom, who's still inside, writhing in agony as the poison spreads through her system. Heitani just laughs, mockingly pointing out that Kanagi doesn't seem to grasp the situation at all. Then, with a smirk, he finally drops the truth bomb. His mom was in the way, so he just put her to sleep with a little poison. Heitani grins, adding that if she's lucky, she'll only suffer some minor side effects. Kanagi stays calm, saying he doesn't get it, which makes Heitani look at him, confused. He then questions why they'd harm the family of someone who could become their ally. Heitani just scoffs at the word ally before flash-stepping behind him, ready to strike. Kanagi barely dodges Heitani's attack, but the relentless assault keeps coming. As he strikes, Heitani declares he'll never be an ally. He's just a puppet meant to follow orders. He taunts him, saying that once his loved ones become hostages, he'll have no choice but to submit, calling him naive. Before Kanagi can even react, Heitani stomps on his foot and slashes him, mockingly asking if he was right. He quickly puts some distance between them, feeling the burning sting on his cheek. Raising a hand to it, he realizes the poison is already spreading. Heitani smirks, raising his fingers, which are now covered in sharp, poison-laced needles. He taunts that it's already in his system. He then reveals his unique skill allows him to produce dozens of poisons from his body, calling this one, Phantom Bug Poison, Mortal Vision. Complaining about how inconvenient this mission is, Heitani mentions that, if he really wanted to, he could release a deadly toxic gas with a 5-kilometer radius. But pulling a stunt like that in the middle of the city is a no-go. He claims the poison will kill him in 1 minute unless he agrees to join their organization, in which case Heitani will provide the antidote. Otherwise, he'll perish. Kanagi contemplates the sheer lethality of Heitani's toxin, recognizing that for any normal person, it'd be an inescapable death sentence. Looking down at his hand, he calls upon the goddess of medicine, Valentine, wondering if she's really residing within him. The founders all shift their gaze towards Valentine, who's looking totally shook and confused at the same time. He's like, "My bad for the sudden summon," and asks if she can teach him the anti-poison cleanse later. Stuttering, she agrees. Heitani, totally salty, blasts another wave of poison at him, screaming about what kind of nonsense he's mumbling. He dodges it like a pro, explaining that the slick Aikido technique he just pulled was borrowed from the hand god, Kudu Hum. The old-timer chillin' inside his soul is absolutely floored, realizing the kid totally copied his move after seeing it just once. Then, he summons the 10,000 Army Slicer, Hinoki, the Blue Spear of Destruction, Shimmer Calcus, and the Celestial Bow, Margit. He claims he studied and basically downloaded them all from the Akashic records. He drops a bombshell on Heitani. The legendary founders he once worshipped are now literally living inside him, which leaves the dude completely stunned. But instead of getting scared, Heitani just rages out, screaming he's about to introduce him to a world of hurt. Heitani lunges, his poison needles out, but our boy hops back just in time, dodging the attack. When Heitani's strike slams into a nearby tree, the thing just withers and dies on the spot. Without even hesitating, Heitani launches another attack, yelling that if he gets on his knees and begs, he might get an antidote to dull the pain. He warns him that once the agony takes over, there's no coming back. His mind will be totally fried, lost to madness. But our MC just stays silent, waiting as Heitani's hand closes in. Just as Heitani is about to grab him, he smoothly sidesteps, plants his palm right on Heitani's chest, and activates the Fist of San Wonk. The impact makes Heitani cough up blood, totally shocking the Wonak spirit inside him. The force sends Heitani flying into a lamppost. Without missing a beat, he follows up with a kick using the Feet of Light. Irson, sending Heitani flying a ridiculous distance. Irson, the spirit chilling inside, is just stunned by the raw power. But somehow, Heitani manages to get back on his feet, recovering way too fast. In a flash, he's right back in his face, attacking with both hands. He manages to weave out of the attack, shattering some of the needles, and uses the sharp peak of kill to nail Heitani in the gut. Kanagi then slams Heitani with the Dragon's Claw, which is Rogan's signature skill, leaving the Ragwan spirit absolutely shook inside him. But Heitani grabs him and activates the Fin of Lilac, launching him into the air. As he's floating there, he's like, what is even happening? He knows the poison debuff should be clouding his judgment and should have already wrecked his nervous system. But Kanagi is still moving like he's at full HP, totally unfazed. Kanagi then summons the Mage of Truth, Meltius Selenius, and unleashes him on Heitani, causing a massive mana explosion that leaves everyone in total shock. Hinoki asks the other founders if they just saw that, pointing out that right after he decked Heitani, Kanagi started copying all his moves, both his martial arts and his magic skills. He adds that he doesn't care if Kanagi's power comes from the Emblem of Nothingness, but he thinks it's seriously interesting. The other founders just nod. Shinoki suggests they should personally train Kanagi, convinced that if they level him up, he'll become the most OP awakened ever. Elsewhere, on the rooftops, a bunch of cloaked figures are parkouring across the buildings. One of them tells the squad to hurry it up, revealing that the Nemers guilds are hunting Kanagi, so they need to move fast and grab him before they do. Suddenly, Midori just appears behind him, asking, "Are there really this many of you?" The guy is completely shocked, and Midori calmly tells him, "If there are 15 of you, then you must be the last one." He points a finger near the dude's forehead, flicks his head around, and slams him face first into the roof. Midori then contacts Rin using his crow call, and she instantly replies that she's already there. She assures him there are no other awakened ones nearby, but what she says next completely catches him off guard. Someone else has already been here. Midori stays quiet, waiting for her to continue. Rin then reveals the intruder was Heitani, an S-rank hunter, famous for being a master of poison arts. He came looking for Kanagi, but he got completely wrecked. Midori's gaze shifts to the rooftop where Heitani is just lying there, completely knocked out, making Midori wonder what the hell just happened. A little while later, they arrive at Kanagi's house. Midori claps his hands together, a huge grin spreading across his face as he hypes up Kanagi. He's totally, genuinely impressed, admitting he never in a million years expected Kanagi to take down an S-rank hunter. Without missing a beat, he asks if Kanagi got hit by the poison. Kanagi just scratches his cheek, looking a little embarrassed as he mumbles that both he and his mom are totally fine. Hinoki just crosses his arms, looking completely over it. He reminds Kanagi that if Valentine hadn't stepped in with his skills, he would have been totally wiped out before morning. Hearing his name, Valentine groans, looking completely drained, just for Hinoki to give him a nod for his swift spell work. He points out that clearing the debuff in just 5 seconds is no small feat. Valentine just shrugs, muttering that it really wasn't that big of a deal. With the poison's originator just lying there unconscious, it only took a few precise pokes to get the blood samples needed to craft the antidote. Midori lets out a long sigh, turning his focus back to Kanagi. Apologizing for his late arrival, he assures him he's already put up countermeasures against the countless guilds and factions now targeting him because of today's viral clip. Kanagi, still trying to process this whole insane situation, finally asks the one question that's been bugging his stats. He asks if Heitani was capping when he claimed to be in Midori's party. Midori nods without a second of hesitation, confirming it was a total lie. He adds that tons of low-level wannabes try to use his name to boost their own reputation. With that cleared up, he turns his attention to Rin, asking if she's done, and as if on cue, she materializes by his side with a nod. She reports that all structural damage has been fully restored. Kanagi's eyes go wide in disbelief as he stares at his house. His window and the backyard wall are perfectly fixed, like a high-level restoration spell was cast. Midori, flashing a bright smile, suggests they head inside to discuss Kanagi's future path as a hunter. Kanagi, still frozen on the spot, feels a mix of hype and dread wash over him. The next day, Kanagi's mom sees him off at the door where a car is waiting for him. She reminds him to double-check his inventory for any important items, but Kanagi just tells her he's all set and that she's worrying way too much. She can hardly believe the same little kid she raised is now heading off to train under a legend like Midori. However, Midori has already promised Kanagi's mom he'll take him under his wing and help him level up into a top-tier hunter. Hearing that, Kanagi feels a surge of excitement, but his mom still looks worried. Hiding her concern, she hands Kanagi his lunch, telling him he better eat it since he skipped breakfast. Even though he doesn't really need it, Kanagi takes it without complaining. Then, his mom voices her concerns directly to Midori, asking if her son is going to be facing any real danger. Midori confirms it without a shred of doubt, and she admits that Kanagi has always been a low-tier struggler up until now. It's a huge leap of faith for her to entrust her son to Midori's care, but as a mom, she can't help but feel super anxious. Midori, with a rock-solid tone, assures her he'll train Kanagi until every single one of his weaknesses is patched and his stats are maxed out. Hearing those words, she finally agrees to leave Kanagi in his hands. As they get in the car, Rin, who's driving, glances at Midori and asks if it was really okay to make a promise like that to Kanagi's mom, considering even they don't know what future quests or dungeons await. Midori, looking worried for a split second, glances in the rearview mirror and sees Kanagi's mom giving him last-minute advice, explaining how to properly wash his training gear and reminding him not to sleep naked or he'll catch a status ailment cold. Seeing her worry, a look of pure determination flashes in Midori's eyes. He silently vows that he's going to go all out for him. Meanwhile, Kanagi is barely holding it together as he says his last goodbye. Just as he's about to hop in the car, his mom reminds him to come back home for New Year's. As they finally pull away, Midori asks Kanagi if he's holding up okay. Kanagi admits he had to use a serious willpower skill to not lose it back there. Midori leans back in his seat, telling him to just let it all out, whether it was for chowing down or just chilling out. Glancing around, Kanagi spots the bento boxes his mom had packed, all neatly lined up beside him. He pops open a bento, his mom's words still echoing in his head like a buff spell. Lifting the lid, his eyes lock onto a little good luck message, carefully placed right on top of the pork cutlet. The simple gesture hits him right in the feels, unlocking some emotions he totally wasn't expecting. He pauses for a sec, thinking about all the grinding and sacrifices she's made for him. A quiet wave of gratitude fills his mana core as he starts to eat, even though the food came with a side of unshed tears. Rin and Midori, sitting super close, just trade looks, but they stay quiet, letting him process the moment at his own pace as the journey rolls on. When they finally hit their destination, Kanagi is totally floored by the sight of the massive anti-prophecy unit's headquarters. Midori welcomes him, explaining that only a few select awakeners are even granted access inside. The weight of that info hits him hard, and for a split second, he's overwhelmed by the sheer scale of what he's about to become a part of. Inside one of the rooms, some dude is standing by the window, scoping out their arrival with this silent, intense aura. Without even turning, he speaks to another person in the room, confirming the new recruits have arrived. A girl, with a totally unreadable expression, asks if this is really the new guy. A young dude replies, commenting on how rare it is for them to get a new party member. However, another guy standing off to the side with his arms crossed is throwing some serious shade, insisting they first need to see if the noob is even worthy of joining the anti-prophecy unit. Meanwhile, outside the HQ, he's just frozen for a moment, struggling to fully process everything around him. Questions are swirling in his head about what the anti-prophecy unit actually is, and if it's somehow connected to the Ichijara Guild. Sensing his unease, Rin picks up on the vibe and apologizes for not giving him the full rundown sooner. She states that she couldn't spill all the details to his mom because of its classified nature, stressing that it's a top-tier national secret. The words hit him with more force than a mana blast. As they move towards the building, Midori suggests they drop his gear at the dorms first. Rin offers to help, but he flat-out refuses, insisting he can manage his own inventory. Just as he's about to move out, a sudden voice cuts through the air, telling them to hold up. The unexpected interruption makes him jump, and when he looks up, he spots the young guy from before standing right above them. Without missing a beat, the dude declares that he's the one who's going to explain everything. Next thing you know, he launches himself forward with a powerful kick aimed right at him. Reacting on pure instinct, he throws his arms up to block the attack, but the raw power behind it shatters the ground beneath his feet. The impact sends a shockwave through his entire body, but still, he stays on his feet, tanking the hit. The guy, looking seriously impressed, acknowledges his high defense stat and gives him a rare word of praise. Intrigued, he hesitates for a hot second before asking who he is. Without skipping a beat, the guy backflips, landing perfectly on the ground before proudly introducing himself as Hanada Jikotaru, a member of the anti-prophecy unit and his new squadmate. The reveal totally blindsides him. But there's no time to hesitate. Hanada has been assigned this quest to explain everything, and whether he's ready or not, the truth is about to drop. Meanwhile, Midori is totally unfazed, just asking Rin for some tea like he's a background NPC. Rin nods and pours him a cup while the two continue their spar. Midori watches them, completely chill, his gaze steady, as he asks Hanada why they're fighting when they're supposed to be teammates. Hanada, not even breaking a sweat, explains that this serves two fundamental purposes: to introduce Kanagi to the anti-prophecy unit, and, at the same time, to run a little skills assessment. The explanation hangs in Kanagi's mind, leaving him wondering what kind of messed up entrance exam this really is. Out of nowhere, Janata unleashes another kick with insane precision. Kanagi's reflexes are on point, throwing up a two-armed block, holding his ground like a stone wall. Mid-combo, Janata starts dropping lore about the origins of the anti-prophecy unit. Kanagi's listening, but he's totally skeptical. Like, who gives a full-blown lecture in the middle of a throwdown? As they trade blows, Janata actually pauses for a sec to ask for Kanagi's name before getting back to it. Without missing a beat, he introduces himself as Kanagi Minato. Meanwhile, Midori, still calmly sipping his tea, muses about how Kanagi's been constantly tested, first by the academy, then by Midori himself, and even by an S-rank hunter. And now, he's facing yet another trial, a whole new level-up quest. Turning to Rin, Midori wonders aloud if Kanagi will ever catch a break from these constant evaluations. Rin, with a calm expression, admits it's pretty much inevitable. After all, Kanagi is a top-tier talent that Midori personally scouted and recruited. Janata's relentless kicks just keep coming, but Kanagi just keeps parrying with his hands, his defense totally unbreakable. Then, out of the blue, Janata throws a question into the mix. What's the real job of a hunter? Kanagi answers without a shred of hesitation, stating that a hunter's duty is to eliminate the monsters that pour out of dimensional rifts. And Janata gives him a thumbs up, confirming his answer is 100% correct. He goes on to compare the role to pest control, a simple but heavy analogy. Then, without any warning, Janata drops to the ground, completely switching gears with a new question. He asks Kanagi about the other dangers that exist beyond the dimensional rifts. The question totally catches Kanagi off guard. He hesitates for a second before asking Janata to clarify what he means by other dangers. Janata's expression darkens a bit as he explains that the world faces threats far more severe than the ones caused by the dimensional rifts. He talks about some truly terrifying events: the Pandemonium Castle of 10,000 demons from 10 years ago, and the Great Kyushu outbreak from 5 years ago. Kanagi immediately recognizes those as massive-scale dimensional breaks, disasters that left permanent scars on the world. Before he can even form a response, Janata lunges at him. Suddenly, pure instinct kicks in and Kanagi throws his arms up to defend, managing to block the attack. Still, the raw power of the blow sends him skidding backward with serious force. Janata acknowledges his resilience, praising him for accurately remembering the public knowledge about those major catastrophes. He then adds that Kanagi will get a much deeper understanding of them once his academy training begins. Just as Kanagi steadies himself, his breathing still controlled, he barely has time to react, as Janata appears above him with blinding speed. There's not even a split second to think. Janata's leg is already coming down in a devastating axe kick. Kanagi dives out of the way just in the nick of time, barely dodging as Janata's foot slams into the ground. A nearby tree takes the hit instead, splitting clean in half. The sheer force of the attack leaves Kanagi momentarily stunned. Janata straightens up. His tone of voice shifts as he continues his explanation. The events he mentioned, like the Tower of Malevolence from 300 years ago, aren't just disasters, they're full-scale invasions, direct attacks from another dimension. Kanagi processes the weight of those words, struggling to believe what he's hearing right now. This isn't just ancient history, this is the current main quest. Janata steps a little closer, his expression dead serious. He admits he doesn't get why the awakened of today seem weaker compared to those from the era of the Tower. There are fewer individuals who can match the power levels of the original founders, a fact that deeply worries him. Kanagi, caught between curiosity and a growing sense of dread, finally asks the question that's been building inside him. So, what are we supposed to do about it? Anada's response is blunt. This is the entire reason the anti-prophecy unit even exists. Those with the clairvoyance to see these threats, to predict legit world-ending cataclysms, don't just post it on the forums for everyone. They report it only to the top-tier players, the ones who can actually handle these S-rank dangers. And those elites, Hanada declares, are none other than the members of the anti-prophecy unit themselves. Midori and Rin can't help but flash these smug, high-ranker smiles at the big reveal. It clicks for Kanagi, their whole quest is to stop these prophecies from ever becoming the main scenario. Hanada then tells him that starting today, he's officially one of them, a part of their guild. He's the first person to ever block her kick combo back-to-back, so she gives him a warm welcome to the squad. Hanada extends her hand, and Kanagi gives it a solid, firm shake. Midori and Rin start clapping like crazy, and Hanada calls out to the other awakened, who just teleport onto the roof in total silence. Hanada asks them what's up, but they just stare him down like they're scanning his stats, then vanish, which totally freaks Kanagi out. Midori jokes that they ghosted like a bunch of final bosses, but Hinata just shakes her head, saying they just wanted to scout him out for themselves. Jinata turns to Hinata, telling him to leave it to him, and Hinata just dips. Jinata then helps Kanagi with his gear, offering to show him to his room in the dorms, so Kanagi gives him a grateful nod. That night, as he's settling into his new room, Kanagi can't stop thinking about how insane this organization he just joined is, a whole guild dedicated to managing the world's scripted fate. He wonders if the founders faced the same kind of apocalyptic quests during the Tower era, and if he's now fighting a battle that's already been written in the stars. His thoughts are spiraling into some serious anxiety, but then a voice cuts through his worries, telling him to just grind. Startled, he whips around to see Hinoki and the other founders standing right there. He quickly apologizes for not chatting with them sooner, but Hinoki waves it off, saying they've already made a huge decision. As the OG awakened, they've decided to train him to become the strongest hunter, just like they did with Midori. With their guidance, he could become the most OP awakened in history, one of their own disciples. Kanagi is totally floored, asking if they're for real about him becoming their disciple. Hinoki nods, confirming it, adding with a bit of a smirk that it's a great idea, but Hinoki jokes that this is going to turn into a straight-up battle royale between all of them. Kanagi, looking seriously stressed, begs them not to fight over him. Hinoki explains that it kinda started that way, but after observing him more closely, the founders had a change of heart. Instead of just using his body as a vessel, the idea of actually training him up seemed way more interesting. Hinoki then reveals that when Kanagi took down that poison user, he managed to copy his entire skill set, even if he couldn't replicate them with the same S-rank mastery. Still, Kanagi instantly absorbs the core mechanics of the skills. Hinoki asks if Kanagi gets how big of a deal that is, pointing out that it's probably a perk from his Emblem of Nothingness. But what's even crazier is his insane learning speed, his S-tier growth rate that makes him a total anomaly. That ability, Hinoki explains, is a cheat code more powerful than any of the founders' unique talents. As Hinoki speaks, Kanagi feels tears welling up in his eyes, about to spill over. He remembers the disappointed glares from his old instructors, the ones who told him he was completely talentless, a total F-ranker. Up until this very moment, nobody had ever expected a single thing from him. This all feels like some kind of system glitch, especially after being treated like trash and relentlessly bullied for failing the hunter qualification exam 3 times. He remembers the laughter from his classmates, their mocking voices telling him to just give up already. His name was constantly forgotten, just another face in the crowd, because no one cared enough to even remember it. No one had any faith in his future, and he'd gotten used to being treated like a total NPC. But now, 2 of the Academy's S-class legends, Midori and Hinoki, are actually acknowledging him and see his potential. The whole idea of getting this kind of recognition is messing with his head, making him wonder if he's even leveled up enough to deserve this lucky break. For so long, he's just been a fanboy watching them from the sidelines, never dreaming they'd actually put their trust in a low ranker like him. Hinoki, noticing his system is about to crash, walks over with a reassuring smile and puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to let the EXP rush completely overwhelm him. Then they reveal that their own spiritual cores are synced to his, especially when he's logged out in his sleep. This link lets him access a mindscape, a personal dimension not bound by the normal rules of time and space. With that bombshell dropped, they lay out his new, absolutely hellish training regimen. Every afternoon, he's grinding with the anti-prophecy squad. And at night, inside his own dreamscape, he continues his high-level lessons. A good night's sleep is officially a thing of the past, but he's already steeled his resolve and prepped himself for this insane challenge. Without a second thought, he accepts their guidance, ready to follow their lead to the next tier. As night turns to morning in the dorm bathroom, Anada is washing his face when he sees him walk in. They exchange the usual morning nod. Though he's trying to hide it, the mana exhaustion is written all over his face, and he admits he still hasn't adjusted to the brutal new schedule. Hanada, totally getting it, remembers his own rough first days in the dorms. But then, something totally unexpected catches Hanada's attention. A seriously powerful aura is just radiating off of him. With his curiosity stat maxed out, Hanada acts on impulse, throwing a lightning-fast kick as a quick skill check. But, with what looked like 0 effort, he just ducks his head, spits the water from his mouth, and walks away. Without even a second glance, he completely ignores Hanada's little stunt, saying he doesn't have the mana for that crap so early in the morning, and that he's heading to the mess hall first. Hanada, completely shook, realizes his attack speed was way higher than yesterday, but the guy still dodged it with ridiculous ease. Moments later, in the cafeteria, Jinata spots a good place to sit and walks up to a girl who's enjoying a piece of fruit. He asks if she minds if they crash her spot, and she just gives a super blunt nod. Taking the opportunity, Janata sits down across from her and signals for his buddy to sit next to him. Recognition finally clicks when he remembers the girl was introduced as one of Hinata's party members the day before. Her attitude, however, is still ice cold. She hits him with a formal tone, making it crystal clear she's not a fan of his presence. Despite the frosty reception, he greets her and introduces himself. Her indifference is immediate. She has zero interest in learning his name and has no intention of remembering it. Lifting her fork and pointing it his way, she declares that she'll only acknowledge his name when she deems him worthy. Until then, training is the top priority, and he's expected to accompany her on a quest to nullify a prophecy. The prophecy dated all the way back to 1945, when the first book of prophecies was unearthed deep in the Antarctic ice, buried 3,000 meters beneath the surface. It was known as the Book of Doom. Its writing was crude, like a kid's scribbles, but its contents predicted a catastrophic future. According to its predictions, the world would be hit by a devastating attack 80 years later, along with a whole series of world-ending disasters. The sheer weight of its words had been enough to make the entire world take it seriously. As they're riding in the car, she hits him with a pop quiz, trying to get him to think about why the world chooses to believe the book's grim predictions. His thoughts buffer for a moment before he glances in her direction, still not sure of her name. But before he can ask, she shuts down the idea of introductions and just tells him to answer. He reasons that the prophecies must be accurate, but her reaction is instant. She scoffs at his answer, questioning if his intelligence stat is really that low. If even a single event written in the Book of Doom comes to pass, the world faces its end. The weight of this revelation leaves him completely stunned. As their conversation continues, he shoots Hinata a look, like, "So how many of these doomsday prophecies are we talking about?" Hinata guesses around 200. A reveal that totally floors him. Dude's already thinking the world's totally screwed. But then Midori's like, "Chill, we've already shut down like 180 of them, which just blows his mind." Still trying to wrap his head around this whole prophecy-busting gig, he circles back, asking why everyone's so hung up on this one grimoire. The woman explains that the Book of Doom was first unearthed by some explorer dude named Bernard Russell. The second Bernard cracks it open. The first page hits him with, "Sup, Bernard," followed by a super-specific timestamp, 1703, 1945 at 11:35 a.m. on a sunny day, the exact moment he found the book. The creepy-ass accuracy of that prediction left zero room for doubt, you know? A few hours later, they pull up to their destination, Sumida Ward in Tokyo, where a mid-tier dimensional gate has ripped open. As they get closer, the guards on site try to block them, all like, "This area is off limits." But they just ignore the warnings and blitz past him with insane speed, leaving the guards completely stunned. He hesitates for a sec, asking if they're really allowed to just waltz in, and Hinata just assures him they are. The woman starts breaking down the bigger crisis they're facing. We're talking world-ending level threats, like the Third World War, the dark side of the moon incident, that invasive pandemic, and the whole floating trees fiasco have all been flagged as emergency class threats. Among those, the pandemonium outbreak, an incident Midori somehow managed to contain, is used as a prime example of how bad things can get. And even though the Book of Doom is famous, it's just one of many grimoires scattered across the globe. The anti-prophecy unit's whole deal is to gather intel, analyze the predictions, and basically stop the apocalypse before it starts. Their duties cover multiple threat levels. Rank 3 threats are the ones that could wipe one or more regions right off the map. Rank 2 scales up to a full-blown national emergency. Rank 1 messes with the entire planet's ecosystem. And then there's Special Rank, which is basically reserved for bye-bye world scenarios. He's listening intently, and his dawning comprehension is quickly turning into full-on panic. With a shaky voice, he asks if these insane missions are now all on him. The woman, totally unfazed, just confirms that these kinds of duties are just part of the package when you join the anti-prophecy unit. A moment later, Kisaragi and his squad spot them crossing the yellow caution tape and immediately move to intercept. Thinking they're just some clueless civilians, Kisaragi warns them to get back, trying to explain how dangerous the area is. However, she just brushes off his concerns, stating that today's prophecy is a rank 3 event. Even though the dimensional gate in front of them looks like a mid-tier B rank, it's actually a much bigger threat, a rank 3 disaster, codenamed Yellow Diary. She's positive the gate is about to get bigger, and right on cue, it starts expanding at a crazy rate. Kisaragi spins around, his eyes blown wide with horror as the gate rips completely open. A whole swarm of monsters starts pouring out, each one uglier than the last. With a sharp command, he orders his squad to engage. But the beatdown is instant and brutal. The creatures just steamroll his forces in seconds, wiping them out before they can even put up a fight. Panic starts to creep in as he curses, realizing that even his B and C rank hunters are getting totally wrecked. Then his focus snaps to an even bigger threat, the insane amount of mana pressure radiating from a boss-level monster. Seeing the new kids step up, Kisaragi tries to stop them again, yelling for them to stay back. But before he can even finish, the woman slams her hand on the ground and chants an incantation. Trismegistus. Instantly, massive lances erupt from the earth, skewering the monsters in one swift, merciless strike. Their bodies drop like puppets with their strings cut as blood pools around them. Hanada then launches his own assault, exploding in a burst of speed. He flows through the battlefield like water, dropping every enemy in his path with clean, calculated strikes. Kisaragi was totally floored watching this insane display of power. He always thought he was a top-tier S-rank hunter, a real big shot. However, these guys were on a whole other level. He couldn't even process their power levels or where they popped up from. Then the girl turns to Kisaragi, her gaze like steel, and basically tells him to get back. From her perspective, he was just some civvy caught in the crossfire. Kisaragi's eyes darted down to her hand, where an emblem was practically branded onto her skin. A flash of recognition hit him. Their appearance wasn't random, they were government operatives. Before he could even wrap his head around the implications, a massive hand clawed its way out of the dimensional rift, tearing the fabric of space even wider. As the gate expanded, a towering beast stepped through. Julia Holnir, a monster way beyond the S-rank classification, loomed over them, its monstrous form radiating an overwhelming, oppressive aura. Without a second's hesitation, the girl shot forward, prepping an attack. Kisaragi yelled out, trying to warn her against such a reckless charge, but his words were totally lost in the wind. Together, they launched their assault, completely unfazed by the threat before them. Junata unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of kicks against the beastman, only to realize in shock that his attacks were doing zero damage. The creature's anti-physical armor skill completely nullified his strikes, forcing him to backpedal just as it lunged for the girl. Without missing a beat, she started gathering mana in front of her, prepping a counterspell. However, before she could even unleash it, Kanagi blinked between them, stopping the beastman's assault with nothing but his bare hand. The impact caused the beastman to just explode in a burst of pure energy, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. As the dust settled, Janita recognized the attack as a penetration shock. But what really blew his mind was that Kanagi just one-shotted an S+ rank monster. It hit him then, Kanagi's stats must have skyrocketed overnight. Even though the girl was yelling that such a power move was total overkill, he knew that when facing an enemy with a high physical defense stat, attacking from the inside out is the most effective strategy. He'd learned that from Wanak, the Fist Saint, who had literally just taught him the basics of penetration attacks last night. With that, Kanagi turned to the girl and asked for her name, pointing out that he did just save her, so he deserved at least that much. She excitedly revealed her name as Akane. With no time to dwell on the moment, Janata turned back to the battlefield, buffing his physical stats to face the new wave of monsters pouring from the gate. The unfazed girl unleashed her own attack, drenching her opponents in liquid mercury before igniting it in a massive explosion with her mercurial rejection skill. Together they pushed forward, realizing that just like Kanagi said, shattering their enemies from the inside was proving way more effective. Determined to push deeper into the dungeon, she gave Janata a signal, and without hesitation, they both charged toward the dimensional gate. Behind them, all Kisaragi could do was watch in total disbelief. He knew the world on the other side of that gate was a completely different dimension, an uncharted realm filled with unimaginable dangers. Diving in headfirst was basically a suicide run. Yet, before he could even process it, the two of them had already plunged forward, leaping through the gate without a second thought, leaving him surrounded by the corpses of A-rank monsters. The realization slammed into him. These two weren't just some random awakened, they had to be part of that rumored secret organization. As they entered the dimension, an overwhelming swarm of mobs was waiting for them. Sizing up the situation, Akane raised a hand, noting that the monsters were identical to the ones outside. With pinpoint accuracy, she conjured a barrage of mercury lances, instantly skewering the creatures. As Kanagi ran, he watched her technique, recognizing her immense magical power. Now he got it. This is why she was considered the strongest AoE-type fighter in the anti-prophecy unit. Wiping out the rest of the mobs, Akane squared up against a massive bear-type monster. But just as she was about to cast, Janita leaped at it first. Seeing him, the bear swung its massive claws, but Janita dodged, leaping up to the ceiling, then followed up with a flurry of kicks all over the beast's body. Kanagi watched in awe as Inada moved so effortlessly and just laughed. But, totally catching him off guard, Kanagi suddenly blitzes the bear, unleashing a flurry of kicks just like his, taunting Janita about how it's basically a copy of his own technique. Janita's just stunned, but then cracks a smile, totally impressed. After they smoke that monster, the party pushes deeper into the dungeon. The further they go, the fewer trash mobs they run into. Finally, they hit a massive open space that looks just like a boss arena. Suddenly, they feel this insane mana pressure flooding the area, and they know something big is coming. To their absolute shock, a massive Minotaur warrior drops down in front of them, totally enraged. It's a blind Minotaur boss, with a power level rated SSS rank. While Janeda and Kannagi are just frozen by its overwhelming presence, Akane just stands there, totally unfazed, and is all like, "Is this seriously the final boss?" Countless lances materialize from her portal, as Akane yells at the others to unleash their strongest skills. She's gonna handle the finishing blow. Hearing the plan, Janeda starts channeling his mana, while Kannagi hangs back, just floored by the power of their attacks. Deep down, though, he knows it's probably not gonna be enough to even scratch this beast. When Janeda hears that, he's like, "What?" Completely baffled that Kannagi would doubt their ultimate skills. Despite getting bombarded by a storm of magic attacks, and the beast just swings its massive weapon, carving a crater in the ground and sending powerful shockwaves ripping through the entire arena. As the dust settles, they're horrified to see the beast is completely unscathed, even after taking their most powerful hits head-on. The party braces for round 2. As Kannagi gets ready, he suddenly hears a voice in his head, praising Akane's talent. He instantly recognizes that voice. It belongs to the spirit of his founder, Killik. Killik, an alchemist, voices his concern that Akane, despite her pure mana, agility, and incredible power, might just get her talent wasted by dying so young in this raid. According to Killik, Akane gave it her all. But this Minotaur is on a whole different tier. She totally underestimated the monster's physical resistance stat, which is at 100%. Getting more worried by the second, Kannagi asks what he's supposed to do, but Killik just laughs. Meanwhile, Janeda and Akane are getting wrecked by the beast, realizing they really should have brought a dedicated magic user. As Akane glances at Kannagi, she's totally thrown off by the strange mana signature radiating from his body. Kannagi has just given control of his body to Killik, who unleashes his powerful spell, Mercurius, on the beast's legs. The incantation freezes its lower body solid, leaving Akane completely stunned. She's shocked not just because Kannagi used the same type of skill as her, but because he executed it in a way that perfectly debuffed the beast. Killik, now in control of Kannagi's body, gives Akane a dead serious look and calls her a fool. He then chews her out for lacking flexibility in her craft, telling her she still needs to master manipulating substances in 3 different states to truly become an alchemist. As Killik lectures her, he's simultaneously filling the Minotaur's entire body with mercury. As the liquid metal starts seeping from the monster's mouth, he casts a boiling spell. The mercury inside the beast rapidly heats up, basically cooking it from the inside out, while its toxic fumes spread across the arena, creating a nasty area of effect debuff. Akane watches in awe, realizing that instead of relying on brute force DPS, Killik used extreme temperatures to subdue the monster. Meanwhile, the Minotaur is writhing in agony, its body literally overheating from within. While casting the spell, Killik casually mentions to Kannagi that he wants to take Akane on as his disciple. Kannagi, however, just blows it off like it's a joke. The boiling mercury finally overwhelms the Minotaur, reducing it to a lifeless heap on the ground. And with that, the day's quest to defeat the boss that was rated as a level 3 prophecy ends in a victory. Akane just stares in disbelief, unable to process what she just witnessed. The skill Kannagi used should only be accessible to an awakened who resides within an emblem. She knows Kannagi is supposed to be in the same class as Jiko, yet he managed to wield alchemy on her level. Still in shock, she demands to know who Kannagi really is. With a smirk fit for a protagonist, Kannagi holds out his hand and introduces himself. Annoyed, but definitely intrigued, Akane reluctantly shakes it, declaring she'll be sure to remember his face. Seeing Kannagi actually score some recognition points with Akane, Hanada is practically beaming. Meanwhile, outside the dimensional gate, Kisaragi and his squad are still on standby. To their utter shock, the dimensional rift begins to destabilize and close. Just as it's about to seal completely, the trio makes a last-second dive through. Kannagi asks if the quest is officially cleared, and gets told they just need to debrief back at HQ. While they're hashing out their next steps, Kisaragi approaches, expressing his deep gratitude for them saving his entire party from getting wiped. He assures them he has no intention of prying into their identities or what went down inside the dungeon. He thanks Akane for her understanding and advises her to include the details about the emblem in her report, since that'll explain everything to the higher-ups. As the trio starts to head out, Kisaragi offers his support if they ever find themselves in a bind. However, Akane turns back and reveals they'll probably never meet again, suggesting he just go back to his normal, everyday life. Hearing this, It dawns on Kisaragi that in the end, they're just irregulars, people who exist in a world way beyond his reach. On May 11th, in a town in En Prefecture, a crimson flash of energy blazes through the streets. A guard spots it but is left totally baffled, unable to even classify what it is. Suddenly, a deafening roar that pierces the heavens echoes throughout the town. Back at the anti-prophecy headquarters, the trio gets out of the car, and Akane reminds them to file their mission report for HQ. However, Hinata gets a ping on her device, informing them they're being summoned to the lab. A pretty unusual summons so soon after clearing a mission. Curious, they head to the anti-prophecy HQ's research lab, where two individuals are already waiting for them. One is on the main platform, while the other is sitting in the stands, and with a totally bossy tone, he remarks that Akane took her sweet time taking down a rank 3 calamity. Kanagi immediately clocks him as that red-headed guy from before. Akane, however, is absolutely fuming at his condescending attitude, irritated that he's talking like he's the party leader when he's not. Hinata quickly jumps in, trying to diffuse the tension, and asks what Director Kurihara needs from them. The man on the stage is none other than the director himself. As everyone simmers down, he plays a video file sent over by the analysis division. The footage reveals a glowing, red-hot piece of charcoal that, according to the director, is a prophecy grimoire. He explains it was discovered in a volcanic region and has been under analysis ever since. Kanagi wonders if it's even possible to decipher a grimoire in that fried state. However, the director, adjusting his glasses like a true strategist, reveals that, with the help of AI and advanced X-ray technology, they managed to extract some information, even though the contents are still mostly corrupted. But the one thing they did decode was a single prophecy that explicitly name-drops Japan. Everyone in the room is completely shook, especially Akane, since this is a completely new prophecy, a variable they've never encountered before. The director further explains that their anti-prophecy intel is extremely advanced, gathering data from all over the world, which makes the discovery of an unknown prophecy a massive anomaly. But in this case, the situation is different. The red-headed guy immediately grasps what this means. The four of them have to investigate the matter. The director praises his sharp insight and reveals this quest would normally be assigned to the core members, but they're all currently unavailable. Hearing this, it clicks for Kanagi this must be why Midori was MIA when they got back. The director then orders them to move out immediately, assuring them that a full mission brief will be sent to their devices. Kanagi is stunned they got hit with another mission so quickly, but the red-headed dude just tells him he'll get used to the grind. Feeling a wave of unease, Kanagi clenches his fists. A creeping realization settles in. This time, the fate of the world might actually be on the line. Suwa slams his hand on the table and rises, announcing in an authoritative voice that he and his 3 subordinates will handle this important mission. Seeing Suo acting like the party leader again, Akane got visibly ticked off. As they left, the headmaster gave them one last warning, telling them to stay sharp, since the difficulty rank of this quest was a total unknown. He also reminded them that even if the prophecy started to pop off, they were to wait for the main force before trying to solo the boss. In the transport, Kanagi was getting the pre-dungeon jitters, anxious about the mission's unknown threats. From the front seat, Suo suggested they get some rest to recover their mana, pointing out that Kanagi just cleared his first real mission. Akane, full of tsundere pride, shot him down, insisting he wasn't high-level enough to give her orders. But to her shock, both Janeda and Kanagi instantly took the offer, and were completely logged out in seconds. Determined to pull an all-nighter, she fought to resist the sleep debuff. But as the night wore on, the exhaustion status effect finally stacked too high, and she passed out too. Sometime later, the transport stopped. Akane woke up, noticing the ride was now totally empty. Freaking out, she bolted outside, and found the others standing on a cliff, staring down at a brilliant surge of energy below. What she saw left her completely shook. A massive, grand-scale magic circle was etched across the ground. Its scale was on a whole other level than anything they'd ever imagined. Janeda's gamer instincts immediately grasped how bad this was. This was way worse than they thought. The world event quest was nearly complete. Erupting from the ground, skeletal figures were trapped inside enormous mana crystals. Their creepy glow cast a sinister, corrupted aura over the whole zone. The sight sent a system-wide chill through them as they realized they might already be too late. These skeletons were the 23 villagers mentioned in the quest briefing. Suo remembered a similar incident from the lore. 30 years ago, the Hakayama mansion mysteriously vanished, and a dimensional gate almost ripped open. As he was dropping this lore, the massive pillar at the center of the spell formation began to erupt with bursts of raw power. Seeing this, Suo yelled at them to get a move on. Janeda, drawing her artifact sword, asked for the plan, to which Suo revealed they'd have to crash the ritual. Akane quickly reminded him of the headmaster's orders. They were explicitly told to hang back and wait for the main raid party. But before they could argue, they felt an overwhelming aura flare up behind them. Turning around, they saw Kanagi enveloped in a ridiculous amount of energy, already in his battle stance. The party immediately realized Kanagi's power level was way higher than before. Despite this, Suo was totally unfazed. With that classic main character smirk, he leaped forward and ordered the others to follow his lead. They all charged after him, even as Akane yelled at him not to be a reckless Leroy Jenkins. As they rushed toward the magic circle, Hinoki and the mage suddenly picked up a scent on the mana currents, a scent that was disturbingly familiar. They'd run into this kind of corrupted energy many times before in their careers. Just then, the ground shook violently, and with a massive boom, a gigantic hand burst from beneath the earth. Hinoki's eyes flew open. He knew exactly what they were smelling. It was the reek of forbidden magic. This was the prophecy written in the grimoire of the Blazing End. According to Hinoki's lore dump, an awakener named Bandu Shijima, the guildmaster of the Dark Mages, wiped an entire region off the map during the Epsi era. He was eventually taken down by the Onmyoji, but a whole town got dragged into the mess as collateral damage. Shijima collected the lifeblood of the fallen villagers and used it to draw a massive reincarnation formation, guaranteeing he would respawn 1,000 years later. His ultimate quest, to devour all life and reign over the world as the new Demon King. Before his death, he left behind a forbidden technique, a grimoire detailing how living beings would be used as mana sacrifices for his resurrection. Now, in the present, Shijima had been reincarnated as a world boss of unknown rank. His main quest was clear: fulfill the prophecy of the Blazing End. Staring at his hands, he scowled, realizing he'd been revived with way less power than expected, basically nerfed on respawn. He wondered if there weren't enough sacrificial offerings for the ritual to fully power him up. As he scanned his surroundings, he noted with some amusement that even after a millennium, the map was still exactly the same. However, his lips curled into a manic grin when he spotted the anti-prophecy unit approaching, thinking they were just more low-level players for him to farm. Channeling his dark arts, he unleashed the Curse of Jin, triggering a massive area of effect explosion right under the charging party. Kanagi totally freaks as the explosion engulfs Janeda and Kane, but as the dust settles, they emerge completely unscathed. But then, Kanagi's expression darkens when he spots a sinister magic circle forming right where they landed. Dude, that's forbidden dark arts. From the circle, hundreds of spirits just pour out. Their phantom hands reach out, trying to drag Haneda and Kane into some death realm. They fight off the clingy spirits, quickly realizing Shijima's way more OP than they expected. Meanwhile, Shijima's just watching his spell do its work. Suddenly, he feels a presence behind him. It's Kanagi, launching a surprise gank. With totally effortless precision, Shijima Matrix dodges the attack, leaning away with ease. He smirks, calling Kanagi a total noob before chucking Jin's sigil plate right at his feet. The thing goes K.A. boom, but to Shijima's shock, Kanagi tanks the hit without a scratch. He counters with his Hadad's lightning skill, but it gets blocked. Shijima just channels his own dark mana to stop it. Despite deflecting the attack, Shijima is low-key impressed by Kanagi's skill choice. From inside the smoke, Suo sneaks up behind Shijima and pops his chrysanthemum spell, sending a whole barrage of sharp knives flying at him. Shijima is surprised, but he easily dodges by leaping into the air. While airborne, Suo uses another spell, revealing he totally knew Shijima wouldn't get taken out by such a low-tier skill. Smashing his weapon on the ground, Suo activates his Autumn's Fall ability, making the knives rain down from the sky. However, Shijima just smirks, calling it a shower of mere lights. He then morphs his hand into a blade and lunges at Suo, who blocks but gets sent skidding back. After getting stonewalled, Shijima realizes Suo is probably the S rank of their little squad. Meanwhile, Kan, standing off to the side, is thinking Shijima's power level is completely off the charts, like he's on a whole different tier from any enemy they've faced before. Shijima feels even more OP than the Academy founders. As Kanagi is processing this, he hears his teammates yelling from behind. He whips around, shocked to see Akane and Janeda getting wrecked by dark art skills. Managing to break free, both Akane and Janeda start charging straight for Shijima, who's still in a duel with Suo. As he faces them, Shijima casually summons 3 skeletal demons to handle Akane and Janeda, who are still rushing him. Janeda sees a summoned mob pop up and throws a kick, but to his surprise, it does 0 damage. The monsters' bodies are as tanky as those minotaurs they fought earlier. One of the skeletal demons plants itself in front of Kanagi, blocking his path. In the meantime, Suo and Shijima are still trading a crazy flurry of attacks. Shijima starts trash-talking Suo, claiming his little party members can't help him. But as soon as he says this, Suo lands a clean shot right on Shijima's shoulder, declaring he doesn't need any backup. He then points at Shijima, warning him to stay back, stating that the only thing he can trust is his own skill set. Wiping the blood from his wound, Shijima starts cackling like a total maniac, screaming that he doesn't need anyone either, and that he's going to devour them all. With that, he charges at Suo, who barely manages to parry the attack inches from his body. As Suo struggles to hold back Shijima's insane assault, he hears someone call him from behind. It's Kanagi. And he's charging straight for Shijima. Shijima is stunned to see him, since he'd literally sent a demon to keep him occupied, but when he glances back, he sees the others still fighting the mobs, while the one he sent after Kanagi is already sliced in half. While Shijima is still processing this, he gets rocked by a massive punch to the face from Kanagi, sending him sliding across the ground. Suo is also shook by the attack, and Kanagi suggests they party up to defeat Shijima. Suo is momentarily stunned, since Kanagi and Akane haven't even defeated their own opponents yet. But this guy already has, and now he's offering to help. But Suo's pride gets the better of him, and he flat out rejects Kanagi's offer, declaring he doesn't need anyone's help. He's more than enough to solo this guy. Kanagi is in disbelief. But before they can argue anymore, Shijima suddenly rushes them, unleashing his Magatsu's breath technique. A massive beam of pure demonic energy blasts toward them. Suo just barely parries it, but Kanagi gets sent flying like a ragdoll. His body slams into a tree from the sheer force of the blow, his vision blurring as his consciousness starts to fizzle out. And right as he's about to black out, he sees the spirit forms of Hinoki and the mage standing before him in his inner sanctum. Hinoki's like, "Yo, you got knocked out, so we pulled you into your soulscape." But even with his physical body screaming in agony, Kanagi forces himself to his feet, desperately begging them to send him back. He's got to get back in the fight, no matter what. But, before they can even answer, a deep, commanding voice echoes through the void, ordering him to stand down. Back in the real world, Suo is barely holding on against Shijima's relentless barrage of demonic arts. Shijima just smirks, praising Suo for having the same lone wolf mindset as him, not needing some weak sidekick to win his battles. With a twisted grin and a hunger to consume everything, Shijima focuses his corrupt mana into his next spell, striking with so much force that Suo's aura blade shatters into a million pieces. Stunned, but with insane reflexes, Suo instantly manifests another blade and lunges at Shijima, but the freak dodges it effortlessly, bending backward like he has no spine. Shijima looks like he's having the time of his life watching Suo struggle. Meanwhile, back in the soulscape, Kanagi's astral form is forced to watch the whole beatdown. Shijima's power level is on a whole other tier, Hinoki says grimly. "This is way out of your league, kid." The mage chimes in, and his mana control is terrifyingly precise. If he'd consumed more human life force here, he'd probably have already ranked up to a demon lord. She warns Kanagi, if that monster consumes your life essence too, he'll get a massive power-up and unleash total chaos on the world. She dismisses him finding the grimoire as just some random fluke. Then Hinoki steps up, telling Kanagi to let them possess his body so they can handle this S-rank threat themselves. But, to their absolute shock, Kanagi straight up refuses. He apologizes, but he's not backing down. He's like, "This isn't some training simulation. This is the real deal. I have to clear this dungeon boss myself, just like all the ones to come." With this insane new level of determination, he looks them dead in the eye and asks if they're on board. The mage starts to protest, but Hinoki just cuts her off, bursting out laughing. He tells Kanagi, "Well, kid, you've already beaten us." Placing a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, Hinoki reminds him of his vow to become stronger than even the legendary founders. With that, he tells Kanagi to go, use every skill he's unlocked, and do it his own way. This totally levels up Kanagi's confidence. With a look of pure resolve, he turns to the battlefield and tells the founders, "Watch me." Without a second of hesitation, he full-on sprints back to the battlefield where Shijima and Suo are still locked in a deathmatch. Suo is looking totally wrecked. Just as he opens his eyes, Shijima launches another attack, blasting him sky-high. And while he's mid-air, Shijima preps a finishing move to end it. But right as Suo braces for the final blow, someone snatches him out of the air. It's Kanagi, grabbing both Suo and his sword in a clutch mid-air save. Our boy yoinks Suo's sword, and, with a lightning-fast move, yeets him back to the ground, clear of Shijima's incoming mana beam. Suo hits the dirt hard, as Shijima switches targets to the airborne Kanagi. He unleashes another Magatsu breath attack, aimed right at our hero, but he's totally floored to see Kanagi calmly take up Hinoki's legendary one-handed sword stance. With laser-like focus, Kanagi slices right through Shijima's breath attack, cleaving the demonic energy in two, and with pinpoint precision, lops off Shijima's arm clean from his body. Shijima, completely stunned and horrified, is just speechless, like, What the heck just happened? Shaking with rage, he screams, "Who are you?" But Kanagi, with his face locked in an expression of pure, unshakable will, just coldly replies, "I'm the one who's going to surpass the founders." The mage, watching the fight from the soulscape, asks Hinoki if Kanagi can actually win against this warlock. Hinoki admits he's not sure yet, but he knows one thing: Kanagi's no idiot. He suspects Kanagi might have leveled up a new skill, or had some kind of awakening while he was passed out in the car. A huge grin spreads across Hinoki's face, as he wonders if it's a technique even he's never seen before. Suo's jaw drops, watching Kanagi move with such insane efficiency and flow. The dude's a totally different fighter. Just a few moments ago, he was all like, "I don't need your help." And now Kanagi's the only thing keeping him from getting totally wrecked. Meanwhile, Kanagi is just relentlessly hammering Shijima, forcing the guy to blink teleport away and counter with his dark art, grenade. A whole barrage of mana blasts homes in on Kanagi. He tries to juke him, but quickly realizes they're on tracking mode. Leaping into the air to evade, Kanagi sees the explosions are still hot on his tail. Then, it clicks, he remembers one of the founder's signature skills. Activating Aftershock, he slams his foot down to raise a massive stone wall, totally blocking the incoming barrage. Shijima's shook by Kanagi's quick-thinking tactics, but he recovers fast, spamming even more blasts his way. In response, Kanagi, like a total boss, just manipulates the shattered rock to form another shield. Seeing an opening, Kanagi skill chains two abilities to flash step right behind Shijima, but the guy just barely dodges at the last possible second. Shijima instantly counters with his Jin Plate Blast, slamming it right into Kanagi. Even though it's a direct hit, Kanagi somehow manages to tank most of the impact, using a floating rock as a launch pad. He propels himself down at Shijima, recalling the ancient techniques passed down by the founders. Shijima dodges again, but the sheer diversity of skills in Kanagi's arsenal leaves him completely stunned. The founders, spectating from the sidelines, are just as blown away by Kanagi's insane growth rate and non-stop pressure, but Shijima's not out of tricks yet. With a dark glint in his eye, he activates a forbidden art, using skeleton fusion to summon a towering bone monstrosity. This colossal beast looms over the battlefield, radiating a seriously powerful and malevolent aura. Shijima just smirks, declaring, "This is the end of the line for you." The giant skeleton swings its massive palm down at Kanagi while the founders scream at him to get out of there, but Kanagi doesn't even flinch. He just stares down the incoming attack, deep in thought, realizing that even going all out, his current power level isn't enough to beat Shijima. He gets it, now he needs something more, a breakthrough to shatter his current limits. He flashes back to his training with the mage, Yoki, and Kanagi recalls how to manifest the bright flame and Hinoki's one-handed sword style. He remembers Hinoki drilling him on the wave blade attack and its various forms. Drawing on both masters' teachings, Kanagi channels the bright flame into his hand while simultaneously infusing his sword with Hinoki's aura technique, transforming his weapon into a blazing blade of fire. The mage and Hinoki are watching in total shock. Kanagi just did the impossible. Holding his newly awakened weapon, Kanagi gets ready. The name of this new technique: Blazing Fire-Cutting Blade. Without a second of hesitation, he charges the skeletal beast, his new flame sword held high. As Shijima just stares in utter disbelief, recalling Hinoki's swordsmanship and the mage's spellcasting arts, Kanagi wanted to master more than just one or the other. With that insane determination, he successfully activated the blazing fire-cutting blade, completely engulfing his sword in flames. With one clean swing, he cleaves the skeleton from head to toe, and the attack slices right through Shijima, too. Everyone is floored by this insane feat of fusing two completely different skill types. The alchemist founder is especially stunned, calling Kanagi an irregular for his busted ability to modify and fuse any kind of skill. He never dreamed Kanagi could pull off a skill fusion so flawlessly, and suspects his growth potential is basically limitless. Then, poof, the alchemist just vanishes, leaving Hinoki totally confused. The mage, having overheard him, completely agrees, realizing they've seriously underestimated Kanagi's talent. Now she's got a knot in her stomach, wondering if it's really a good idea to nurture a monster like him. Still, Hinoki is totally hyped about Kanagi's power-up and can't wait to see how OP he'll become. As Kanagi touches back down on the ground, and completely drained, he's shocked to see Shijima, who was just sliced in two, starting to regenerate from his own blood. Livid, Shijima growls that if that attack had hit his head, he would have been a goner. Channeling a sinister dark aura, he forms a death ball, swearing he'll finish this himself. But just as he opens his mouth, Suo ganks him from behind with a critical hit. Shijima gets one-shotted, completely blindsided as his head goes flying. As his body slumps over, Suo snags Kanagi, who's been knocked out cold. Holding him, a memory fragment surfaces. His big brother once carried him just like this. It was a freezing night under some bridge. Snow everywhere. His bro swore he'd grind for some grub in the morning. As Suo was about to log off for the night, they heard some huge festival going on up on the bridge. All these normies partying while they were shivering, their HP and stamina bars totally empty. The flashback reminds Suo why he chose the solo player life. Shijima tried to mind game him, exploiting his loner debuff, but now, looking at Kanagi, he has an epiphany. He's not really a solo player anymore, and even if he was, he's got the stats to tank it. As he's processing this, the dimensional barrier around them starts to fracture. Ak and Janeda burst in, totally freaking out when they see Kanagi's HP bar looking empty. Once they confirm he's just hit with a stun status effect, Haneda notices the whole dimension is collapsing in on itself. She yells that they need to speedrun this exit, like, now. Then she asks, "Yo, what if the mana core goes critical and explodes outward?" Suo grips his sword, revealing that if that happens, it's a total party wipe, they'll all be insta-killed. Their only play is to unleash their ultimate skills and try to parry the shockwave. Suo's talking a big game, but low-key, he's not sure his party has enough mana left to pull it off. But it's do or die. As they brace themselves, Kanagi, still totally out of it, suddenly raises his sword as it starts glowing, channeling a crazy amount of aura. Suo is shook. Inside Kanagi's consciousness, Hinoki activates a hidden skill, basically puppeting his body. As the dimension shatters, everyone goes all out, dropping their signature moves. Hinoki executes his ultimate, the single-blade style, Heaven Cleaver. Outside the crumbling barrier, some dude with fiery red hair is sprinting towards the scene with his two party members. His guildmates warn him that the rift is about to blow. Suddenly, it erupts, and they're worried they totally missed the raid. But to their shock, a massive pillar of azure aura shoots into the heavens from Kanagi's artifact-grade sword. The red-haired guy just stares in awe. He recognizes that light as a transcendent sword art, executed with zero hesitation, pure mastery. His name is Sumik Kodo, the captain of the Fatebreaker Guild. Watching the light show, he wonders which S-ranker could have possibly pulled this off. A bit later, on a wyvern jet flying over Peru, Midori's on a mana call with Makoto, totally floored that the new F-rank rookie just soloed an unknown class Cataclysm. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Makoto's still on the line, facing down a rank 1 calamity, one that he says is on a whole other dimension from what they've faced before. Midori, instead of getting in the jet, is just chilling on the roof, smirking about how much the Fatebreaker squad has leveled up, even if he's not there to see the EXP gains himself. But his chill vibe gets wrecked when Makoto reveals that the MVP who cleared the event was none other than Kanagi. The same Kanagi who literally joined the guild 2 days ago. Shook, Makoto is desperately like, "For real, who is this guy? Is he a regressor or something?" Without skipping a beat, Midori declares, "No cap. Kanagi is the system breaker. He's the one who's gonna end this whole prophecy scenario." They'd been waiting for this protagonist to finally show up. The kid just had that main character energy, like he was the chosen one they'd all been hyping up. Makoto, high-key skeptical, wonders if their faith in the kid is justified, like, is he really the OP character they think he is? Instead of arguing, Midori just tells him to watch the highlight reel for himself. "Just peep the stats, bro." Changing the subject, Makoto begs Midori to teleport back as soon as possible. His DPS is desperately needed. Apparently, this boss is evenly matched with their party, and without him, it's turning into a real high-difficulty raid. Midori just chuckles, gives a quick "my bad," and refocuses. Just then, Rin patches in on the comms, her voice totally panicked, talking about some world-ending threat that's spawning right in front of them. It's a colossal world boss, a calamity-class threat, the final boss of the self-destruct plague, Isam the Dreadful. As the monstrous being aggroes and charges right at him, Midori tells Makoto to just hold the line a little longer, promising she's about to end this whole raid. Without a flicker of hesitation, she extends her hand and unleashes a devastating vortex of sacred wind. Just then, in some sterile hospital room, Kanagi's eyes snapped wide open. A shocked gasp escapes him as he bolts upright in bed. A nurse, seeing his sudden movement, rushes over to try and calm him down. She tells him he's finally woken up after being out for quite a while. Apparently, he's been knocked out in the anti-prophecy ward ever since that major op ended. Hearing this, Kanagi wonders if he just, blacked out from mana exhaustion or something. His sleep was so deep he couldn't even enter the astral plane to grind with the founders. Super weird. The nurse just assures him he's fine, though, pulling back the curtain and reminding him to hit the call button if he needs, anything. As the curtain slides open, Kanagi spots Suo sitting nearby, arms crossed, just silently staring him down. Seeing him, Kanagi's like, "Has this dude been watching me this whole time?" He also notices Inada and Akane are MIA. Curious, he asks where they are. and Suo reveals they're off grinding in the training grounds. They were super tilted about feeling like dead weight during the last throwdown. With a sigh, Suo calmly admits that Kanagi's power was, without a doubt, totally overwhelming. Hearing a compliment from a guy like Suo totally floors our boy, but before he can even process it, Suo is on his feet, aggressively demanding to know who he really times is. In less than 2 days since he transferred in, Kanagi has already taken down a rank 3 boss and a potential rank 1 disaster. He did it using some insane fusion magic that Suo's never even heard of. Pushing the question again, Suo demands to know Kanagi's real identity and how he can get that OP himself. Just as Suo is pressing for answers, Makoto suddenly shows up, asking if Kanagi is the guy he's looking for. Kanagi confirms he is, but Suo is completely thrown by his older brother's sudden appearance. Makoto just strolls past Suo without even giving him a second look. Kanagi, a little skeptical, asks if he's actually Suo's older brother. The second the words leave his mouth, Makoto suddenly unsheathes his sword, swinging it just inches from everyone in the room. Both Suo and Kanagi are totally caught off guard. Dodging the attack, Kanagi wonders if this is some kind of pop quiz, while a surprised Makoto marvels at how a mere trainee managed to dodge his strike. Makoto confirms it was indeed a test, and that Kanagi passed. Without missing a beat, he introduces himself as squad captain, Makoto Suo. The revelation hits Kanagi like a ton of bricks. So, Makoto really is Suo's older brother. After a beat, Makoto announces that because of Kanagi's insane performance against the rank 1 disaster, he's being temporarily assigned to his squad. The announcement leaves Kanagi stunned, but Suo is even more shook. A flash of jealousy crosses his face. Even though he's Makoto's own brother, he's not even allowed to join his elite squad. Wasting no time, Makoto orders Kanagi to follow him for a briefing. In the background, Suo clenches his fist in frustration, so tight that his knuckles start to bleed. Meanwhile, over in the training grounds, the duo from the anti-prophecy unit is grinding hard. Akane is going all out with multiple weapons while Hinata focuses on parrying her attacks. But no matter how hard they go, they know catching up to Kanagi's power level is basically impossible. As they keep sparring, Midori suddenly pops in, announcing he's back with chocolates straight from Peru. But to his surprise, they totally ignore the sweets and rush over to him, eagerly asking how long he's staying in Japan. When Midori reveals he's here for a week, the duo immediately insists on training under him for the entire time. They refuse to let Kanagi just leave them in the dust. Surprised, Midori wasn't expecting them to be so fired up. He agrees to train them, but then asks about Suo, wondering if he wants in, too. Right on cue, Suo shows up with a look of pure determination, confirming he's joining the training session. Meanwhile, back in the hallway, Kanagi struggles to keep up with Makoto's brisk pace as he leads the way. And back in the training hall, the group is shocked to see Suo looking so dead set on joining them. Suo drops a bombshell that Kanagi got scouted by his older brother to temporarily join his squad. This revelation totally floors the duo, making them realize just how much Kanagi has leveled up. Getting a personal invite from Makoto is a huge deal, but Suo sees this as a sign of his own weak stats compared to Kanagi, believing he has to grind even harder. Meanwhile, out in the hall, a super curious Kanagi asks Makoto about the briefing. Makoto reveals it's for their next quest, and they're deploying at dawn. As they're walking, Makoto suddenly stops and asks if Kanagi is tight with his little brother. Remembering their last battle together when Suo lent him his blade, Kanagi enthusiastically confirms they're practically party members. Though Makoto plays it cool, he's low-key worried about his brother, but he'd never let it show. This has led Suo to totally misread the situation, thinking his brother hates him and doesn't care at all. The truth is, when Makoto visited before, he wasn't ghosting Suo. He just couldn't stand to see his battle wounds. However, this massive misunderstanding made Suo believe his brother was straight up dissing him, fueling his determination to risk his life and power level like crazy just to get on Makoto's radar. On the flip side, Makoto doesn't want Suo to get stronger, he just wants him to be safe. This deep, angsty misunderstanding is what drives Suo's resolve to surpass Kanagi, thinking it's the only way his brother will finally acknowledge him. One day, he hopes to take down Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi, still curious, keeps bugging Makoto, who finally cracks and admits he really does care about his little bro. Kanagi finds this super wholesome. Back in the training area, as Suo is debriefing the crew on everything, even though Suo talks a big game about surpassing his brother and proving his worth, he still deeply respects him. Continuing his sparring session with Hinata, Akane comments that at the end of the day, Suo is just thirsty for his brother's attention. Hinata finds this touching, but Akane's words trigger a debuff in Suo, totally enraging him. Meanwhile, at the briefing, Kanagi gets the rundown on the squad's 3 core tenets. First, be fast as lightning. Second, maintain a constant offensive barrage. Third, overcome your own weaknesses. Within the entire counter-force division, Makoto's squad is considered S tier in terms of pure combat ability. The squad operates with a minimum of 7 members, designed to be a small but totally OP elite force. Their main targets are rank 1 threats and higher. Aboard the chopper, as Makoto's squad is being escorted to the mission zone, a squad member named Hikaru casually remarks that 90% of the team's power level comes from their captain, while the rest are just support characters. Since Kanagi's just a temp, he's not really expected to do much. However, while Jacaro is explaining all this, Kanagi is completely zoned out, glued to his phone. Jakaru calls him out on it, which leads to Kanagi apologizing, explaining he needs to ping his friends. A confused Jakaru asks what he means by ping. Kanagi's trying to hit up the other members of the Anti-Prophecy Guild, since the founders won't stop blowing up his DMs about it. As the group is grinding, they get his message, and reading it shocks everyone, especially Suo, who's wondering what the heck Kanagi is thinking sending it. They immediately show it to Midori, who discovers the message contains 3 separate training guides, each one custom-tailored for a different person. The detailed walkthrough on how to get stronger seriously impresses Midori. With a smirk, she holds out her hand and asks if they're going to accept the quest or back down. Seeing it as a challenge, they all accept, especially Suo, who's furious that Kanagi basically just rubbed salt in his wounds. Back on the transport, Jakaru informs Kanagi they've reached the drop zone. Wiping the window, Kanagi is stunned to see a vast, snowy mountain range with enormous crystal spires jutting out of the ground. Their mission is to take on a rank 1 prophecy, the Frozen Earth. This disaster-class event threatens to freeze the entire planet, as the affected zones are expanding at an alarming rate. If it's not stopped, the whole Earth could be consumed, leading to a total party wipe for humanity. This phenomenon is spawning simultaneously in 17 different locations across various countries, many of them in urban areas, which only makes the crisis a nightmare-level raid. Vice Captain Akashi lays out the mission specs for the squad, stressing that they're on the clock since intel says this frost curse is spreading way faster than projected. As mission lead, Makoto gives the order for the squad to bail out of the chopper's rear hatch, since the bird can't safely push any further. Before they jump, he reminds them of the prime directive: no civilian casualties. To get everyone's mana pumping, he has them shout the 3 squad tenets, and they roar them back in perfect sync. Standing at the ramp, Kanagi flashes back to his last throwdown, where he had to lean on Hinoki to clutch it in the end. Determined to level up on this temp mission, he sees this as a prime chance to absorb some skills from the other operators. As everyone dives from the chopper, Kanagi makes a new resolve to clear this mission solo. This is his first ever rank 1 prophecy. At 10:17 a.m., they all touch down safely. The air is straight up glacial, and despite being an awakener, Jaru's already catching a chill, wondering how the temp is bypassing his natural resistance. Kashi explains the ambient mana is way colder than the intel suggested, which is probably why it's hitting so hard. She also tells the squad the AO is massive and suggests setting up a base camp at the halfway point. Hearing this, Makoto's gears start turning, but he keeps his strategy to himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi asks Jakaru if the Frozen Earth prophecy is recorded in any of the ancient tomes. Jakaru shuts him down, revealing the anti-prophecy unit divined it using their own unique abilities. While tons of prophecies exist, this is the first time a member has successfully pinpointed a rank 1 event. That's why Makoto's squad got tapped for this mission. The threat level is off the charts. Kanagi's question gets answered, but Kashi clocks that he's looking a little jittery. She reassures him that being on edge is better than being complacent, but he can't let it become a debuff. Yeru claps a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, echoing Kashi's words, and reminding him he's rolling with the top-tier squad in the entire anti-prophecy unit. Kashi immediately yells at Yeru for being way too chill, which makes Jakaru instantly apologize for some reason. Then, all of a sudden, Jakaru throws up a hand, reporting his mana sensor is pinging hostiles at the 2 o'clock position, about 200 meters out. Kashi acknowledges the report and just blips out of existence, only to reappear moments later. She confirms she did a quick scout ahead and spotted 30 monsters with an estimated rank of SSS+. These things are from the Tai's tribe, some kind of ice gargoyle variant. Hearing this, Makoto immediately orders his unit to engage and annihilate the enemy. The squad charges the incoming mobs with insane coordination. Their teamwork and situational awareness are on another level, leaving Kanagi totally floored. They operate on a completely different wavelength than Academy cadets, making him realize these are true elite warriors, way above the regular rank and file. Itching to jump into the fray, Kanagi asks for permission, which Makoto grants, dismissing the enemies as nothing but S+ rank fodder. With the go-ahead, Kanagi dashes forward and slams a kick into a monster's head. However, to his shock, the creature explodes, sending icy shrapnel flying in all directions. Kashi, deftly dodging a flashy attack from another monster, shouts a warning that some seriously OP monsters are mixed in with the grunts. Meanwhile, Kanagi ignites his fire cutter blade and completely obliterates a monster with a blazing sword art, sending it flying. Witnessing this, Yeru is stunned that a rookie like Kanagi could use a rage-type sword skill. Kashi is seriously impressed, while Makoto, with just a few flicks of his short sword, effortlessly carves through the remaining monsters. He also clocks Kanagi's flame sword, and realizes the blue flash of mana he saw earlier must have been from that artifact. With the mobs cleared, the squad sets up a makeshift camp in the mountains and starts to chow down. During the meal, Kashi asks Jakaru what else his sensor picked up. Yeru reports no boss-level mana signatures within a 10-kilometer radius. Hearing that, Kashi lets out a sigh of relief, confirming they're clear to camp for the night. But then she wonders where Kanagi and the captain disappeared to. Elsewhere, Kanagi sits by his own campfire, trying to fuse his spells together just like he did before. But, just as he's deep in his mana circulation, the captain pops up out of nowhere and calls him out for grinding so hard. Totally caught off guard, Kanagi nearly jumps out of his skin. He can't believe Captain Makoto used his stealth skills to sneak up on him like that. After Kanagi's heart rate returns to normal, Makoto plops down next to him and asks if this is his first real field mission and if he's finding the grind tough. Kanagi, trying to look like a seasoned hunter, insists he's all good, but then Makoto just casually drops that he wants to go home and get a smoke in, totally blowing Kanagi's mind. He never pegged the S-rank captain as the type to talk about lighting up, but then, to Kanagi's total shock, Makoto admits he's desperate to go home and smoke his cat. Confused and alarmed, Kanagi totally misreads the situation, thinking the captain's talking about some weird alchemical substance. He immediately asks him about this cat, and Makoto, leaning in way too close for comfort, whips out his phone and shows him a picture. Kanagi asks for the familiar's name, and Makoto reveals it's Oribe. As Kanagi checks out the pic, he notices the cat has the killer aura of a mini dungeon boss. But he asks if Makoto actually misses him. Shockingly, Makoto's like, "Nah, Oribe is a total chaotic evil entity, always debuffing my gear with his claws, casting vomit spells all over the place, and is basically a nightmare-tier familiar." But even with all that, Makoto admits the little monster is still kinda cute, just like his little brother, Suo. Kanagi thinks it's super weird hearing the stoic captain talk this way, but he listens as the captain, with this hopeful tone, says he wishes he could just chill and talk with Suo like this someday. Kanagi, being an only child, admits he totally can't relate, but he offers up a pro tip. Maybe Makoto should try treating Suo the same way he treats his cat. When he hears this, a smile cracks across Makoto's face and he agrees. Then he pulls up some vids on his phone, completely breaking Kanagi's brain with footage of the captain baby-talking his cat. Amused, Makoto asks if that's really an acceptable way for a high-ranker to act. Then, with a surprisingly gentle look, he asks Kanagi if he's down to spar for a bit. Internally, Kanagi is screaming a hard no, but before he can even open his mouth, Kashi shows up looking for them. She tells them to get back to the base camp, reminding them they've got to move out at dawn. Makoto agrees without a single complaint. That night, however, Makoto and his squad are completely clueless about a mysterious figure who's just entered the Frostfell expanse. This person is dressed super casually, like they're headed for the beach, not a high-level ice zone, and is pushing deeper into the frozen wasteland. When confronted, they claim to be on a quest to fulfill the land's prophecy. Holding a small tome in their hand, they declare it's a critical quest. This is a lone awakened, heading for the very same mountain as Makoto's squad. Meanwhile, back at the camp, as Kanagi sleeps, he enters a dreamscape to train with the founders. Today's lesson is archery, specifically designed to hone his mana focus. He's practicing with a heavy warbow under Margit's instruction. Seeing the sweat pouring down Kanagi's face, Margit asks if he's feeling the strain of maintaining his focus. As they train, Shinoki starts whining loud enough for everyone to hear about why it isn't a swordsmanship training day, but the mage quickly shuts him down, reminding him he had his turn yesterday. Despite all the racket, Margit is impressed, noting that Kanagi's ability to maintain focus has seriously leveled up since his first session. Kanagi explains that he's currently on a quest with an incredible squad, which is pushing him to go all out. Locking his focus on the target, he lets the arrow fly, scoring a perfect critical hit right on the bullseye. Margit is stunned by his precision as Kanagi collapses to the ground, sighing in relief. She tells him to burn that feeling into his memory and calls the training session for the day. Realizing the official session is over, Hinoki gets hyped, instantly unsheathing his blade and demanding Kanagi get on his feet for some real sword training. But just as they're about to clash, Kanagi is suddenly yanked out of his dreamscape and back to reality by his squad, as it's time to continue the quest. Before they move out, Makoto gathers the party for a briefing, declaring that today is the day they take down the prophesied boss mob. As they push deeper, they run into more mobs this time, a whole flock of azure mana beasts. While the party charges at them, the higher-ups back at Kannagi are talking about how this quest should be a total cakewalk, given the party's power levels. However, the old mage notices one of the founding members seems on edge, sensing the mana flow from this fight is all wrong. After a brutal grind, the party finally clears out the mobs blocking their path. Makoto then orders Jikuru to scout ahead. Jikuru reports that about 2,000 meters from their position, there's likely a high-tier dungeon boss, and it's aggroed on them, heading straight their way. Then he drops the bomb that the monster will be on them in just 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, a towering figure known as the unknown goddess Kalamitas appears before them with a totally unhinged and manic expression. Her aura is on a completely different level from any mob they've farmed before. Makoto immediately orders his party to attack, and they all charge the boss with perfect raid party coordination. Jikuru uses his binding skill to lock the creature down while Kashi unloads on it from every angle. However, to their shock, their attacks don't even leave a scratch. The boss's HP bar remains completely full despite their well-executed combo. Just as the boss is about to unleash a counter skill, it suddenly senses a massive mana signature dropping in from above. It's Kannagi, descending with a powerful sword art, remembering what Jinoki taught him about executing a vertical cleave. He unleashes his ultimate skill, ready to pour all his power into one strike. Combining his mana, Kannagi attacks with his signature Firewall Blade, blasting a wave of fire toward the boss. However, to his absolute astonishment, it has zero effect. The boss counters instantly, swinging its own blade, and sending Kannagi slamming into the ground. Hearing the insane impact, Jikuru momentarily thinks Kannagi's HP just hit zero. However, Kannagi is still alive, having landed on an ice crystal that cushioned his fall. Meanwhile, Kashi, still in the fight, finally understands why this boss is considered a #1 threat. She looks over at Makoto. It's up to him to clutch this now. Makoto unsheathes his blade, and as he does, Jikuru instantly binds Kannagi and yanks him out of the combat zone, claiming that if they interfere, they'll just be dead weight for their captain. As they retreat, the boss unleashes its full power on Makoto. The sheer force of the attack creates a massive shockwave, making Kannagi panic for Makoto's safety. However, to his utter amazement, Makoto parries the attack just inches from hitting him. The boss strikes again, and once more, Makoto blocks it without even breaking a sweat. Without hesitation, he counters with a devastating slash, severing one of the boss's arms. Seeing this, Hinoki is beyond impressed, exclaiming that he wants to pull off a move like that, too. However, Kannagi, getting more and more worried, flat out refuses to let Hinoki take control of his body. Meanwhile, standing before the wounded boss, Makoto calmly declares that he had wanted his party to gain some experience grinding against a boss of this tier, but now, he's just going to finish it himself. Hearing this, his team quickly deploys a barrier around themselves for protection. As soon as the barrier is up, Makoto channels his red dragon skill into his sword, unleashing scorching flames everywhere. He then combines it with crimson light, sending a massive inferno directly at the boss that obliterates nearly half its body. Kannagi, witnessing this, is completely thunderstruck. Makoto used a fire sword technique similar to his own, but it was insanely more overpowered. Without that protective barrier, their whole party would have been turned to ash. Kannagi quietly apologizes to the boss, saying it was their duty to protect the world. Then, out of nowhere, Maya starts meowing like a cat, flooding everyone with an unbearable wave of secondhand embarrassment. Watching the battle up close, Kannagi realizes that Makoto's technique is on a whole other plane compared to Hinoki's. His skills are truly in another league. Awestruck, Kannagi now desperately wants to learn from him. Meanwhile, Makoto lands a final follow-up strike, slicing the boss completely in half. However, in an instant, a flash of light rips across the battlefield. Makoto's arm is suddenly severed. In total disbelief, he turns to see a gaping hole blown straight through Jaru. Kannagi looks on in horror as he realizes what's happening. One by one, his party members are torn to shreds, their blood staining the dungeon floor. They all get wiped out right before his eyes. Kannagi watches as Jikuru's body hits the ground. Kannagi rushes to back him up, but with his last bit of mana, Jikaru shoves him clear. Stumbling back, Kannagi can only watch, totally shook, as the squadmates he was just raiding with get wiped out before his eyes. On the brink of logging out for good, Jikaru is crushed. His detection skill totally failed to ping the attack, leading to this epic party wipe. As he goes down, he mutters an apology to his captain, hoping the rest of the party at least got a bead on where that spell came from. Kasash managed to stay out of the blast zone, but several other cadets are pierced by the same beam of pure energy. Makoto, clutching the stump where his arm used to be, yells for his squad to use the terrain for cover, calling it out as an active skill. Without a second thought, they all scatter, booking it for their lives. While falling back, Kashi shouts at a downed teammate, urging him to get up and move. The guy hesitates though, his eyes locked on their captain, whose HP has to be in the red right now. That beam skill that took Makoto's arm has some serious anti-barrier properties. It just annihilates anything it touches. Suddenly, another one of those death rays locks onto Makoto, but he just barely dodges it with an aerial evasion. Kashi watches in total dread as the boss monster unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, all while its regeneration skill is kicking into overdrive. Realizing they have to take down this dungeon boss with one decisive ultimate skill, he turns to Kanagi, only to find him on his knees, completely frozen by the shock of it all. Kanagi stares at the bodies of his fallen party members, his voice barely a whisper, as he begs the founder, Valentine, asking if she has a resurrection spell. But with a pained look, Valentine has to break it to him. Her abilities don't include bringing back the dead. Kanagi is silent for a moment, processing the grim reality. Then he takes a deep breath, calling out to all the founders, admitting that even though he wanted to solo this whole quest, he realizes now he might need to borrow their power one more time. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinoki steps forward and syncs up, taking control of his body. Meanwhile, Makoto is in full-on battle analyst mode, breaking down the attack and realizing it completely bypassed Jakeru's detection skill. Since Jakeru's mana sense only pings threats within a 3-kilometer radius, the spell must have been cast from way outside that range. That one shot didn't just one-shot Jakeru, it also took Makoto's arm clean off, which is all the proof he needs that this hidden enemy is at least on his power level. Determined not to let his fallen comrade's sacrifice be for nothing, Makoto pushes past his limits, activating a power-up that's way beyond his normal output. He focuses his aura, using his heightened senses to pinpoint a location over 3 kilometers away, even with all the terrain and magical interference hiding the enemy. Gripping his blade, he remembers everyone who fell today. Their deaths are now fueling his battle spirit. With unshakable resolve, Makoto imbues his sword with a crimson aura and unleashes a devastating fire-type ultimate. The searing inferno rips through the battlefield, annihilating everything in its path until it finally reveals the caster of that killer spell. It's the same dude who showed up solo in casual clothes. He's actually impressed that Makoto managed to track his signature after that attack, saying it's just what you'd expect from the captain of the strongest guild. Makoto, however, is totally floored. His ultimate attack was completely nullified by this guy. The kid then claims that if Makoto still had his left arm, that last attack would have actually been a critical hit. He's using a dark element spell to channel shadowy orbs around him. As he strolls toward Makoto, he casually flicks one of the orbs, aiming for a kill shot. In response, Makoto brandishes his sword, instantly conjuring an ice barrier, then immediately counters by using a flash step to appear behind the kid, slashing at his neck. But before Makoto can even process the hit, that same OP beam skill strikes again, tearing a chunk right out of his torso. The kid is completely unscathed, calmly stating he totally predicted Makoto's move. He adds, however, that Makoto is the one whose health bar is about to hit 0. That comment triggers Makoto's rage buff. With what little mana he has left, he lunges forward, swinging his blade with everything he's got. But the guy dodges it like it's nothing and counters with a powerful kick, aiming it right at Makoto's open wound to apply a bleed debuff. Makoto's one step ahead though. Seizing the opening, he smacks him with the flat of his blade, sending the kid crashing into the ground. As Makoto watches him get up, he starts to wonder why the kid stopped spamming that beam skill after just a few shots. Despite how brokenly powerful it is, it looks like it has a serious cooldown or a massive mana cost. The truth finally clicks. This dude can't spam his spell continuously. Their mana pools are basically on the same level. After getting blasted, the guy sticks the landing, confirming Makoto's theory, but he's quick to point out they're not on equal footing. Makoto is rocking a massive debuff. He's literally missing an arm, and half his torso is just gone. Still, our boy Makoto refuses to accept the disadvantage status effect. He recalls the 3 core tenets of the Makoto squad, drawing power from them. His resolve stat skyrockets as he preps to grind this out till his last HP. With an unbreakable will, he channels some serious lightning and fire-type mana, searing his own wounds shut to stop the continuous bleed damage. As he does, he roars out the squad's 3rd rule across the battlefield. Break your limits. With those words, he unleashes a crimson burst. The enemy's eyes narrow. He realizes Makoto is burning his own life force to amp up his power level. In response, he mirrors the move, fueling his shadow magic with his own essence. Makoto, channeling the will of his fallen party members, death stares his opponent. His voice echoes across the field, warning him not to underestimate his crew. Meanwhile, back in the support line, as Kanagi begs his patrons for a power-up, his hair goes full-on white as Hinok's consciousness takes over. The other squad members who are still kicking get totally stonewalled by the boss lady, who's standing there casually regenerating her arms. Kashi sees this and starts to panic, realizing she can't solo this boss. She yells for Kanagi, who's still kneeling in the back. To her, it looks like his fighting spirit totally fizzled out after watching his party get wiped. It makes sense. He was just a normie who recently joined the guild. But, to her absolute shock, Kanagi gets back on his feet. In a blinding flash step, he blitzes forward and lands a devastating, totally OP kick on the boss, sending her flying like a ragdoll. Across the battlefield, Makoto and his opponent are still in a brutal exchange, trading blows like S-rankers. Makoto, wielding just a broken piece of his sword, unleashes a crimson arc of aura. The opponent barely dodges with a lean back. Even though he evaded it, something feels off. This is getting way tougher. Makoto's flames, which should have been nullified by his shadow magic, just reignite and tag him again. On top of that, there's a cap on how much he can manually control his darkness, and he's about to hit that ceiling. Realizing this, he fires off a volley of shadow orbs at Makoto, but Makoto jukes them with insane agility, using the opening to dash in and cleanly sever his opponent's arm. And just like that, the tables have turned. But despite losing an arm, the opponent leaps forward and slams his knee right into Makoto's already wrecked arm. Makoto hits the deck, reeling from the pain, as his opponent slowly closes in. Looking down, he claims that losing one arm is chump change. After all, Makoto's still got a gaping hole in his gut. Then he drops a chilling reveal. He'd already read Makoto's entire playbook. From the very first exchange, he knew Makoto would go for close quarters combat. He gives props to Makoto's strength, admitting he always makes the optimal play and never wastes a single second. However, he also points out Makoto's one fatal flaw: he's way too predictable. That, he declares, is the exact reason Makoto's gonna lose. Reaching into his satchel, he pulls out a book. Holding it up, he claims Makoto's defeat is already written in these pages. Makoto's eyes go wide with shock as he recognizes the legendary artifact. The Book of Fate. The opponent opens the book, dropping a massive lore bomb. The guy claims that if an organization exists to stop prophecies, it's only natural another one exists to make them happen. Makoto is absolutely floored. He never knew a guild like that was even a thing. The opponent then makes his final reveal. He's one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He introduces himself as the 12th apostle of darkness, the one destined to see the prophecy through. Makoto, still not buying it, questions why he's so obsessed with this whole world-ending quest. The opponent, flipping through the book's pages, just smirks and asks if spilling the tea will earn him a pardon. Makoto is totally triggered by the taunt. Without a second thought, he swings his broken blade with everything he's got, nearly taking the guy's shoulder clean off. Makoto is sure he can clutch this fight, since his opponent is running on fumes, totally out of mana, and his body is hitting its physical limit. Makoto activates his ultimate skill, the Red Dragon form, totally convinced he's about to clutch the win. On the other hand, the dude with his shoulder practically hanging by a thread is still standing, declaring it's game over for Makoto. With that, he whips out a potion and chugs it, unleashing a massive flash of light. The light engulfs Makoto, and suddenly, from inside that glow, a juiced-up fist slams right into Makoto's face, sending him cratering into the ground. As the dust settles, Makoto is just shook, seeing that all the DPS he dished out has been completely nullified, and his opponent is back at full HP. The guy boasts that the potion he used was a high-tier artifact that granted him a full-on regeneration buff. With one arm, Makoto unleashes his Scarlet Lightblade skill again, sending a sword wave right at the dude. However, the guy just swats it away with his shadow orbs and fires back with a whole barrage of attacks. Makoto's mind is blown that artifact is supposed to be an S-rank, nationally controlled item. Some low-tier guild shouldn't even be able to get their hands on one. The villain just cheap-shots Makoto, kicking him right in his gut wound, sending him to the dirt, where it looks like he's about to be logged out for good. Seeing Makoto down, the villain lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he's finally cleared the boss fight. Meanwhile, Makoto, getting that classic protagonist flashback of his childhood and his nakama, tries to reach for his blade. He even remembers Kanagi's weird advice about treating his brother like a cat, which actually makes him crack a smile through all the blood. With his resolve stat maxed out, he grabs his sword, but just as he's about to swing, a beam of dark mana zaps him, completely severing the hand holding his sword. The villain, all smug, tells Makoto good game. However, right as he's about to land the finishing blow, someone shatters the crystal barrier behind him. It's Kanagi, backed by the entire squad of founders, and they look ready to absolutely demolish the dude who made their disciple cry. Makoto senses Kanagi's presence, and at first, he's kinda worried, but he quickly realizes this isn't just Kanagi, his whole aura is on another level. The villain notices the insane mana signature radiating from Kanagi too. The kid in front of him is no longer some F-rank fodder, but a being who's about to clap back, hard. Getting nervous, the villain warns Kanagi not to move, threatening to finish off Makoto if he takes another step. But while he's still running his mouth, his arm just gets yeeted from his body in a flash. The dude is in total shock, unable to even process how it happened that fast. Meanwhile, Kanagi just casually swung his sword from a distance, the sheer force of the skill shot actually dulling his own blade. The founders are bug-eyed, totally shocked that the blade's durability dropped to 0 after just one swing. The alchemist founder steps up, transmuting a whole arsenal of weapons for Kanagi to use. With pure vengeance in his eyes, Kanagi orders every founder to unleash hell on this clown. Meanwhile, the villain's arm completely regenerates, which totally stuns Hinoki. The mage founder explains it's reversion, a passive skill she didn't expect a modern Awakened to have in their kit. She figures the artifact he used is giving him a continuous healing buff until its duration runs out. As she's breaking it down, Kanagi lets loose an arrow that nails the guy right in the dome. The dude totally didn't see it coming, but he just insta-heals the wound. Seeing this, one of the founders asks the mage how they're supposed to put this guy down for good. She reveals they just have to keep killing him until he runs out of lives. The villain casts his shadow spell, while Kanagi starts charging up another arrow. When Kanagi releases the arrow, the shadow spell tries to intercept it, but the shot just pierces right through, hitting the dude in the chest and head for a double tap. The archer founder scoffs at the villain, asking if he really thought some low-level spell could block his god-tier arrows. The guy regenerates his wounds again, and counters with a storm of dark orbs. Kanagi, using the founder's evasion skills, effortlessly dodges the AoE attack, and closes the distance, planting a kick right in the guy's face. He then grabs the guy's hand, and delivers a brutal palm strike to his face. One of the founders points out that the dude can't use his annihilation beam attack if his vision is blocked by his own spammy orbs, which totally gives them the upper hand. This makes dodging his attacks way easier, letting Kanagi land a powerful blow to the guy's gut that sends him smashing into the pavement. The founders are starting to wonder how many times they'll have to watch this same mob respawn. Meanwhile, Kanagi walks over to Makoto, who, in his beaten-up state, can barely ask if it's really him. Kanagi shuts that down, explaining the founders are basically possessing him, channeling their power like heroic spirits. Tapping into Valentine's preservation class healing magic, Kanagi starts mending Makoto's shattered arms. Mid-chant, he reveals they're on a time crunch and gotta move. As Makoto watches Kanagi get ready to bounce, Makoto gets it, the founders are totally piloting the Kanagi mech now. A few yards away, the villain staggers to his feet, absolutely shook that his spells were getting dodged and parried like they were nothing. Before the dude can even process it, Kanagi blitzes him with a spear, straight through the heart. The guy gets absolutely no diff, just mercilessly wrecked, dying over and over with 0 cooldown time. One of the founders asks the mage if impaling his core with the spear will debuff his regeneration skill, but nope, the spear just phases right through him as his body starts stitching itself back together. Just as the guy's health bar starts to refill, Kanagi drops a massive axe kick from above, slamming him back into a crater. Kanagi's just thinking out loud like, if we totally atomize this dude, which part of him respawns first? The dude starts regenerating from a single hand, but by the time his body's fully rendered, he's gasping for air, his mana totally drained. He's getting absolutely farmed, but refuses to get clapped by some kid. He decides to gank Makoto and dip, but when he charges, Kanagi's already there, guarding him like a final boss. With a totally unhinged grin, Kanagi just says, "Too slow, bro." Then Hinoki takes the driver's seat in Kanagi's body, unleashing his short sword style and dicing the villain into a million pieces. Even though the dude gets obliterated, he's not afraid of the respawn screen, as he thinks he's just fulfilling some ancient prophecy. But his resolve starts to crack when faced with a raid boss as terrifying as Kanagi. As the guy's pixels reassemble once more, he tries to hype himself up, remembering his main quest is to fulfill the prophecy, refusing to let the fear debuff get to him. He fumbles in his inventory for another artifact, but before he can even equip it, Kanagi just lops off his arm. The artifact spills onto the ground, erupting into a powerful golden cage around Kanagi, called the Cage of Time Sands. The regeneration buff on the villain instantly fizzles out, and he can't regrow his arm. Totally relieved, the guy thinks he clutched it at the last second. The founders spot the cage and start to panic, wondering what their next move is, since the villain's health is almost back to full. The dude, standing safely outside the cage, gloats that not even his own dark magic can break it, so there's no way Kanagi can gank him from inside. Looking all twitchy, He announces he's about to peace out. But before he can even finish his villain monologue, Hinoki shouts at him to watch this. All of a sudden, Guy feels this insane pressure, this massive aura behind him. He whips around to see Makoto, standing on his own 2 feet, his wounds still healing. So how did Makoto get so ridiculously OP? Well, it all goes back to his trainee days when he was grinding with the GOAT, Midori. Even Midori, a master-tier swordswoman, lost to Makoto in a spar, which made her suggest that he needed to find a grandmaster to keep leveling up his skills. Taking advice from the world's strongest awakened, Makoto went on a quest to become a disciple to only the S-rank masters. But he literally speedran every master he found. Whether they taught swordsmanship, spellcasting, or agility, every single one rage quit on him in less than a month. One of the masters finally recommended him to the strongest sword saint they knew at the time, Hinoki, and his younger sister, Chick, and Chick became Makoto's final master. He basically grinded in her dojo for about 3 years. One day, during a training session with Ichika, Makoto asked about a legendary sword art mentioned in a skill book called Indomitable. Even Ichika couldn't figure out the mechanics of the technique, saying it was a unique skill that only Inoki, the founder, could ever use. Makoto thought that was totally epic, since he'd already read the skill's description in the book. But then, Ichik soon realized she had no more skills to teach Makoto, since he'd already maxed out Hinoki's one-handed sword style. Makoto was hungry to get even more OP, but Ichik had no idea how he could break through to the next level. She compared him to a sealed bud, saying that even with all his grinding, unlocking his full potential in this lifetime would be a long shot. She hoped that someday, a stronger swordmaster would appear to guide him. Back in the present, Makoto realizes that moment is happening right now, right in front of him. He's seeing Kanagi use sword arts he didn't even know were in the game. According to Ichika, a drop like this was a once-in-a-lifetime S-rank opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Thanking Ichik in his heart, Makoto started channeling his aura to reattach his severed arms. Seeing this, the founding members were totally confused about what Kanagi was trying to pull. He was also stressing about his captain, who was stuck outside the mana cage with the enemy. Makoto's power level began to flare, perfectly matching Kanagi's own aura. Meanwhile, deep inside the anti-prophecy faction's training grounds, Midori, who was sparring with Suo, felt an insane surge of power. Suddenly, a massive blast rocked the area, and as the dust settled, they were shook to see a huge hole blown through the wall, and Midori was just gone. Back on the battlefield, the Shadow Freak was bugging out, unable to believe Makoto could pull off such a feat in his trashed condition. Was he really about to get clapped? Witnessing this, Hinoki explained to Kanagi that people are like flowers, only blooming to their true potential when they reach their absolute peak, whether through physical power, a spiritual awakening, or by mastering an ultimate technique. For Makoto, this was his moment of full bloom. Hinoki, standing right behind Kanagi, told him to burn this sight into his very core. It finally clicked for Kanagi. He understood what Hinoki was trying to say. Like a flower in its final, most brilliant bloom, Makoto raised his arms as if holding a phantom blade and, with unbreakable determination, managed to unleash the lost art of the indomitable Hinoki one-handed sword style. The same legendary technique he'd only read about in the scrolls. Even though the dude's darkness defenses were perfectly cast, his body was cleaved in two without Makoto even wielding a physical sword. The guy wondered if this was the time and place where he'd get his game over. As his body crumbled to dust, Hinoki praised Makoto for manifesting a blade that existed only in his mind. Meanwhile, Makoto, though dazed from the massive mana drain, felt that he'd finally become the swordmaster he always aspired to be. He considered it a true blessing to have shared his time with his family, friends, his squad, and his subordinates. Every single experience had leveled him up. Even if this was his final chapter, he thought of his little brother and his cat, asking for their forgiveness in his heart. Just as he was about to black out, he saw Kanagi approaching, holding out a hand with a smile. Seeing this, Makoto understood that this death might not be the end, because he could still pass his legacy on to the next generation through Kanagi. Taking Kanagi's hand, he thanked him and then collapsed to the ground. As the shadow barrier faded following the enemy's defeat, Kanagi rushed to his captain, feeling a deep connection forming through the emblem of nothingness. All his other squadmates were laid out, lifeless on the ground. But just as Makoto was about to join them, Midori blitzed in, catching him just as he fell. Makoto died in Midori's arms at 23 years old after the battle against the darkness user. Everybody drop an F in the chat for our boy. Holding Makoto's body, Midori was desperate, completely unable to process what just happened. He remembered a time during training when he'd asked Makoto why he even became the squad captain. According to Midori, in the entire anti-prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest right behind him, and if he ever went all out, nobody could even touch him. Midori had asked Makoto if, with that much power, he thought it was better to just be a solo player. The question totally caught Makoto off guard, and he asked Midori if he really thought he wasn't cut out for teamwork. But the truth was, the squad was more important to Makoto than anything. He wasn't sure how to explain it to Midori, but suddenly his teammates called him over the comms system. On the line, Jakeru was hyped because one of their guildmates, Kusushiro, had just passed the rank 2 assignment he'd been working on. Kusushiro was stoked too, saying he wanted to tell the captain first. Yao, thrilled by the news, suggested they all go out for a celebratory meal. Seeing their camaraderie, Midori was totally stunned. As Midori listened in, Makoto revealed that he cherished his teammates, and that even if he got wiped out in battle, he'd be happy knowing he had them by his side. Flashing back to the present, Midori holds his friend's body and tells him that his wish to fight for his comrades has been fulfilled. Even though most of their comrades had fallen, 2 of them were still alive. With tears welling up, Midori gently closes Makoto's eyes, saying that as their leader, Makoto fulfilled his duty to the very end. It's a burden Midori admits he could never have shouldered, but Makoto pulled it off with total honor. Meanwhile, Kanagi is slumped on the ground, the legendary founders standing grimly behind him. Darkness starts to cloud his consciousness, and the mage explains it's probably because Kanagi's taking on all the blame for the station's destruction and his own perceived weakness. Every single one of the founders has also experienced the pain of losing their comrades, friends, and family. Their own cores were shattered watching their allies fall, and in most cases, like with Hinoki, they could never fully mend their broken hearts. Hinoki walks over to Kanagi, who's just kneeling there in total despair. She calls out to him, but in a totally hopeless tone, Kanagi reveals he doesn't want to fight anymore. His spirit feels shattered, and he thinks if he'd just let the founders handle it from the start, no one would have died. He now gets that in his quest to power up for everyone else, he just ended up becoming a mere vessel for the founders' power. Hearing Kanagi's words, Hinoki tries to say something, but Kanagi is way too deep in his own negative thoughts. He can feel the phantom heat from his handshake with Makoto burning like a brand on his soul. Kanagi knows Makoto entrusted him with carrying on his legacy. This brings tears to the founders' eyes, but what Kanagi says next completely shocks them. He declares that he doesn't just want to surpass the founders anymore, he wants to completely overwhelm them with every ounce of his being. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light erupts around Kanagi as he makes his vow. From this moment on, he won't let anyone else die on his watch. My dude's mental fortitude stat just jumped by 1,000 levels. Fast forward 1 month later, in Nagano Prefecture, on Mitaki Mountain, Suo is deep in a CQC sparring session with Kanagi. He's throwing combo after combo at Kanagi, who just effortlessly dodges every single one. Kanagi then counters with a piercing mana strike that Suo manages to block, but the attack still unleashes a massive shockwave behind him. Kanagi is shook that Suo redirected the force of his piercing spell so easily. While he's processing this, Suo launches a counter, but Kanagi's ready for it and uses an Aikido throw to send Suo spinning. Suo tries a mid-air kick, but Kanagi parries it and counters with a powerful kick of his own. Right as he's about to land the blow, a loud shout stops them both in their tracks. "It's a girl, so how did we get here?" Well, the squad's annihilation left a deep scar on the anti-prophecy unit. During the memorial for the fallen, everyone was mourning, but Suo just stood there, completely motionless, in front of his brother's picture the entire time. Later on, as Kanagi was heading to his room, he spotted Suo walking out of Makoto's room holding a few books and a cat. Kanagi recognized the cat as Oribe, the one Makoto used to talk about all the time. Suo was pretty surprised that Kanagi even knew about his brother's cat, something that he himself was totally clueless about. Before going into his brother's room, Suo knew nothing about the cute cat, the books, the clothes, the food, or even the thoughts his brother had. He only found all this stuff out when he went through Makoto's belongings. Kanagi noticed Suo had a stack of journals with him, which he was planning to take. These were journals Makoto left behind, so his brother could read them in case he didn't make it back. All of Makoto's daily training regimens and missions were logged inside. But Suo noticed something else. Every single entry in the journals ended with Makoto worrying about Suo. He wrote about how Suo was doing, how cold the weather was, and even about Suo's achievements and life events. Reading this all alone in his room, Suo just broke down, curling up on the floor as it hit him that everything his brother wrote was about him. Go ahead and drop a crying emoji in the comments if you're tearing up, too. Anyway, as Suo was revealing all this to Kanagi, Kanagi shared that Makoto was also constantly talking to him about Suo and his cat, Oribe. Hearing this, Suo's eyes filled with tears, and he declared that from now on, he wants to get stronger so his brother won't have to worry about him from the afterlife. With that new resolve, they both went to train under Hinoki and Chick. At first, she was wary of them, until they revealed that Suo was Makoto's brother, and that Makoto had fallen in battle. Ichika was low-key shook, but she kept her cool. In perfect sync, Suo and Kanagi both begged her to be their master so they could level up. Flash forward to now, Ichika's totally floored by their glow-up, especially Suo, who's been grinding like crazy. Kanagi, feeling a bit left out, asks about his own stats, and Ichika just lets out this annoyed sigh, basically saying there's nothing left to teach him because he's already maxed out his skill tree. She jokes that she should be asking times for a training arc instead. Then she kicks a stick at them, flashes this totally psycho grin, and declares she times the blade, daring them to come at her. Bet. The two of them immediately charge, with Suo going for a frontal assault while Kanagi dives in with an aerial attack. As the spar rages on, Kanagi's dead set on getting stronger, no cap, he's aiming to be the world's most OP awakened. Meanwhile, across the pond in London, England, some dude in a hat and coat is creeping through the streets at night. He rounds a corner, and bam! Someone IDs him as one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, a guy named Quattro. Quattro recognizes the approaching figure too. It's Midori. Midori gets straight to the point, demanding Quattro spill the location of his guild's headquarters and his squad mates, warning him that one wrong word and it's game over. Hearing this, Quattro instantly materializes his weapon, a freaky-looking heart-shaped pike, and tells Midori to bring it on. Next thing you know, a splash of red paints the alleyway, and Midori strolls out without a scratch. Outside, the rest of the anti-prophecy squad is waiting. Midori just hands them the grimoire, turns, and bounces, saying there are 7 targets left. They've now collected 5 of the books, which means 5 members of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse have been totally zeroed out, and Midori is already on his way to the next bounty. Inside the anti-prophecy's super-secret base, the House of Eternal Secrets, someone presents the grimoire Midori snagged to an old woman. Her name is Ao, the top dog superintendent of the anti-prophecy unit. The guy who brought the book confirms it's from Midori, and reveals these are the prophecy books belonging to the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. This dude is Jengen, the superintendent's right-hand man. Another one of her aides, a lady named Shiki, is also in the room. She theorizes that the grimoires might be fragments of a single, more powerful tome that was torn apart. Io opens the book and remarks that taking out the apostles and collecting their artifacts aren't the main quest objectives. The real debuff is that Midori's gone rogue, and it looks like Makoto's death left a serious mental scar. Hearing this, Shiki wonders what their next move should be. Io, with a calm smile, tells them to leave Midori to her, promising she'll have some tea ready for him when he returns. Yengen and Shiki then pitch an idea, saying that since Makoto's squad got wiped, leaving a power vacuum in the anti-prophecy unit, they're ready to form a new party under her command. Hearing this, Io goes into deep thought mode. Meanwhile, somewhere in Tokyo, a rank 2 prophecy, the rebellion, is kicking off. The final boss of this prophecy is the God of the Fall. Members of the anti-prophecy unit are clashing with the prophecy's mob spawns, but they're getting totally wrecked, struggling to take down even a few of the grunts. In a panic, they call for their captain, Hibiki. Hibiki, the leader of the Ibiki Setsuna squad, steps up. To her, these mobs are just low-level fodder, a total snooze fest. She glances over at Akane, the new recruit in her squad, and asks if she can handle cleanup duty. Akane activates her spell, Trismegistus, conjuring a massive blob of mercury. She tells everyone to back up as she sends the liquid metal slithering across the ground toward the enemy mobs. Once every mob has its feet soaked in the mercury, Akane casts her gasification spell, turning the entire pool into a toxic vapor. The mobs start hacking and choking on the fumes. Akane then reverses the process, turning the gas back into liquid mercury, which is now times inside times their bodies. She casts Crimson Heat to boil the mercury inside them, and then, for the grand finale, she solidifies the metal, instantly killing every single mob by forming razor-sharp spikes inside their bodies. The whole squad is just stunned. Akane just soloed the entire wave in seconds. Akane snaps her fingers, turns to her squad, and announces, "Job's done." Hibiki walks over, clapping, and praises Akane for using all 3 states of matter and pulling off a 4-hit combo with a single skill. He cups Akane's chin, saying it's a total shame she's just a temporary member of their party. Hibiki proposes that once Akane finishes her training arc, she should permanently join their squad. A hyped Akane replies that she'll think it over. The other squad members are also simping for her, wondering if a cute and S-tier powerhouse would actually join their ranks. But plot twist, Hibiki just wants Akane to join so he can breeze through his battles on easy mode. The second Akane dips, she hits up Kanagi, reporting that she's completed Lesson 7 on controlling the 3 states of alchemy, and asks him to send over the next quest. Kanagi, who's currently trying to shield his lunch from a fiendish cat, agrees. Hearing this, the founder alchemist is shook that Akane has finally mastered that tier. So Kanagi asks the founder to prep 3 more advanced lessons for her, which he happily accepts. Kanagi lets Akane know, and she thanks him. He also mentions that Haneda has already reached lesson 80. Meanwhile, in Saitama Prefecture, Tokorozawa City, a rank 2 prophecy has manifested. The Earth, devouring beast, with a Sphinx-type boss. Haneda was dispatched to take the boss down, and he uses his lightning kick, completely one-shotting the boss. With that, he completes his level 8 lesson on the lightning kick. The squad captain, Todoroki, hypes Haneda up and proposes he join their squad. Haneda, just like Akane, wants to think about which guild he should commit to. He asks Akane for advice, and she, totally fired up for a rivalry, declares that no matter which squad he picks, she's gonna dominate them. Kanagi, who's on a group call with them, is just happy they're both leveling up so fast, and declares it's time for his own training montage to begin. While Kanagi is talking, Suo gets salty because Oribe the cat is always clinging to Kanagi and not him. He whines about it and, while trying to pry the cat off Kanagi, Akane asks if they've heard the rumor about a new squad being formed. Kanagi is completely out of the loop, so she explains that a new squad is being formed to fill the power vacuum left by Makoto's squad. The captain for this new crew will be picked from the member with the highest contribution points. Kanagi plays it cool, but Akane has something else on her mind. She reveals the real question isn't who's going to become the captain, it's whether Kanagi wants to form his own squad. At first, Kanagi laughs it off as a joke, but then he freezes, hit by the massive weight of what she's suggesting. Kanagi asks Akane why she would even say that. She reveals there's a certain hope brewing within the anti-prophecy forces, because a power exists in the world that could potentially wipe out all prophecies. Kanagi is stunned by this revelation, and Akane adds that she's chasing that kind of power too. She explains that everyone in the Corps is looking for a leader with an iron will, and she thinks Kanagi has the stats to be an amazing squad captain. Just then, Akane's squad captain pings her, making her quickly apologize to Kanagi and dip out. This conversation leaves Kanagi stuck in his own head, contemplating the possibility of becoming a squad captain. Meanwhile, Ichika asks Suo what's up with Kanagi, and he spills the tea about the whole captain potential discussion. Ichika also thinks that if Kanagi wanted to, he could easily step up, and Suo totally agrees. Lost in thought, Kanagi seeks answers from the founders, who seem just as clueless about what advice to give him. Since they all dedicated their lives to following a master, their leadership stats are basically at 0. The mage founder, realizing this, calls them all useless masters for being unable to guide Kanagi in this clutch situation. Hinoki then turns to the military strategy founder, Rion, and asks for his take. Ryan, however, refuses to get involved, stating that the timing isn't right, since there's already someone qualified to guide Kanagi. Before Kanagi can even process this, his thoughts are abruptly shattered by a wooden spear slamming into the ground, mere inches away from him. Looking up, he sees Ichika walking over, telling him to stop wasting time overthinking and get back to the grind. With a maniacal grin, she totally throws down the gauntlet, daring him to use his lightning step on her. Kanagi's like, "Bet," and leaps off the rock, weaving his lightning step with the wave step for a super smooth landing. Ichika just stares, totally mind blown, wondering what Kanagi's deal really is. To her, leveling up this fast in just 6 months is impossible for a normal awakener. Like, that growth rate is just broken. He flashes back to Hinoki's brutal training sessions, remembering the countless epic fails while he was grinding to master the lightning step. Kanagi just cracks up at the memory, but before he can even get lost in nostalgia, he feels a massive spike of aura rushing straight for him. Spotting Ichika charging him, her wooden staff glowing with infused mana, he instantly dodges out of the way. The staff smashes into the boulder behind him, splitting it clean in two. Suo is totally shook watching this, but Ichika doesn't even flinch, telling Kanagi she doesn't care if he's zoned out or not. She's gonna make times him get serious. Kanagi, now a little freaked but totally locked in, holds his stance. Meanwhile, in his inner world, it finally clicks for Hinoki that Rion was talking about Ichika being the one qualified to guide Kanagi. The founder also realizes that for a modern awakener, Ichika's power level is off the charts. Totally makes sense for a descendant of Hinoki. Except, Hinoki's like, "Hold up, I never had kids," claiming it must be his brother's bloodline instead. He gives her props for her strength, noting that since she trained a beast like Makoto, she might as well be a living successor to his techniques. But as he's thinking this, he spots her using a skill called Skyfall, a technique he's never seen in his life. The technique unleashes a bolt of pure lightning at Kanagi, who barely manages to dodge it. Feeling the raw power behind that attack, Kanagi gets it now. Ichika is going all out against him. Ichika rushes forward and doesn't let up, following with her purgatory sword technique and unleashing a devastating strike at him. At the same time, Hinoki is watching, totally hyped. realizing that Ichika has actually developed a brand new technique by refining all the knowledge passed down to her. Back outside, as Kanagi dodges the attack, Ichika is seriously impressed. It's a technique he's never seen before, and he still managed to evade it on pure instinct. She compliments Kanagi's one-handed sword style, pointing out how it's crazy similar to the founder's techniques. That comment totally shakes Kanagi, and before he can even process it, Ichika adds that he's probably stressing about whether he can ever get as strong as Makoto. Kanagi is just floored, because that's the exact thing that's been weighing on his mind. Hearing this, Suo's jaw drops, too. Kanagi's grip on his sword tightens as he remembers seeing Makoto's insane strength firsthand. The guy was a total beast of a squad captain. That's why Kanagi keeps questioning if he can ever reach Makoto's level. But to his complete surprise, Ichika tells him he doesn't have to be like Makoto at all. She suddenly yells at him to focus up, channeling her mana as she executes her Tengu sword dance, creating a massive water tornado. She explains that this technique was developed by past masters who built upon the founder's original skills. And while their techniques might never match the founder's raw power because of the insane strength gap, those masters never stopped grinding, slowly closing the gap over time. Hearing this, it starts to click for Kanagi. Kanagi finally gets what she's trying to say. Ichika then admits she doesn't know the full story of what a great captain Makoto was, but from what she did know, he must have been an incredible leader. She adds that it won't be a cakewalk for Kanagi at first, but if he keeps grinding and polishes his own skill set, he definitely has the potential to reach that level. Pointing her staff at him, she advises Kanagi to stop trying to be Makoto, and instead focus on the path laid out for him. Hearing that, Kanagi's mind flashes back to the time Makoto shook his hand. Thinking about that moment, he realizes he needs to look forward instead of getting stuck on comparisons. A smile spreads across Ichika's face as she declares that for the sake of that future, she'll train him personally. And with that, they dive into a crazy intense training arc, pushing each other to their absolute limits. 2 weeks later, over at the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, Jisaki and Todoroki, 2 other squad captains, are going over the list of newly recommended candidates for the squads. The list dropped by the superintendent herself has Kanagi and Ichika on it. A bunch of the members are low-key salty, thinking the selection is kinda sus. Meanwhile, outside the main HQ, some shady figure is on their burner phone, reporting they've successfully infiltrated the system and that the exam for the new squad captain is going down in 3 days. This character is clutching the Book of Ruin and straight up declares they're about to become the new squad leader for the Anti-Prophecy. And get this shadowy player is none other than Eva, a member of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. Eva's packing a unique skill called Celestial Fiend, which lets her literally overwrite the existence of anyone she takes out. Her whole quest is to snag the captain rank of the newly formed Anti-Prophecy squad, and then just implode the whole organization from the inside. At the same time, Midori is on an absolute rampage against the 12 Apostles, and has already wiped out more than half of them. Since they can't beat Midori in a straight-up brawl, they've decided to sabotage the Anti-Prophecy from the inside. Their whole mantra is whatever it takes to make the prophecy a reality. Fast forward 3 days. At the Anti-Prophecy's massive training grounds, the selection trials for the new squad captain are officially kicking off. As all the candidates assemble, the proctor announces there'll be 4 trials, and only the top 4 will advance to the final stage. The exam runs on a point-based system. First place in each trial nets you 3 points, second place gets 2, and third place snags 1. At the end of it all, the candidate with the highest total score will be crowned captain of the newly formed squad. The superintendent is watching from the sidelines as the proctor hypes up all the candidates to give it their all. They all shout in unison, "Yes, sir!" Among them, Kanagi can feel the weight of everyone's gaze. There are 8 candidates in the running. Kokui from the Yagarama squad, Akijina from the Yorosuya squad, Sonobi from the Yashima squad, Jisagi from the Kakabe squad, Sakasaki from the Tarasaki squad, Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Yiru from the Ibiki squad. But here's the kicker. The real threat is that one of them is actually Eva, one of the 12 Apostles, an imposter hiding in plain sight. And then you've got the special recommendation, Kanagi. Unlike the rest of the pack, Kanagi is rolling solo, since his squad captain, Ichika, is MIA, probably overslept, as usual. Still, she texts him a warning that if he doesn't clutch the win, she's gonna personally make him regret it. Determined not to get eliminated before Ichika even shows up, Kanagi steels himself for the competition. Meanwhile, Ichika is hightailing it to the training grounds, riding piggyback on Suo. She's screaming at him to go faster, knowing that if they don't book it, they might miss the main event. She has unwavering faith that Kanagi will take the W, and refuses to miss his victory lap. Back at the training grounds, the first trial kicks off, a mana capacity assessment. And to everyone's absolute shock, Kanagi unleashes a colossal amount of mana, shattering the measurement artifact and instantly securing first place. Aquagina from the Yorosuya squad, who ranked 5th in the trial, is completely floored by Kanagi's overwhelming aura. Sakasaki takes 3rd place, while his girl secures 2nd, both realizing that Kanagi is a total anomaly. Sakasaki remarks that these kinds of irregulars pop up occasionally when a prodigy with S-rank physical stats or mana shows up for the exam. He speculates that Kanagi is a mana-type prodigy, a lot like that other dude, Shikami, who ranked 7th. On the leaderboard, Kanagi takes the lead with 3 points. As the proctor announces the second trial close quarters combat, the real battle is about to begin. Each candidate has to face off against an opponent, and a victory will grant them 2 points. As the proctor calls out the first contender, Shikami voluntarily raises his hand, requesting to go up against Kanagi. Shikami is the strongest regular member when it comes to CQC, and is also considered an irregular. When he was just 2 years old, he got caught in a dimensional gate breach, swarming with monsters. However, even as a literal baby in a stroller, he solo cleared the entire monster wave, shocking his own mother. He protected her, and became a living legend. From the stands, Hibiki calls out Todoroki, accusing him of cheating by stacking the deck and sending Shikami into the CQC trial. Todoroki argues there's nothing wrong with picking their ace, since Shikami is blessed with natural mana talent and insane physical stats. He flexes that he's been personally training Shikami since he joined their squad, and to this day, no one has beaten him in close quarters combat. Hearing this, Hibiki wonders if the match will be a one-shot, considering Shikami's combat skills are practically S-rank. As the fight kicks off, Shikami squares up to Kanagi and asks if he's really been giving Hanada private lessons. Thinking back to the founders, Kanagi replies that he's just a messenger. Shikami doesn't get what he means but doubles down, insisting some hidden master is mentoring and teaching Hanada, who's already a once-in-a-generation prodigy. He adds that even without Kanagi's guidance, Hanada would level up past his current tier on his own. Instead of arguing, Kanagi just agrees with him, which only gets Shikami more tilted. Enraged, Shikami activates his violent bite skill, transforming into a monstrous form. In a flash, he blitzes Kanagi with Reaper-like speed. Kanagi ducks just in time, but Shikami follows up with a powerful claw attack. Seeing this, Todoroki is hyped to watch his prizefighter finally go all out. As Shikami swings with his full power, Kanagi perfectly dodges the attack. Seizing the opening, Kanagi drops into the kudu stance, grabs Shikami's wrist, and with some truly insane strength, yeets him straight into the ground. The impact creates a massive shockwave, sending rocks flying across the arena and stunning everyone. As the debris settles, both Kanagi and Shikami are airborne. The other cadets are just floored. Even though Kanagi only redirected Shikami's own attack, the sheer raw power behind it was enough to completely wreck the entire battlefield. Even Kanagi himself is impressed by Shikami's strength, though Shikami assumes he's just being sarcastic. Despite the massive blow, Shikami lands safely back on the ground, shocking everyone that he managed to stick the landing despite the destroyed terrain. Akigina, analyzing the situation on her tablet, comments that this result was a given. Shikami's physical buff is just irregular, and his body's durability far surpasses that of a normal awakened. Regaining his composure, Shikami charges at Kanagi once more. Kanagi realizes that just parrying Shikami's attacks won't be enough to win. He needs to switch up his strategy. Activating his founder's authority, he throws a light-infused kick at the charging Shikami. He then multiplies the attack using the luminous penetration kick technique, nailing Shikami with a multi-hit combo while he's still mid-air. Everyone watches in shock as Shikami crashes to the ground, totally defeated. The proctor quickly intervenes, calling the match before it escalates any further, and declares Kanagi the winner, awarding him 2 bonus points. The other squad members are completely shook. This dude just physically dominated Shikami, despite Akigina's earlier claim that he was an irregular. Akigina, now furiously typing on her tablet, didn't expect Kanagi to be so OP in close quarters combat. She initially assumed Kanagi would be naturally eliminated if left alone, but now it's clear he's becoming a major variable in her plans. As Shikami regains consciousness and opens his eyes, he's shocked to see Kanagi casting some kind of spell on him while he's lying on the ground. Kanagi reassures him he's healing his wounds, which only blows Shikami's mind even more. An irregular, in both mana and physical prowess. And now he's a healer too? It seems almost unbelievable. Shikami, still processing what's happening, asks Kanagi if there's anything he can't do. This question triggers a flashback for Kanagi to the time he desperately tried to bring his fallen squadmate, Makoto, back from the brink, but failed. After channeling his healing mana for a bit, Kanagi tells him he should be able to get up now. As they talk, a loud crash suddenly erupts nearby. Kanagi looks over and reveals that it marks the final match of the close quarters combat exam. Shikami, now on high alert, he's wondering how long he was out for, feeling like he'd been knocked into next week. But Kanagi just chills and tells him it's only been, like, 5 minutes. According to Kanagi, after that first duel wrapped up, the rest of the ranking battles kicked off all at once. A couple of matchups were total one-shots, but Akijina and Jisagi are still going at it, their mana clashing for a solid 5 minutes. Dude, they're both totally locked in, trading these insane, relentless combos and putting all their stats into every strike. Just as Jisagi rushes Akijina, ready to land a critical hit, she blasts him back with a massive surge of power, straight up dissing him for not having any special skills. She's all like, without a unique trait or some OP ability, you're totally unfit to be a captain. But Akijina just brushes it off, getting his footing back and retorting that he's not the type who needs the spotlight. He argues that if some regular cadet with no special sauce tried to lead a squad, it's basically a guaranteed game over for everyone. He thinks a true captain needs to be able to adapt to any messed up situation, to buff the squad's survival rate, even if it's just by a measly 1%. Akijina declares that's his whole quest, to make sure his squad doesn't get wiped out like the Makoto squad did. And that comment? It totally hits a nerve with Kanagui. I mean, Akijina's basically trash-talking his fallen comrades. Shikami gets pissed too, telling Akijina to watch his mouth before he catches a debuff. Back to the duel. Jisagi unleashes her signature chainsword technique, whipping up a whole vortex of destructive aura as she blitzes straight for Akijina. Akijina barely manages to parry, but the raw power of the attack still sends him slamming into the arena floor. Jisagi doesn't let up, immediately chaining into another strike, but right as she's about to land the finishing blow, Akijina just gives up, out of nowhere. The instructor calls the match right then and there, declaring Jisagi the winner. She's left completely shook. Another cadet has to literally hold her back as she starts fuming, absolutely livid. She's pissed that Akijina just tapped out like a scrub instead of giving her a real fight. Akijina, though, just shrugs it off, saying he thought the battle would drag on, so he decided to conserve his mana for the next stages of the exam. As he walks off, he's thinking to himself that he totally could have wrecked Jisagi. But he's not about to reveal his true power level just yet, especially not with Kanagi scouting him from the sidelines. And with that, the second stage of the exam, the CQC trials, is over, with Kanagi topping the leaderboard with 5 points, followed by Shinobi with 3. The instructor then announces a 30-minute cooldown before the third trial begins. He also drops a bomb. The 4 cadets with the lowest scores are getting booted from the exam next round. As everyone breaks for lunch, Kanagi's wondering where Ichika and Suo are. They should have been here for the trials but are still totally MIA. Meanwhile, outside the Anti-Prophecy HQ, Suo finally shows up, literally carrying Ichika. His stamina bar is totally drained, and he's super confused when she starts walking toward the courtyard instead of the training grounds. He asks her what's up, and Ichika reveals she can smell the lingering traces of an aura, the kind that screams someone was recently taken out here. She says it feels like the mana residue of an awakened who got absolutely wrecked by some ridiculously powerful monster. Hearing this, Suo is completely stunned. If an awakened was actually offed here, it means someone managed to infiltrate the Anti-Prophecy HQ, even though this place is supposed to be a top-secret, high-level zone. Ichika points out that the 12 apostles are probably high-level enough to have found a way to pinpoint this location, which freaks Suo out even more. He asks what their motive could be, but she just dodges the question and says they should get to the training grounds. In her head, though, she's piecing it together. She knows whoever got taken out was likely a captain-class awakened, but since there are no official reports about it, this whole situation is getting way more sus. Now, it's not just Midori, Ichika, Suo, and especially Kanagi are all grinding towards the same quest objective, the revenge quest for Captain Makoto's death. During the lunch break, while everyone else is using healing magic, chowing down, and just chilling, Akijina is off by himself, totally focused on his data terminal like a typical loner MC. Meanwhile, Kanagi, who's hanging with Shikami, perks up when he spots his party members arriving. It's Ichika and Suo. The whole vibe in the room shifts as the other cadets get nervous, recognizing Ichika as one of the 5 S-rank elites of the Anti-Prophecy Special Force. Right up there with Midori. Suo looks around at all the assembled captains and gets a seriously bad feeling, remembering what Ichika said about one of them being secretly dead already. But yo, all 7 captains are just chilling on the training grounds. Hearing this, Ichik gets this wicked grin and pulls Kanagi aside to spill some major tea. She lays it all out, totally blowing his mind with the reveal that one of the captains might actually be a member of the 12 apostles in disguise. According to Ichik, the probability is high-key legit, based on the residual aura she picked up on the quad. The individual who got taken out was definitely captain level, yet every single captain is accounted for, which makes this whole situation super sus. Logically, that should be impossible, but if someone's running a doppelganger skill on the victim, then there's an imposter among them. As the potential danger sinks in, Kanagi's mind races, and Suo is right there with him. The person who just offed a captain-level individual is right here. I know, total Among Us vibe, it's not even subtle. Suo's stressing that, if they don't solve this stat, there could be more casualties. If they let it slide, a world-ending prophecy could trigger, potentially leading to humanity's extinction. However, Ichik, with a chaotic evil smirk, suggests a way more hardcore approach, just unaliving everyone there to completely neutralize the threat. Suo and Kanagi immediately shut that down, arguing they just need to find and yeet the one apostle lurking among them. And Ichik, now all hyped up, points out that if they're dealing with the 12 apostles, this could be their chance to get some payback for Makoto. After all, they're the ones responsible for his death. She asks if Kanagi feels the same, and as he flashes back to what happened to Makoto and his squad, he confirms it. Suo, clenching his fists, also remembers everything that went down with his brother. Kanagi then turns to Ashur, the founder of the detectives, to get his professional take. Ashur suggests he should scope out the crime scene first, but since they're in the middle of an exam, he knows that's a no-go. Kanagi considers just bolting over there, since there's still a little time before the lunch break ends. However, Ashur warns that would totally tip off the culprit. If the apostle they're dealing with has a power level as insane as the one they fought on the snowy mountain, they could easily wipe everyone here from existence if they wanted. They need a solid game plan for when that goes down. Taking this to heart, Kanagi decides to hit the training grounds after today's test, but asks if there's a chance that even the founders couldn't detect any residual mana signature at the scene. Hinoki then reveals he's been posted up near a volcano for the past month, where he's been grinding to master his one-handed sword technique. He explains that the volcano's ambient energy might be messing with his ki flow, which could make it way harder to sense any residual energy. Mage also chimes in that if the aura is only detectable at point-blank range, it's a dead giveaway, it's from a 12 apostle class enemy. Ashur, getting salty that they're stepping on his detective turf, is about to protest, but Hinoki cuts him off, suggesting they just focus on catching the perp so he can be the one to finish them. Back to the main issue, Ashur tells Kanagi to hit Ichik with a question. Kanagi then asks if there's a possibility the apostle infiltrated as a candidate instead of a captain. This totally catches Ichik off guard, but after a beat, she confirms it's possible if they mean the captain candidates. Still, she insists they can't rule out the squad captains just yet. Kanagi gets it, but he's already cooking up a strat he plans to use in the next test, assuming it involves some combat skills. However, just a few minutes later, the proctor announces the start of the third stage of the exam, revealing that it's a written test, which completely throws Kanagi for a loop. The candidates are seated in private booths where phones are banned, making it impossible for Kanagi to gather intel on the infiltrator. The test is all about the rules of anti-prophecy, a subject Kanagi has literally zero clue about. Nevertheless, he refuses to give up, determined to power through. When the test wraps up, the proctor announces the results. Kanagi completely bombs it, scoring 0 points, while Akijina skyrockets to second place with 3 points. The bottom 4 candidates, Shikami included, are officially eliminated. Kanagi's totally bummed about bombing the written exam, feeling like a total F-ranker. But while he's moping, Shikami rolls up and tells him he crushed it where it counts. Both Kanagi and Shikami scored a big fat 0 on the written portion, a total epic fail, but Shikami's extra salty cause that try-hard Akijina aced it with a perfect score. Despite that, he gives Kanagi props for holding on to that number 1 rank, and assures him he'll be his hype man for the second half of the exam arc. He wonders who's going to be chosen as the new squad captain, adding that once they're picked, the superintendent will be judging if their newly formed party can even function. Shikami explains that the minimum party size for a squad is 7, meaning the captain has to recruit at least 6 more members for their guild. He advises Kanagi to start scouting for potential party members, for when he inevitably becomes the squad leader. Slapping a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, Shikami basically nominates himself for the squad, flexing his S-tier physical stats. Then, with a grin, he bounces, wishing Kanagi good luck on the rest of the exam. As Shikami dips, Azur materializes and tells Kanagi they need to hit up the crime scene, pronto. However, something about Azur's super confident vibe gives Kanagi a flash of insight he's already identified the culprit. Azur confirms it, but says he still needs solid evidence for an official deduction. Then he declares it's time to go on the offensive against the 12 apostles. The mage gives a rundown of everything that's happened, mentioning how Detective Azur is assisting Kanagi with his deductions and methods. This kinda ticks off Hinoki, since the mage is being all cryptic, but she's totally doing it on purpose to lighten the mood with her narration. They're at the crime scene, where Azur tags in for Kanagi, and starts scanning the area with his analysis skill. As expected, everything lines up perfectly with his suspicions. Now that the victim's identity is confirmed, he also knows who the culprit is. Hearing this, it dawns on Hinoki that their opponent is actually one of the 12 apostles, which means they could have the Book of Doom, the same cursed artifact the last apostle possessed. The mage then asks what their next move is. Just as Kanagi is about to lay out the plan, he suddenly feels a massive surge of mana and gets transported to some cloudy realm. There, he runs into an old woman who just claims to be some random grandma passing through. She asks him about his investigation, and Kanagi reveals that a murder has gone down. The culprit is a shapeshifter with some seriously high-level skills. Hearing this, the grandma's like, "So, are you gonna go hunt down this baddie now?" However, Kanagi explains they already know who it is, not from some wild guess, but with solid proof. Despite that, he admits he can't expose the truth just yet. The grandma is totally confused, thinking that just outing the villain and taking them out immediately would be the most optimal play. However, Kanagi argues that while it seems that way, there are actually two culprits, not just one. He insists it's better to take them both down at once when they're in the same spot. He decides he'll handle the boss fight in the morning, but he asks the old lady who's actually the superintendent to stay on the sidelines and just spectate. She just smiles, wishes him luck, and repeats that she's just a random NPC who won't interfere. As she's about to log off, Kanagi reveals his name to her, which gets another smile out of the old lady. Suddenly, a massive mana surge zaps through him, and he regains control of his body. In some top-secret location, the assistant questions the superintendent, asking if it was really wise to just let things play out. The grandma, however, assures him she's not worried, since Kanagi seems to be closing in on the truth and clearly has a big-brain strategy. She says she's just interested to see his next move. She then orders the assistant to get the other officers on standby to provide backup for Kanagi if things get messy. The assistant agrees, but admits that even after scanning the residual mana trails, he didn't find anything particularly interesting. Still, the superintendent is putting all her faith in Kanagi's words. The assistant is baffled by the insane amount of trust the superintendent has in him. In response, the old lady reveals it's because of the main character energy and sheer determination she saw in his eyes. The next day, as Kanagi makes his way through the forest, Shikami links up with him, dropping the deets on the next phase of the trial. This quest is all about grading their potential as a squad leader. Shikami totally figures Akijina's gonna lean on his big brain strats, but in a wild twist, he decides to back Kanagi instead. Kanagi gives him a nod of thanks, but then, totally out of nowhere, he hits him with it. "Why'd you intentionally bail on the exam?" After a short, but seriously creepy pause, Shikami turns to him and claims he just switched up his whole game plan mid-quest. Instead of grinding for the captain rank himself, he'd rather play support under a seriously OP leader. Kanagi narrows his eyes, not buying it for a second, and calls him out, saying Shikami's just setting it up so he can gank all the S-tier prospects on the squad. Meanwhile, Ichik's also on the scene, chilling in stealth mode among the trees, just in case things go sideways. Hearing Kanagi's accusation, Shikami just straight up admits he's got zero problem with offing someone if it means getting a better party member. He explains that during the third trial, he totally bricked the written portion, cause his brain could only access its existing data cache, not generate new strats. So, yeah. He ended up with a big fat 0. Calling himself a total noob, he figures it'd be way easier to just frag Akijina's physical body. As they step into a clearing, they get totally boxed in by all the other squad captains and members. Right in the center, Todoroki is shackled to the ground by mana chains, with Jibiki and another captain standing guard. With his usual cocky, laid-back vibe, Hibiki calls Shikami Mr. Apostle, and asks him to introduce himself. Realizing his disguise skill has been broken, Shikami's voice drops a few octaves as he reveals his true identity, Eva, the 9th Apostle. Eva then starts monologuing about their unique skill, adding that they can also straight-up rip data from a host's brain. They claim they ganked Shikami because he had the highest physical stats among all the candidates. Jibiki just smirks and asks if Eva's main quest was to nerf the anti-prophecy unit from the inside. Eva confirms it, but admits that since the mission failed, they've got no choice but to wipe everyone here off the map. Before the boss fight starts though, they want to know who was the first one to see through their disguise. Jibiki points a finger at Kanagi, who's standing right next to Eva. With a wicked grin, Eva stares him down, commenting they never expected him to have the guts to stand in melee range. Turning to face him, Eva starts radiating an insane amount of mana and demands to know who the hell he is. But, how did this whole situation even go down? Right before Shikami's body got snatched by Eva, Todoroki had told him he was recommending him as a top pick for the new squad captain. The news got Shikami totally hyped. Even though Todoroki warned him, the info was still on the down low and wouldn't be officially announced until the next morning. Even more stoked, Shikami joked that for a secret, they were practically blasting it on global chat for everyone with 4 ears to hear, which would definitely tip off the other players. Todoroki just reassured him, saying Shikami was one of the strongest fighters there in terms of pure, raw power, and that he'd for sure be an S-rank captain. Seeing that level of faith in him, Shikami was all in, feeling pumped to go all out. But, right as he was giving Todoroki a fist bump, something just diced him into a million pieces. In a flash, Shikami was one-shotted right in front of him, leaving Todoroki totally stun-locked and unable to even compute what just happened. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air, trash-talking Shikami's weakness and questioning if this was really the bar for a squad captain candidate in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure then answered their own question, claiming the squad only got so buffed thanks to their epic gear and whoever was bankrolling them. Stepping forward, the figure introduced themselves as Eva, one of the 12 apostles, and declared they were hyped to see what happened next. Walking over to Shikami's lifeless vessel, Eva activated their celestial fiend skill, taking complete control over it. As they channeled their power, Todoroki, using his overpowered Bagra punch, completely obliterates the body in a shower of gore. Crying out in rage, Todoroki is gasping for air, but to his utter shock, he suddenly hears a slow clap behind him. The same Shikami he just watched get deleted is now standing there, applauding, hyping up Todoroki for managing to one-shot one of the 12 apostles, a move straight out of his master's playbook. But then, totally stunned, Todoroki spins around to see Shikami just standing there, looking totally alive. But before he can even process what's happening, his body is instantly cleaved in two by Eva, who had shapeshifted into Shikami's form. With a wicked smirk, Eva activates the necromantic dance's artifact, resurrecting Todoroki as a mindless corpse puppet, completely bound to her will. Now, completely under Eva's control, Todoroki agrees to serve her, addressing her as Eva. But before he can even get another word out, she slaps him so hard it nearly sends him flying. She corrects him, demanding he call her Shikami to make sure nobody gets suspicious of her disguise. Todoroki obediently nods, and the two of them share a dark, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, back at the scene of the attack, Kanagi and Azur are investigating with their unique ability, theatrical detective. Asur basically rewinds the clock to witness everything that went down. This OP skill lets him replay past events at a crime scene, giving him a first-hand vision of what actually happened. The only catch is that Asur himself has to possess the evidence and personally deduce who the culprit is, not just by looking at the clues, but by reaching the conclusion all on his own. On top of that, this ability lets him predict future crimes before they even happen. However, there's a major debuff. If Asur ever fails to crack a case correctly, the ability is permanently sealed. This means for the rest of his life, he can never use it again. While Asur explains this high-stakes skill to the founders, they're totally disgusted by how underhanded Eva's technique is killing someone and then just hijacking their body. However, the room falls into a stunned silence as everyone turns to look at Kanagi, who is just overflowing with mana, his rage completely uncontrollable. With fiery determination, he swears he won't forgive the apostle. Back in the present, still burning with fury, Kanagi unleashes a devastating attack, a lightning reflex punch, buffed by his penetration spell, aimed straight for Eva. He also uses the luminescence fist. And as it smashes into Eva's face, a massive explosion of energy erupts, sending her flying through the air. She tries to land, but the force is so immense that she slides backward, struggling to regain her footing. However, as the dust settles, Kanagi is shocked to hear her laughing out loud, calling him cruel. Despite getting hit with multiple techniques, she's still talking trash, mocking him by bringing up his friendship with Shikami, questioning why he attacked her so mercilessly. Kanagi, expecting this, knows he can't defeat Eva with his current power level. Eva, still recovering from the knockback of the blow, claims it was nothing and taunts him, saying his attacks feel like he's just playing around. As the recoil fades, Eva yells that attacks like that won't do a thing to her. Kanagi agrees, but then reveals that he was never the one meant to defeat her. All he was doing was stalling for enough time for the founder mage to take control of his body. As the founder takes over, she claims his body as her vessel, and Kanagi is engulfed in energy. Seeing this, Eva realizes Kanagi might be the person the satellites warned about, someone who's become a completely different being. But instead of feeling fear, she just gets more excited, a wicked smile spreading across her face. She summons hundreds of mummies from the sky, their terrifying screams echoing everywhere. She declares that life is boring until you're facing death, so they should fight with everything they've got. Azur, watching the mummies descend, comments that they seem like nothing more than empty shells, controlled by Eva using the bodies she's taken before. Laughing hysterically, Eva boasts that all these mummies possess the same physical strength as Shikami and challenges them to attack her. Looking around, Hibiki notices there are about 100 bodies, all at the same power level as Shikami, which shocks a nearby candidate. Kanagi, witnessing this from his consciousness, finds it disgusting that Eva is using the bodies of those she has trampled over. The founder mage, who's beside him in his mindscape, points out that he has changed, and so have the founders. As the mummies plummet toward the ground, the mage piloting Kanagi's body just straight up declares that Eva totally underestimated them. Then, bam! She unleashes a massive chain lightning spell, frying all those mummy trash mobs midair and leaving Eva absolutely shook. Oh, now the mage is taking this personally. Eva summons another wave of minions and just drops them from the sky, forcing the mage to blast them before they even hit the ground. As the flaming mummies rain down, Eva's just standing there with her brain buffering, wondering how the heck Kanagi just pulled that off. I mean, some mages grind for years to get that kind of god-tier accuracy, but this dude just casually used a skill and hit every single target without even breaking a sweat. It's totally OP. The mage tells Kanagi to get over here and study her mana flow. Our boy's mind is blown that even while she's nerfed in his low-stat body, she can still cast all her spells with perfect efficiency. Pulling him closer, the mage explains that while Kanagi was just trying to level up for himself, the founders, on the other hand, were itching to unleash their power through his vessel. Kanagi was totally bugging out, totally lost on what she's even talking about. The mage continues, saying that even when Kanagi was drunk on that massive power-up, he still felt closer to his simple quest of just getting stronger. Meanwhile, all the founders are also getting hyped off Kanagi's S-tier potential. But after going through the trauma of losing a friend, someone who literally entrusted the future to him, the mage figures out that Kanagi is now fueled by a rage from his very core, and she points out the founders are all buzzing about it. She's like, yeah, they're all fans of this new edgy Kanagi. Eva overhears this and is totally confused. She charges at Kanagi, screaming some basic villain monologue about how the weak get stomped on by the strong. Right as she's about to land a hit, a spark of pure mana erupts in her face, stopping her charge cold. Eva is completely baffled. She looks around and realizes the sky is literally raining down lightning bolts. The mage calls out that tons of people think just like Eva, but she remembers witnessing a being powerful enough to solo the entire tower, only to get played and devoured by beasts from another dimension. Having watched her comrade get wiped, the mage now champions the weak, swearing to avenge them. As she strolls toward Eva, still piloting Kanagi's body, she calls Eva out, totally mocking her for not having the stats to even fight back. Eva, meanwhile, can't even stand up because she's getting continuously zapped by lightning. The mage knows that even though Kanagi was grinding in the mountains, laughing on the outside, deep down he was on a revenge quest. She says all the founders share the same belief, that Kanagi will one day reach the same god-tier rank as them. Holding out her hand, the mage promises him that if he ever needs a buff, they'll give it to him, and if he's ever in despair, he just has to point at what caused it, and they'll literally delete its existence. Without a moment's hesitation, Kanagi points right at Eva, and she's instantly struck by a storm of lightning that shatters her body into pieces. Everyone is in shock as the instructor realizes Kanagi is just like Midori as a kid, a monster in the making. As Eva lies in bits on the ground, she can't process how this rookie not only wiped out all her minions, but also completely annihilated her physical form. Kanagi walks up to her and asks if she gets his power level now, adding that he's got a lot of questions for her. He adds that he knows a lot of people with high-level interrogation skills, and he wants to have a little chat with Eva about everything that went down. But in a deep voice, Eva reveals she can't fight Kanagi in her current state, and admits her boss was right about him. Suddenly, a coffin bursts from the ground, and Eva calls it her ultimate trump card. Kanagi is stunned as Eva explains that hundreds of years ago, one of the founders, known as the one who wiped a 10,000-man army, was the one responsible for destroying the tower. To Kanagi's horror, Eva reveals the body of Junoki Raikiru inside the coffin. All the founders, especially Hinoki's spirit, are freaking out that she has his corpse. Without saying a word, the mage fires off a lightning spell, blasting the coffin. This shocks Hinoki's spirit, but the mage says this is the real boss fight now, cause Eva's already taken control of Hinoki's body. Before them, Hinoki's corpse rises, wielding its sword. Eva, totally high on her new power-up, declares he can finally take them on at their level. Kanagi, reeling from the insane spiritual pressure flooding the area, realizes this aura is on a whole other level, even stronger than what he felt training with Ichik. But that's not all. With a snap of her fingers, Eva summons hundreds of mobs from the ground, calling it Wave 2. Kanagi starts to sweat a little, but the founder mage is like, chill, this is nothing. As Eva keeps spamming her summon ability, a sudden explosion rocks the battlefield behind her. Whipping around, she sees Kanagi's squad rolling up, with Chika, Sue, and the crew ready to throw down. He wasn't fighting solo. Eva gets totally ticked off, thinking Kanagi was supposed to be running this dungeon solo. As she watches him chat with his party, Kanagi realizes the corpse's voice and speech patterns are a dead ringer for Hinoki's. Even with his friends joining the fray, they're struggling to clear out the mobs, cause Eva gloats that these are way more buffed. This time, the minions have a physical hardening skill, and even when one of the crew goes all out with their ultimate, the attack literally does 0 damage. To their horror, they realize every single mob has a unique skill, making them some seriously tough elites. With their insane numbers, the anti-prophecy squad is finding it harder and harder to just brute force their way through. And then there's Vicky, who's been analyzing the battlefield, activates her sound visualization releases skill, summoning a sonic phoenix that just wipes a whole cluster of mobs off the map in a flash. But even after that OP area of effect attack, she stays on guard, realizing each mob is getting a serious stat boost from its unique skill. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Todoroki suddenly shatters his restraints and just decks one of the underclassmen with devastating force. But Jibiki reacts with lightning-fast reflexes, saving them from getting one-shotted. And right in the middle of all this madness, Eva is just soaking up the chaos, totally loving it. She smugly declares that in a battle of this rank, only squad captain-level fighters even stand a chance. Hearing this, Kanagi mentally checks in with the other founders for their take, but all he gets is radio silence. So he hits up the founder mage, asking to borrow the controls for a sec. She's kinda thrown by the request, but she finally agrees. Taking the driver's seat, he confidently taunts Eva, telling her she seriously underestimated his party members, a rookie mistake. Meanwhile, Haneda's completely swarmed by mobs, but then he remembers Lesson 7 from Kanagi's training regimen. Channeling his ki into his fist technique, he manifests a dragon aura, using it as a power core and the foundation for his strikes. With explosive force, he furiously kicks away every mob that gets in his zone. A while back, the spirit, founder, Bonak, had analyzed Haneda's build all muscle but still super flexible, noting how he relied on single-point precision strikes combined with his natural agility. Another founder, Irson, had argued that while it wasn't a bad technique, it could be way more OP with his coaching. Now, back in the present, Haneda is flawlessly integrating all the techniques they taught him, moving like a coiling serpent, striking from every angle and just deleting mobs with pinpoint accuracy. At the same time, Akan is holding the line, ready to face the horde of mobs rushing her position. She remembers Kanagi's pointers on the transmutation technique, the art of turning imperfect materials into something S-tier. Back in the day, she could only craft cheap, low-grade weapons, but now she's using her alchemic skills to break past her limits, creating stone golems right from the earth itself. This was the skill she mastered back in Lesson 8, and with it, she can easily shatter the mob's hardened defenses. Kanagi asks Hinoki how Suo's holding up, but Hinoki assures him that Suo's got this. He might not be a prodigy like his brother, but he's got his own unique skill set. Right now, he's expertly wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style, combining it with the Skyfall ability, taking out a whole swarm of mobs with a single, powerful cleave. Then he levels up the attack by fusing it with Marigold, creating a flower-shaped slash that hits the mobs in a wide area of effect. Watching this, Ichik is totally beaming, impressed by how her student is comboing his techniques and skills so flawlessly. But let's be real, in her eyes, Kanagi's skills are still on a whole other S-rank tier because of how insane his combos are. As she's just casually grinding through some mobs, totally zoned out, she suddenly spots a massive fire tornado materializing in front of her. The sight totally snaps her out of it, cause a skill that flashy can only mean the raid boss battle between Kanagi and the 12 apostles has officially kicked off. But as she focuses her mana sense on the fiery vortex, her jaw hits the floor when she realizes Kanagi is throwing down with none other than the legendary OG founder, Hinoki. Eva blitzes toward Kanagi, rocking Hinoki's one-handed sword style and chaining it with the wave slicer technique. However, our boy dodges the attack like it's nothing, with some serious ultra instinct level reflexes. Even though it whiffed, Eva's attack completely nukes the ground beneath them. Kanagi immediately counters with the mage's lightning skill, but it does like 0 damage to a high-level tank like Eva. She claps back with her devastating AoE ability, Dice Slice, dicing the entire battlefield into a million cubes and even friendly, firing her own minions in the process. But still, our MC stays alive by parkouring onto a floating cube, remembering he's already tanked this exact same broken skill with his own body before. Meanwhile, as the stage hazard turns into a glitchy mess of shifting cubes, the other party members are struggling just to stay on their feet. One member is desperately holding onto their teammate who's about to fall into the void. But before they can get a grip, Dice Slice lops off their arm, sending the other one plunging. As she's free-falling, still clutching her comrade's detached arm, Kannagi spots them with his hero vision just in the nick of time. Without even thinking, he pops a utility spell, Bubble Shield, floating them all to safety. The mage's spirit, totally freaking out now, turns to Hinoki like, "Dude, what's the game plan?" But Hinoki, super chill, just leaves the choice to her, basically saying, "You do you." She agrees, and right as Eva unleashes Cloudbreaker, a massive energy blast that engulfs the entire map. Even Hibiki, a squad captain, is just floored by how absolutely cracked the skill is. Meanwhile, Eva is geeking out over the stats of a founder's body, marveling at how Hinoki's vessel is basically a max-level SSS tier combat build. But even with this OP body, Eva feels like she needs to pull out an even bigger gun, activating Hinoki's secret technique, Indomitable, and she winds up for the kill shot. But to her absolute shock, Kannagi straight up catches her blade with his bare hand. Hinoki's spirit just watches, unbothered, as the mage trash talks, saying that even in Hinoki's body, Eva is still a total noob. Hearing this epic burn, Eva absolutely loses it, demanding to know how a legendary founder's avatar could possibly be called weak. Desperate for a stronger skill, she starts frantically data mining Hinoki's memories, trying to unlock something with way more firepower. But as she force hacks into Hinoki's consciousness, her eyes start to fill with tears, like she just witnessed a cutscene from some cosmic horror game. Eva's tears are from the overwhelming trauma of seeing a memory from Hinoki's past, from back when he was still grinding in the Age of the Towers. Just witnessing this one flashback pushes Eva to the brink of a mental breakdown. In the vision, Hinoki one-shots an entire tower with a single swing of his sword. But despite this god-tier feat, he gets colder and more emo with every battle. Eva's mind is breaking trying to process how a mere human skill set could reach such a ridiculously broken level. Hinoki's memories are just a highlight reel of pure destruction, deleting human players, soloing world bosses, literally cleaving the ocean in half, and even putting a debuff on the planet itself. The overwhelming mental weight of these memories just crushes Eva's spirit, leaving her crumbling under the pressure. She's desperately wondering where she should grind, how she could possibly level up, but the EXP from all that trauma is just too much to handle. Her very soul starts to fracture, like it's about to shatter into a million pieces and just log out of existence. Hinoki's spirit, unfazed and totally chill, just casually comments that Eva's soul should just go ahead and break already. However, another founder quickly warns that if that happens, he'll go on a full-blown mana rampage, slaughtering everything in sight. And to their absolute horror, and that's exactly what goes down, Eva's very spirit shatters into a million pieces. She lets out a soul-crushing scream so powerful it's felt all the way in the distant city of Takasaki. The sheer force of the psychic scream triggers an immediate citywide evacuation, as residents check their system alerts and realize the source of the insane aura is from Nagano Prefecture, a staggering 100 kilometers away. But even at that insane distance, the mana shockwaves still slam into them. Panic spreads like wildfire, as people fear the calamity has finally arrived, or some S-rank beast has breached a gate. Back on the battlefield, as Eva's scream warps reality, the very rocks begin to levitate off the ground. The overwhelming aura, thick with killing intent, crashes down on everyone present, weighing on them like a mountain. The lower-ranked members start hacking up blood, their bodies violently slammed and pinned to the ground by the raw spiritual pressure. Witnessing this, Kannagi screams for Hinoki, but the spirit just chills, looking completely unfazed, like he's just watching a boring prereq lecture. He just shrugs, saying he left it all to the mage, and she gives a confident nod. Meanwhile, as Eva barrels towards Kannagi like a berserker, the mage rolls up her sleeve, revealing the seal of truth etched into her arm. With absolute confidence, she declares that if she has to borrow Kannagi's vessel, she's ending this in a single hit. As she unleashes the seal of truth, Kannagi's body begins to radiate an insane amount of energy. Seeing this, Axe Jaw just about hits the floor in disbelief. The alchemist spirit inside Kannagi speaks, telling him and Axe to watch this spectacle closely. He explains that whether it's magic or alchemy, they are all seekers of the truth. And in this very moment, Kannagi is about to attain one of those truths. As he speaks, Kannagi's arms are marked with the same glowing runes the mage once bore. The alchemist spirit wonders aloud if Kannagi's vessel can even handle these fragments of truth, or if he'll just crumble under the weight of such transcendent power. Meanwhile, Eva's soul is already dust. The only thing powering her body now is the lingering residue of her mana. Her body is just moving on primal instinct, like a wild beast backed into a corner. As for Hinoki, he knows this state well, a being who was once serene, abandoning their mind for raw power long ago. To describe this phenomenon, they call it ignorance of the truth. As Eva goes on a full-blown rampage, she unleashes a torrent of demonic energy, her corrupt aura twisting and distorting the very air around her. The mage, seeing this play out, gets a vision of a future where that energy goes critical, becoming so overwhelmingly powerful it wipes everyone out, including Kannagi, and even scorches the continent far away. In that instant, Eva might as well be a walking apocalypse. Kannagi's blood runs cold as he realizes the absolute danger in that vision. The mage then activates one of her signature skills, Magus of the Truth, a conceptual technique designed to completely nullify a target's abilities. The technique is so transcendent that the world itself seems to groan under its immense force. As Eva charges dark miasma into her arm and swings it at Kannagi, he catches the S-rank level attack without even flinching. To her shock, he's got her hand in an unbreakable grip. In that instant, the mage channels a searing holy light attack, creating a cataclysmic explosion of light between them that engulfs the entire area. When the blinding flash subsides, Eva is reduced to nothing more than a charred skeleton, her hand still held firmly by Kannagi. The mage, using Kannagi's body, bids a final farewell to Eva's dying soul as her ashes are scattered by the wind. The other founders watch with grim determination, but Hinoki stands up, looking seriously ticked off that her soul was completely annihilated from its vessel. The mage just smirks and turns to Kannagi, asking, "So, you think that little demonstration will help you level up your training?" When Kannagi finally regains control of his body, he's stunned to see the battlefield is clear, with all his classmates gathered around, cheering him on like he just soloed a dungeon boss. Chika, though, is stressing out that he didn't use his sword at all, making all her sword training feel totally pointless. Aneda sighs in relief, while Suo hypes Kannagi up, yelling about how he one-shot such a powerful foe. Akan, however, has a deeper read on the situation. She understands that Kannagi didn't just overpower his opponent. He completely analyzed and deconstructed her entire skill set, rendering it useless. This makes Akani's hands tremble, as she wonders if it's even possible for a human to reach that kind of power level. Despite the doubt, she gets a surge of confidence, hyping herself up that she's going to do the exact same thing. The instructor is now stressing over the massive crater in the field, since this was just supposed to be an exam, but things went sideways, fast and spectacularly. Even Todoroki got zeroed out, which just ticks the instructor off knowing he has to run another one of these exams now. As the cadets are regrouping, one of them spots a weird, glowing magic circle and totally freaks out. The instructor is just as shook, but to everyone's shock, it's the superintendent. The second can sees the superintendent. He remembers she's the old lady from his inner consciousness. The aide with the superintendent also looks a little confused about why she's even here. However, the superintendent suddenly drops to her knees in front of Kannagi, claiming she's been awaiting his return. She says she's waited hundreds of years for the founders, and now they're finally right in front of her. Suo and the others look to Ichika for answers, but she just says they should have already known, even though this might be the first time they've ever seen her. According to Ichika, the old woman is one of the pillars of the anti-prophecy, and holds the highest rank in the Japan branch. Suo, totally frustrated, yells that they know that part, but what's really confusing is why she's bowing to Kannagi, and Chika admits she has no clue either. Meanwhile, Kannagi is just as bewildered, wondering why the old lady from before is bowing to him like that. The founders inside his head are also deep in thought, trying to access their memories to figure out what's really going on, but they're coming up empty. Suddenly, Kannagi is stunned as he feels her overwhelming aura. The old woman gets up and asks if Kannagi remembers her, commenting that she's gotten old. To make things crystal clear, she turns around and starts doing this weird back-wiggling thing, calling for Hinoki to witness her waist dance. All the founders are confused for a sec, but then it hits them the old woman is Io. Hinoki quickly tells Kannagi to let him take over, and as he does, he greets her. This shocks everyone around them, and the aides immediately jump into an attack stance, seeing his behavior as super disrespectful to their superintendent. Furious, they declare their intent to eliminate Kannagi and redo the exam. However, Io, still vibing with Hinoki, tells them to stand down, assuring them it's all good. Hinoki gives Io a playful noogie on the head, teasing that she's already become a grandma. Hearing him talk, she suddenly remembers he used to talk the exact same way back in the day when she was with them. After a while, all the cadets start repairing the training grounds and getting back in formation. Meanwhile, deep within the anti-prophecy headquarters, a top-secret place known as the Hut of Eternal Sight, Kannagi is amazed by the view of her garden. Io explains that since she can't reveal her appearance often, a powerful barrier is usually cast around the place so she can live there without being bothered. Kanagi asks if she knew all the founders, to which Io begins explaining her backstory. She reveals she was an orphan who lost her family during the Age of Towers. The founders saved her and raised her. Kanagi is shocked, realizing she was just a little kid back then. When Io mentions it was 300 years ago, he's even more stunned, understanding she's over 300 years old. She then reveals she's been able to stop time for herself using an artifact that freezes it as long as she stays inside the headquarters. Hearing about the artifact suddenly jogs Kanagi's memory. Meanwhile, Hinoki's spirit explains to Valentine that the artifact works a lot like her own preservation skill. Valentine nods, saying that in her prime, she could have pulled off the same exact feat with her ability. Still, she can't help but wonder where Io got her hands on such a high-tier artifact. Io explains that within the anti-prophecy, there's a secret division tasked with collecting artifacts, and its existence is kept completely under wraps. However, she reveals that the facility storing these relics was attacked recently, resulting in a huge number of them getting stolen. In response, a special task force was formed, which includes Midori, to retrieve the stolen artifacts. The detective founder inside Kanagi theorizes that the raid was orchestrated by the 10 Apostles, which would explain how they got so OP in this day and age. Kanagi's blown away by how quickly the detective connected the dots from just a few words. The detective then reveals that when Eva mentioned her boss was the one who supplied the artifacts, he used a skill to probe her memories and got a confirmation. Another founder chimes in, explaining that instead of recruiting 12 Awakens stronger than Makoto, it'd be way easier for the enemy to just use artifacts to buff up a bunch of mediocre scrubs. Hinoki nods, pointing out that the 2 hostiles they previously encountered weren't anywhere near Makoto's power level. Io agrees, stating they were completely in the dark about the 12 Apostles until they raided the facility. She explains the Apostles now wield power on par with the anti-prophecy's greatest enemy, making them a threat level that's way too high to ignore. She adds that they're pulling out all the stops to track down their leader, but it looks like Midori's gonna beat them to the punch. This catches Kanagi completely off guard. Meanwhile, over in Detroit, Michigan, the streets are eerily dead silent. In a zone that looks like a post-raid battlefield, a turbulent spell suddenly manifests, creating a vortex that slams into the ground with immense force. At the center of it all is Midori, who's just made a shocking discovery. They had assumed the 12 Apostles were, well, 12 individuals, but turns out, there's a 13th member. Watching him through a scrying orb, a man lounging on his sofa cracks a smug smile, impressed that Midori showed up sooner than he'd calculated. With a sinister tone, he casually asks if Midori would prefer a cup of coffee or some black tea. Without missing a beat, Midori chooses death for him, calling him by his true title, Number 0. Midori unleashes another blast of turbulent mana at the floating Number 0. The mana blast is so massive that, from a distance, another member of the special force, Nishina, spots it. Mikado, who's right there with him, remarks that the city's already been evacuated, so it should be fine, but he's baffled as to why Midori is unleashing an attack with that much AoE. As they're talking, they suddenly sense a massive spike of hostile mana heading straight for them. Just in the nick of time, they leap off the building as it's instantly sliced in two. The entire structure is completely obliterated. After landing, they decide to leave the boss mob, Number 0, to Midori, while they focus on taking down Kamaragui, one of the 12 Apostles. Meanwhile, Midori's getting frustrated, unable to even scratch the mana barrier surrounding Number 0, even after unleashing his strongest wind-type skills. He wonders if it's the effect of a unique skill, or maybe a defensive artifact. Finishing his tea, Number 0 casually steps out of the barrier on his own, taunting Midori, and asking if he's all done throwing his little tantrum. Without a second thought, Midori instantly casts his skill, Wall of Cutting Pearls, hurling a barrage of massive projectiles at Number 0 and causing a devastating explosion. However, to his absolute shock, Number 0 emerges completely unscathed, casually comparing himself to a whale swimming among minnows. Midori quickly realizes Number 0 has some other kind of defensive ability, even without that protective barrier active. Seeing Midori standing before him, Number 0 begins to taunt him. He claims that under normal circumstances, Midori would be such an S-rank threat, so terrifying that he wouldn't even be worth fighting. However, right now, Midori is just a kid grieving the loss of his friend. To Number 0, that just makes him a pathetic creature. He goes on, saying that from the moment Midori was born, he was nothing more than a monster engineered for battle, and yet, despite being a literal weapon of war, he still failed to protect his precious little friends. These words ignite a deep, primal rage within Midori. Enraged, he lunges at Number 0 with an overwhelming power, his eyes blazing with pure killing intent as memories of the past flood his mind. Memories of what happened 23 years ago. Back then, deep in the mountains, Shinonome, a member of the Special Force, stood there in shock, staring at a brilliant surge of pure mana erupting from a massive crater. Shouting in disbelief, he realized this was all that remained of the Midori family estate. Superintendent Io is also there, witnessing the smoldering ruins of the destroyed manor. Right in the middle of the devastation, something is pumping out a ridiculous amount of energy. As they get closer, they pinpoint the source. It's a baby, just radiating an absolutely overwhelming aura. The sheer density of this kid's mana signature makes them realize this whole cataclysm was probably caused by his birth. Without a second thought, Superintendent Io makes a beeline for the baby, getting sliced up by the sheer pressure of the kid's aura just radiating off him. But despite the pain, she pushes through, finally reaching the kid and gently scooping him up. She whispers some comforting words, promising him everything's gonna be okay. Now, feeling the warmth of Io's embrace, the baby slowly stops crying. As a result, the violent tempest of raw power swirling around them just vanishes, revealing a bruised and bloody Io, but she's still holding the kid tight in her arms. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby gets a name, Midori. 9 years fly by, and Midori, now a young dude, is getting ready to bounce from the facility. An instructor named Hinoki Hiraru, along with some 12-year-old girl, tries to stop him, warning him not to go and stir up any trouble. The instructor warns Midori that if he actually goes through with this, the anti-prophecy will hunt him down. Totally unfazed, Midori just nods. But as the instructor turns to leave, he cryptically mutters that this was the whole reason he let Midori live in the first place. The girl, just standing there, can totally feel the heavy aura in the air, but then she just bursts out laughing. The instructor, super annoyed, is like, "What's so funny?" Midori's always been a total prodigy, smashing every record and seeing everyone else as basically F-rank scrubs. But then, one day, he meets Makoto, who just casually tosses him a wooden training sword and asks if he wants to be his sparring partner. Midori is totally confused, but Makoto just grins and brandishes his sword like an invitation to a duel. Back then, Makoto was the exact same age as Midori, and with that, their training arc begins. But no matter what, Midori just could not beat Makoto in a spar. It totally tilted him, but he kept challenging him, constantly begging Makoto for just one more round. Makoto, wanting Midori to finally get the message, spars with him again, and the result is the same. Midori gets wrecked, and he's super frustrated, yelling and demanding to know why he can't win even when he's going all out. Nishina, who's also there, drops a bomb. It's because Midori is just too strong, which is the actual problem. Midori is completely clueless. Like, how can that be the reason when he always loses to Makoto? Then, a voice from off-screen chimes in, saying it's actually a compliment. The voice belongs to Mikado, who was a 14-year-old upperclassman at the time. See, Midori keeps shattering his wooden swords whenever he spars with Makoto, so Mikado explains that even if Midori managed to land a winning blow, he'd still shatter his weapon in the process. To prove his point, Nishina shows him an egg, explaining that when a mage unleashes their full power, it's hard not to crush something as fragile as an eggshell you're holding. Midori's still looking totally lost, so Mikado grabs the egg and just hurls it with all his might. But everyone's shocked to see that even after slamming into the ground, the eggshell doesn't even have a single crack. Picking it back up, Mikado explains that Midori just needs to balance his offensive aura with a protective aura around the shell. It's not a specific skill, but a level of control that comes with mastery. While he's explaining this, Nishina starts chucking all the other eggs against the wall, and not a single one breaks. Midori is totally mind-blown, watching as not a single egg shatters. Mikado hands an egg to Midori and tells him that if he ever wants to beat Makoto in swordsmanship, he needs to learn aura control. Once he masters that, even with his ridiculously OP aura, he won't accidentally hurt anyone around him. Just as Makoto starts to walk away, Midori calls out to him, then immediately pegs him in the back of the head with an egg. Makoto whips around and sees it was Midori, who wants him to join his special aura control training. For payback, Makoto tells him to apologize first. Then he kicks the egg carton and uses his power to make them all levitate. But, when Midori tries to do the same thing, all the eggs just instantly explode or shatter around him. Whoops! After grinding for a bit, Midori actually manages to punch a hole clean through the wall. They could literally grind combat XP for a whole day, just trading blows. Watching this epic duel, Nishina and Mikado get totally hyped and call dibs on the next spar. Fast forward 4 years, Midori gets scouted for the Special Force, and Mikado dips to start his own quest. Midori heads out on a mission to back up the European branch, cause he heard whispers of a special rank prophecy, a real S-tier threat called the Pandemonium. Midori then asks if Makoto is still grinding for a swordmaster to level up his skills. Makoto's like, Yeah, duh. Reminding Midori of his own lecture about finding a master on your own. Makoto throws out a fist bump, declaring he's gonna reach his level someday. Midori just grins, bumps his fist back, and says he'll be waiting for that day. From then on, Midori would literally do anything for his party. As long as they're still breathing, he's got the resolve to keep fighting for them. All he wanted was a crew, but the 12 apostles straight up ripped that away. Back in the present, flashing back to all that pain, Midori charges at number 0 with some serious killing intent, while the dude just stands there, totally unfazed. But, right as Midori is about to unleash his ultimate skill, number 0 whips out a golden egg-shaped artifact and shatters it. It unleashes a Berserker Stampede spell, creating a blinding, sun-like flash of mana between them. The other Special Force members spot the flare-up and wonder if Midori just went full power. As the blinding light starts to fade, they see Midori walking out of it, radiating this bizarre but insanely powerful aura. Seeing him, Mikado's like, "Dude, did you already zero out the boss?" But Midori doesn't say a word. They call out to him. But, plot twist, Midori just says he doesn't know them. Nishina instantly gets it, this is a major debuff, and screams at Mikado to fall back, but it's too late. Midori's already got his hand on Mikado's forehead. With a totally wicked grin, he casts the Turbulence spell, kicking up a massive vortex. After the 3 members of the Japanese Special Force branch just vanish, another squad from the US branch, including Marquis and Ashton, gets dispatched to investigate the incident. When they arrive, Ashton places a hand on the ground and senses that the residual mana in the area is off the charts. Pinpointing this spot as the epicenter of a massive, magical detonation, Marquis is floored by the size of the crater Midori left behind, and gets why they call him the world's strongest hunter. Still, he's bugging about why someone so OP would just ghost along with his whole squad. Ashton's got no theories either. The news of Midori's squad going MIA hits the Japanese branch, and the whole system just descends into chaos. Over at the Eternal Vision Lodge, the assistant superintendent is freaking out over the field reports, finding the whole situation hard to swallow. Ayo, just as stressed, asks if there are seriously no leads on Midori's location. She starts grilling Midori's assistant, Rin, but even she's in the dark, since the communication artifact linking her to Midori has been shattered. Ayo just thinks the whole thing is a total disaster. While they're debriefing, Kanagi shows up, now officially a squad captain, rocking the captain's cloak and everything. He's a little awkward about his new rank, but the assistant superintendent reveals his promotion was unanimously backed by all the other squad captains and the big boss himself. Kanagi even went toe-to-toe with Eva, which made everyone believe he's the only one with the stats to fill the void Makoto left behind. Taking a knee, Kanagi recalls his vow to surpass the founder's power levels as soon as possible and prevent any more of his comrades from being wiped out. He thanks them for their faith, and with the founder's legacy backing him, he confidently declares he'll go all out to live up to the anti-prophecy's expectations. Hearing this, Ayo gets all fired up, saying she always knew he was the top pick for the captain's seat. But then, she gets dead serious and cuts right to the chase, asking for his take on a super urgent matter. A while back, Kanagi, who'd been busy scouting anti-prophecy members for his new squad, is now sitting across from the superintendent, who's asking for his high-level input. Looks like the situation's quest difficulty just leveled up, like, super fast. As the superintendent lays out the details, whoa, a gate just materialized out of thin air behind Yellow, rocking a sick tiger sigil. The sudden portal drop totally freaks out Kanagi, and as it slides open, Ayao presents 2 members of the Special Forces, Nishina and Mikado. And dude, they look completely wrecked, like their HP bars are in the red and their mana is totally drained. Ayo drops a bombshell. Nishina and Mikado were in the same elite squad as Midori, and they're the only ones who know the full story. Mikado starts to spill, saying that while they were on a mission in Detroit, Midori's body was straight up hijacked by the leader of the 12 apostles. The reveal leaves Kanagi totally floored, like his whole world just got system errored. Mikado keeps going, saying the mind control skill used on Midori is a dead ringer for the one Eva used before. He theorizes it's probably powered by some kind of cursed artifact, but the specific stats on that artifact don't even matter right now, Mikado stresses. The critical point is that Midori, the guy who was once a guardian to his friends, has been corrupted into an enemy of all mankind. That horrifying truth just nukes Kanagi's soul. Mikado adds that Midori fought the possession with every ounce of his will, buying just enough time for Nishina and him to make a tactical retreat. Right before his consciousness was completely overridden, Midori managed to apologize and give him one last quest. He asked Kanagi to take down number 0 in his place. Hearing this, Kanagi is just speechless, crushed by the sheer weight of Midori's last words. The assistant superintendent claps a hand on his shoulder, basically saying he's betting all his chips on the kid. But then he hits him with a reality check. Kanagi still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for his new squad's charter. Right now, Kanagi's got Onda, Ani, and Suo on his roster, but he needs to scout 3 more members, and fast. This, the assistant superintendent declares, is Kanagi's top priority quest. Hearing how urgent it is to fill out his party, Kanagi bolts out the door to scout some suitable candidates. He spots some kid from Jibiki's squad, and immediately goes full-on chase mode, begging him to join his team. The dude, however, is totally freaking out, scrambling away in a panic and yelling that there's no way in hell he's ever ditching Captain Jibiki's squad. Just when the kid thinks he's given him the slip, he runs smack into Akane, who's just casually standing there, blocking his escape route, and she's holding official transfer papers signed by Captain Jibiki himself. The kid is stunned, totally unable to process that his own captain would just let him go like that. But after he actually reads the letter, his disbelief morphs into total shock when he realizes it's 100% legit. Super reluctantly, he agrees to join Kanagi's squad. And with that, Kanagi and Akane successfully secure their 4th party member. Meanwhile, outside, Haneda is trying to recruit Akijina for the squad. His approach, though, is anything but normal. He busts out this weird, over-the-top leg-stomping move like it's some kind of recruitment dance. Akijina finds it completely bizarre, obviously. Haneda insists it's a direct order from the captain, and flat-out declares he wants Akijina on his team. Akijina, however, gives him a hard pass, explaining that his main quest right now is to enter the upcoming captain promotion exam. Apparently, a slot opened up after Todoroki bit the dust. Completely unfazed by the rejection, Haneda suddenly unleashes a crazy powerful kick right at Akijina. He was basically testing his agility stat. To Haneda's surprise, Akijina dodges the attack without even breaking a sweat, showing off some next-level evasion skills. Impressed, but definitely not defeated, Haneda presses his attack. Akijina, now actually intrigued, proposes a little challenge. He agrees to join the squad on one condition. Haneda has to land a single touch on him within 60 seconds, right here in the courtyard. If Haneda pulls it off, Akijina will gladly join their party. Haneda asks if that means no holds barred. And after getting the green light from Akijina, he straight up summons his shining dragon aura, powering up around him. He's looking dead set on winning this challenge. Akijina just casually starts the timer on his laptop. In another location, deep inside the anti-prophecy unit's limestone cave headquarters, Akijina runs into Captain Surukai. The captain is apparently fishing in a 7th-dimensional rift known as the Lower Jaw. Surukai casually mentions that he sometimes catches some real leviathans in there. Spotting Akinia, he asks if he's here for the placement trial for the Todoroki squad. Akijina's like, yeah, but says he wants to be a squad leader who doesn't want to get wiped out. Surukai claps back, telling him that's a totally reachable stat goal even if you're not a captain. This totally throws Kijina, who asks if the captain thinks he's not captain material. Surukai, while casually hoisting a kaiju-class shark, says he thinks Kijina is just lacking a crucial attribute. Flashing back to the present, Hanada is blitzing Akijina, who's desperately trying to avoid any kind of close-quarters combat. Despite getting within inches of the guy, Hanada can't even land a single hit on Akijina. Hanada is totally shook, realizing Akijina is using some OP evasion skill to phase through his attacks. Akijina is activating his Omnius, a trump card ability he's kept on the down low from literally everyone for a super long time. His Omnius let him blink to a designated spot within a 100-meter radius, but he has to have set a warp point there at least once before the skill is usable. Once a warp point is locked in, he can teleport there with insane speed and pinpoint accuracy. Even as Janita unleashes a whole barrage of mana-infused fists, Akiina manages to dodge every last one with his skill. This is proving to be a high-difficulty quest for Janita, but he's just treating it like a training arc, knowing he'll have to throw down with Midori eventually. While blinking and weaving through the hits, Akijina asks Janata what kind of S-tier trait he even sees in a guy like Kanagi. Janata, still on the offensive, admits he's kinda clueless, for real. He launches an aura-laced flying kick at Akijina, and admits he knows Akijina's whole ideal captain build is to buff his squad's survival rate by a measly 1%. Hanada finds that kinda cool, but says he'd never pledge his life to a captain whose main stat is just not dying. This comment totally tilts Kijina, but Hanada explains that if someone is always playing solo, they'll never clear the main quests the system has laid out for them. As he says this, Hanada gets a flashback to his tragic backstory, seeing the bodies of his family all over, wiped out by some destiny freak's prophecy. That whole event triggered a hardcore personal quest to shatter every single prophecy. Because of that, he finally realized Kanagi has the unique skill to make it happen, so he decided to join his party. Hearing this, Akijina has a total epiphany about the core stat he's missing to be a captain. The charisma stat needed to make people actually want to follow you. As he refocuses on dodging, he knows he's got this duel in the bag, and plans to log this convo for future character development. With the timer hitting 5 seconds, Janeda starts pinging someone on his device, saying that person is arriving right on schedule for the assist. Akijina is totally confused when suddenly Suo drops in, comboing her Marigold incantation with a Skyfall area of effect spell, completely nuking the entire courtyard where they were standing. This totally nerfs Akijina's blink skill by destroying all his warp points, and Janeda jumps on the opening. He leaps off the rooftop and uses a lightning kick to rip a piece of Akijina's gear. The timer hits 0, but ripping his gear counts as a tag, making Janeda the winner. He lands as Suo asks if nuking the whole training ground was really worth it. Janeda just ignores her, gassing up Suo for the clutch assist. Meanwhile, Akijina is absolutely mauling in the background. But after tapping something into his terminal, he chills out and agrees to join Kanagi's squad. Hearing this, Hanada and Suo slap a high five, while Kanagi and Akane drag in another recruit, Iru, who's all chained up like a captured dungeon boss. Kanagi sees the absolutely wrecked courtyard and is just dumbfounded, but Suo reveals she's counting on him to write the apology letter for the damages. Janeda tries to de-escalate the situation, suggesting Rin could probably just use a restoration spell on the courtyard, but the main issue is that they're still short one party member for their team. Akane doesn't know anyone else and asks Kanagi if he has any potential recruits in mind. Kanagi just points over to the elite ops members Ichika, Mikado, and Nishina, and reveals he's already scouted them for his squad. As of today, they're on a temporary contract under Kanagi, and will be running missions with his party. Elsewhere, in the Watchtower, the remaining members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse are holding a council meeting. Only 5 of them are left, but they're super cocky because they've got the world's most OP weapon, Midori's vessel. For them, looks like they're one step closer to totally wiping out the anti-prophecy squad. Number 0 drops their creed on him. Everything we do is to make the prophecy manifest in this world. Meanwhile, deep inside the anti-prophecy's research division, the assistant superintendent asks the director if he scored the requested item. The director confirms, revealing that the Book of Fate, once held by the 12 Apostles, is actually a single grimoire that was ripped to shreds. Based on the 8 volumes Midori brought back, they figure out this recent catastrophe is all part of the prophecy. Specifically, a unique great event called the Bhagavad Gita. According to the text, to basically trigger the apocalypse, the 12 Apostles need Midori's power, which on its own is totally OP enough to do the job. Meanwhile, high above the ocean, Midori and Hajime, a member of the 12 Apostles, are soaring towards some unknown destination. Totally out of the blue, Midori asks Hajime if he's ever read the Gita, and Hajime is like, nah. Midori explains it's one of the Hindu scriptures, stressing how mortals should just do their duty without expecting any loot or XP. According to Midori, whoever scripted a prophecy like the one currently playing out must have had a major grudge against humanity. As they're cruising over Times Square in New York City, a family spots them, and some kid totally freaks out, recognizing Midori as the world's strongest awakener. The crowd immediately goes wild, cheering and begging for selfies. They also catch Hajime calling him a samurai. As the crowd gets hyped seeing their heroes, Midori gives Hajime the signal to start their quest. Without a second thought, Midori starts charging a massive sphere of mana in his hand, while the crowd keeps cheering, totally clueless about the beatdown that's coming. Just as a dad snaps a pic of his kid with Midori in the background, Midori suddenly unleashes the mana sphere into the air, completely engulfing the sky. The sphere morphs into a colossal tornado, and from inside it, the real Midori is screaming his head off at number 0 to stop, but it's way too late. Number 0 has already cast the turbulence spell on them. Back at the Anti-Prophecies cafeteria, Kanagi's in the middle of a lecture when Suo sprints over, shoving his phone in his face. It's a breaking news alert. New York is a raging inferno, all thanks to Midori's attack. The report says an awakener just leveled the city. Meanwhile, over at the Eternal Lodge, the American branch chief, Wise, is absolutely raging at Io, screaming at her to do something because Midori just deleted an entire city. Io tries to chill him out, but the tragedy has already racked up a massive body count right in the heart of the world's economy, New York City. She reveals that it wasn't actually Midori who caused the destruction, but the leader of the 12 Apostles, who's totally puppeteering his body. She explains that they've already ID'd the guy as Warren Hastings, some dude from England. She speculates he might be teaming up with invaders from another dimension. Wise is totally floored by this revelation as Io drops another bomb. The 12 Apostles are using artifacts that are completely off the anti-prophecies grid. According to her, some unknown entity is backing them. But even after hearing her logic, Wise argues that this whole mess is still on Io, since the guy who just leveled a city came from her special unit. He warns her the White House is even thinking about dropping nukes on Midori. But Wise knows that even nukes wouldn't scratch an S-ranker like Midori, so he asks her what her next move is. Back at the Academy mess hall, Kanagi asks Suo if he and the others have cleared training module 15. Suo confirms. But then, to his total shock, Kanagi promotes him to vice captain of the Kanagi squad. He then orders him to tell everyone to keep grinding their training until they get deployment orders. He points out that Arian and Akiji are always bickering, so they need to work on their party synergy to get their skills on point. Suo wonders, what's Kanagi gonna do with his downtime? Kanagi just says he's going to sleep, and this time, he's planning on a real long rest. He gives Suo a direct command. Don't let anyone break his trance. And since it's an absolute order from Kanagui, Suo accepts, putting his full faith in the guy. Back at the Eternal Cabin, Yo reveals her game plan. She's taking on Midori and his crew head, on with her top-tier elite squad. Meanwhile, back at HQ, Kanagi hits his room and instantly drops into a meditative state. In his mindscape, he draws his blade and starts a training session with Hinoki, while all the other founders are geared up to help him level up. But, to Kanagui's total disbelief, Hinoki instantly shreds him to pieces in the blink of an eye. He regenerates on the spot, only for Hinoki to dice him up all over again. Hinoki reminds Kanagi that he's the one who insisted they go all out in this training arc, so now he's gonna get completely wrecked. With that, he charges Kanagi with his full power unleashed. Another founder tries to step in, but Wonak and Match hold him back. Other founders argue that while a speedrun training session might call for some extreme measures, Kanagi's getting wiped out way too often, and his soul core could actually shatter soon. Still, they all get that Midori is the most OP awakened of this era, and the current Kanagi has zero chance against him. This might be a desperate way to grind levels, but it's the only path to victory. The founder from before warns there's still a limit to how much of this beating Kanagi can take, but the alchemist reassures her, saying there's no need to sweat it at all. Kanagi isn't some delicate F-ranker. Mage, watching Kanagi get sliced up again and again, still has total faith that he'll overcome this trial. Kanagi apologizes to Hinoki, feeling an insane pressure just from his opponent's aura. It feels like he's been tossed into a blizzard on top of a frozen solid mountain. Catching his breath, Kanagi faces Hinoki once more, only to be instantly sliced in half. But, to his own amazement, he manages to cut a single strand of hair from Hinoki's head. Before, he couldn't even graze him, but now he's actually landed a hit. Despite getting fragged countless times, Kanagi remains totally determined to get stronger. He gets back on his feet again and again. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, at the gateway of India, Aradev, from the Indian branch of the Anti-Prophecy Special Force, is stoked to see Midori there. He reminds Midori that without him, the S-rank prophecy from the Searing Fire Lord would have turned Mumbai to ash. With a grin, he asks if, despite the fact they once defended this city together as comrades, Midori is now here to totally wreck it. Midori just dismisses his words as completely useless, stating that his body is being controlled by Number Zero. Trolling Aradib, Number Zero scoffs at the idea that Midori could ever regain control. To keep messing with him, he broadcasts Midori's trapped thoughts directly from his mind. Midori's voice is apologizing and begging Aradib to run for it. However, Aradib absolutely refuses to run. This is his hometown, and he's fully prepared to fight down to his very last breath. At the Eternal Cabin, Yo explains the 100-year war between humanity and beings from another dimension to the Superintendent's aid. During the era of the Founders, it was the Tower that appeared first, followed by the Rift and the Prophecies. Throughout the long history of this war, there have always been humans who collaborated with these entities to bring about the world's end. As she's explaining, one of the aides watching the news about India's fall panics, realizing the enemy now seems to be heading for Europe. Yo was expecting this, but she comments that it would have been way better if they had just come straight for Japan instead. When the aide asks why, she reveals that since Number Zero only recently took over Midori's body, he shouldn't be able to fully tap into its power yet. Plus, he's in a situation where the more he fights, the more OP he becomes. With that, she orders her aide to summon all the squad captains. Then she turns to Tengen, the male aide, and tells him he's being deployed to the front lines, too. Tengen cracks a joke about how he's just their glorified gopher during peacetime. But the real shocker drops when Io announces she's personally entering the fray. Meanwhile, the Kanagi squad is in the final phase of their prep. They're our only real shot at taking down Midori. But until their power-up is complete, Io orders the other squads to run interference. Vicky and the other captains, looking totally stressed, ask how long the prep time is. Io reveals that according to Kanny, he needs a full 2 days. She then declares their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they'll make their stand against Midori. There, the entire Japanese branch of the anti-prophecy assembles, gearing up for a full-scale raid. As Midori barrels toward them, he unleashes his devastating turbulence spell right at their formation. But it's stopped dead in its tracks by Io's own defensive barrier spell. Midori, looking totally floored, narrows his eyes while Io just smirks, taunting him for underestimating a top-tier player. Flashback to a bit earlier, as the captains were deploying to the ocean to face Midori, Jisaki and his squad members rushed their captain, begging to be deployed to face the leader of the 12 apostles. The captain shuts them down, but a teary-eyed Jisaki insists that even if they can't deal any real damage, they can at least act as meat shields to protect the captains. The captain, along with the others, turns to face them, asking if they get why the captains are heading into such a suicide mission. He explains that even though they know it's a one-way trip, since the power level gap is just insane, they're still clinging to the hope that their subordinates, their cadets, will survive to carry on the fight. The captains are betting everything on their squad members, believing that they'll be the ones to shoulder the massive responsibility of protecting the world. With that, the captains depart, leaving their heartbroken squads behind. While some of them break down crying, others steal their resolve, now dead set on protecting the Kanagi squad until their prep is 100% complete. Even though their eyes are filled with grief, they know they have to move instead of just mourning, and they need to move fast. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and their aides, teleport to the ocean, now standing face to face with the big boss, Midori. As Io effortlessly nullifies Midori's turbulence spell, the other captains just stare in awe at her insane power level. Midori is also totally stumped by this unknown skill. Number 0. Scanning through Midori's memories, he recognizes Io as the head of the anti-prophecy, a mother figure to Midori, who's always kept her true power level under wraps. Io, standing before him, declares this is the first time in 100 years she's used her skills on the battlefield. None of the captains had ever seen her go all out before, but now, right before their eyes, she activates her 8-8 mirror spell. This spell has a 2-stage activation. The first stage lets Io completely negate any ability, as long as she can analyze its properties, giving her a 100% defense stat. The nature of this skill is a hard counter, which syncs up perfectly with a mage's advanced analytical skills. Wasting no time, Midori follows up with his searing turbulence spell, unleashing a barrage of powerful tornadoes straight at Io. Seeing them coming, the captains realize that's the same S-class skill that burned all of India to the ground. But luckily for them, Io already has this skill analyzed and effortlessly deflects it. The second stage of her ability lets her copy any skill she's reflected in the first phase. As she casts her own tornadoes, they clash with Midori's and completely overpower them. Midori, now locked into the fight, figures out how her skill works, but gets pissed when he senses someone trying to gank him from the side. One of the captains unleashes his infinite fist technique, bombarding Midori with a relentless barrage of punches. Every single time a fist connects, Midori feels his whole system going numb. But even after taking that insane combo, the captain is totally floored that Midori is just tanking it all. Suddenly, the captain snags Midori in a grapple, yelling for the rest of the party to unload their skills while he's got him on lockdown. And just like that, Vicky pops her ultimate, Phoenix Sonic manifestation, as the other captains unleash their own S-tier abilities, stacking them all on Midori at once. But Midori just counters with his Shattered Pearl Barricade spell, creating a massive AoE of tornadoes that slams into every single captain. When the smoke clears, Midori is standing there without a scratch, totally clowning them for bringing such low-level scrubs to fight him. But right as he's talking smack, he feels this insane mana signature above him. He looks up and sees the assistant super-channeling a spirit bomb the size of the freaking sundae. He realizes instantly it's a charge-up skill. The longer the cast time, the bigger the boom, and tries to summon his own energy sphere to counter it. But then the female assistant hits him with her Chains of Servitude ability, slapping a mana-draining shackle right on his hand. Midori is shook. He never expected them to have a distortion class awakened on their team. Now he's debuffed and totally spell-locked, unable to cast a thing. Meanwhile, the male assistant finishes his cast and launches the massive Sun Eater straight at the immobilized Midori. Seeing that giant ball of "you're so dead" hurtling toward him, Midori knows he can't dodge roll out of this one. Still, he figures if he times his ultimate wind-type skill just right, he might be able to mitigate some of the damage. But just as he's cooking up this plan, he spots another identical fireball coming from the opposite side, a perfect copy created by Io using her mirror image skill. Both Sun Eaters collide, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that completely engulfs Midori in the fiery blast. Io's attack is relentless. She's determined to delete him from the server, even if it means a self-destruct play for the sake of the future. The number 0 entity inside Midori is just raging, cursing her out. from a safe distance. The EEU squad watches the raid unfold as one of the soldiers is stoked to see a direct hit. Another analyzes that the white fireball's temperature is hitting several thousand degrees Celsius, more than enough firepower to wipe Number 0 and his whole squad off the map. But Mr. Richard isn't buying it. He spots a massive purple mana field enveloping Number 0. Meanwhile, Number 0 is like, for real? All these S-rank awakened are really gonna risk it all for one shot? This whole situation is playing out way beyond his calculations. But the real shocker is just how ridiculously tanky Midori's body is, taking heat that's thousands of degrees Celsius without even a scratch. Next thing you know, he's got all the aggro from the EEU's armed forces, who are just spamming missile after missile at him. The whole sky lights up with explosions, yet Number 0 just cackles in the middle of all that chaos. He unleashes his turbulence skill right at the ship, but Marquis dives in to intercept, desperately trying to shield the fleet from that insane level of power. Despite his best shot, it's clear that even a top-tier ranker like Marquis is getting completely overwhelmed. Number 0's voice then booms like thunder, declaring they're about to witness the true herald of the apocalypse. Richard just clenches his fists watching this mess unfold, but there's no way in hell he's backing down. Number 0, on the other hand, realizes his mana pool is running on fumes, a detail Io also clocks. She pulls out her trump card, the one she's been saving for a clutch moment just like this. And boom, flashback. Back when the squad was prepping to deal with Number 0, they argued that taking down Midori's body was basically an impossible quest. Io totally agreed with Ibiki, but she added that there might be a different win condition besides just trying to delete the guy. That's when she unveiled the special grade artifact they were going to use on Number 0. Flash forward to now, and that artifact is revealed to be none other than the Cage of Timeless Sand. As Number 0 gawks at the golden barrier that's got him totally boxed in, he instantly recognizes it. Io casually mentions she gave a similar artifact to one of her underlings once. Number 0 is floored. He never dreamed they'd have more than one of these things. Io coolly explains that shattering the cage requires a ridiculous amount of chakra, something he's totally out of after such a long and exhausting brawl. Number 0 just smirks, totally seeing through her pathetic attempt to buy time with that F-tier trick. But he just scoffs, calling it a futile gesture since even if she escapes, she's still too weak to defeat him. Io just grins, full of confidence, and tells him to just chill there for 2 days. She promises to show him something epic when she gets out, hinting at the time our boy needs to grind for the final boss fight. At first, Number 0 acts like he's clueless about Io's hidden ace, but then decides to drop the bomb that he already knows all about Kanagi. Truth is, Number 0 has already scanned Midori's memories, and in those memories, Midori sees Kanagi as the chosen one, the player destined to break all the prophecies. Io can't even process that Midori would rank Kanagi that high. Number 0 coldly continues, stating that he can't allow a variable like him to exist. Kanagi is already at the top of his personal hit list. His aura flaring with rage, he yells that the real anomaly here is Io herself. The next moment, his expression twists into a smug smirk as he explains just how OP Midori's body has become. All the mana he's used so far was just drawn from the dormant aura sleeping inside Midori's vessel. In other words, the power they've witnessed is barely the tip of the iceberg. His true power level is on a plane far beyond their comprehension. Before Io can even activate her 8th mirror skill, Number 0 effortlessly one-shots her with his bare hands. Her body drops like a puppet with its strings cut. Now, his true target is in sight. He sets his gaze upon Japan. Meanwhile, our boy is still grinding in his mindscape, completely unaware of Io's elimination by Number 0. The operation to contain or defeat him by the Japanese branch of the Anti-Prophecy Organization ends in total failure. From this battle, they figure out that Number 0 is getting more synchronized with Midori's body. He's learning how to control the dormant aura within the kid's system and is leveling up by the second. At that moment, on the coast of Sado in the Nagata Prefecture, Chika and Shinji are in the middle of a training session when the girl suddenly senses a wicked, ominous aura. She realizes this must mean everyone in their organization got wiped. With that grim realization, they decide to head straight for HQ to confront the enemy head-on, a move Shinji immediately agrees to. Meanwhile, inside the Anti-Prophecy Organization's monitoring room, Rin is staring in horror at the footage of the annihilated U.S. fleet. Her subordinate reports that they lost all comms right after Number 0's attack. Rin barks an order to switch to satellite feeds, kicking herself for not using her crow's eye ability over the sea to find out exactly what went down. Just then, the surviving members return. A frantic Shiki begs Rin to use her healing ability. Rin is completely stunned to see a critically wounded Io before her. The scene flashes back to the briefing before the op, where Io singles out Shiki, making it clear she's the linchpin of the team. Io instructs her to immediately teleport the team out after the captain's attack, and to keep a close track on the enemy's movements. The second Tangent and Shi unleash their Celestial Fall ability. Shiki has to warp everyone out at once. Shiki agrees without a second thought, declaring she's ready to put her life on the line for the mission, which earns her a sharp smack from Io. Io explains sternly that she is not allowed to die because her job is to be their escape route back to HQ. Once the battle is over, she stresses again that Shiki must prioritize her own survival, even if Io herself is in a pinch. When Shiki tries to argue, Io's death glare shuts her down. Still, Shiki quietly admits she doesn't want Io to die. Io gives her a faint smile, promising she won't let a single one of them die. Now, back in the present, Io herself is barely clinging to life as Rin desperately works on her. Shiki pleads with Rin to do more, but Rin snaps back that she's already giving it her all. Her ability is time reversal, but Io's own ability is actively interfering with the heal. Io is using an artifact that freezes the flow of time, making Rin's healing magic fight against it. Another healer grimly adds that even with their combined mana, they're barely keeping Io stable, since her wound is just that catastrophic. Desperate, Shiki proposes a high-risk gambit. Io's artifact can only stop the flow of time as long as she's inside the anti-prophecies territory. Dude, if we move her, the artifact's power level could drop. Tenjin instantly objects, yelling that it's way too risky with Io's stats this low. But before they can even throw another word, the whole squad just freezes solid. A totally suffocating wave of purple mana just chokes the air. They look up, and they see number 0, just chilling in midair, flanked by his so-called apostles of the apocalypse. Shiki's fuse just instantly lights up, completely ignoring Rin's desperate shouts to stand down. She straight up teleports right in the enemy's face, looking ready to wipe them all out. Not wasting a single second, Shiki instantly activates her signature skill, Void Parquet. This OP skill lets her teleport between dimensions, and it's super effective on a small scale. But, trying to go big with it comes with some serious risks, cause it can cause these unpredictable reality warps that lead to massive destruction. Ten curses her recklessness, knowing Io is still stuck inside HQ. Meanwhile, number 0 gives Hajime the signal to push forward. He raises his artifact, the Divine Throne of the Distorted World, and in a flash, unleashes a Kwaikara slash right at Shiki's pocket dimension. The attack is so OP, it doesn't just shatter her dimension, it slices clean through her arm, too. His cronies are all cheering his brutality, but Hajime isn't buying it. He knows he didn't finish Shiki off. She must have warped out at the last second. He scans the area and spots her, wounded but alive, with Shinji guarding her. The rest of Kanagi's squad is there, too. Number 0 gives them a seriously annoyed look and asks if they plan on being another roadblock, and Ichika steps up, drawing her blade. In a calm but totally defiant voice, she declares that Kanagi is still out cold, and until she wakes up, they'll keep number 0 and his apostles occupied. Meanwhile, number 0 is sizing up these new challengers. From Midori's memories, he recognizes Ichika and Shinji, but Kaname and Sakasaki are total unknowns. He basically considers them F-tier trash, unworthy of their powers. If even Midori never thought they were anything special, they can't be a major threat. But just as he's about to write them off, his eyes land on Konami, and something about the guy gives number 0 pause. Wasting no time, Sakasaki activates his skill, Turbulence. The next thing Shiki knows, everyone around her, including Ichika and Shinji, has just vanished. Sakasaki quickly claims it was his doing, which makes Konami protest like, hey, what about me? 'Cause the trick needed his help too. Exhausted and bleeding, Shiki just screams at them to shut up and explain what the heck just happened. They explain it's a combo of Konami's skill, My House is Your House, and Sakasaki's, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Basically, Konami's ability acts like a booster for Sakasaki's, letting his teleportation field expand on contact. Normally, Sakasaki's skill is self-target only, but with Konami's buff, he can warp other people too, and even pick multiple destinations. As Shiki tries to patch up her busted arm, Sakasaki keeps explaining that his aim isn't as pinpoint accurate as Kitamori's. His warp only works on places where he's left some of his stuff before, and Kaname's power helps boost that range. Together, they've successfully yeeted everyone, including number 0 and his apostles, to totally different spots and not just random ones. The three of them sent number 0 to one very specific place. Right then, number 0 opens his eyes in some bizarre place where he can't sense any direction or even gravity. As he's trying to get his bearings, he spots countless sea creatures swimming all around him. That's when it hits him. He's underwater. For real. He's inside a massive stalactite cave under the Dew facility, a place known as the First Fissure, Lower Jaw. This mysterious dungeon expands 10 centimeters every year, making it a naturally growing labyrinth that nobody can fully map or understand. Not even Midori could destroy this place, 'cause some ancient prophecy foretold this place would remain untouched by any human will. Sakasaki mutters a challenge, almost to himself, wondering if number 0 is strong enough to defy even that prophecy. Meanwhile, over at Mount Ontake in Nagano Prefecture, Hajime suddenly finds himself face to face with Ichika. He instantly clocks that they've been warped, and Ichika just laughs, totally smug that her divide and conquer strat actually worked. When Hajime demands to know where number 0 is, she just smirks and says he's been sent on a one-way trip to the void. Hajime scoffs, not buying it. Like, if a place like that actually existed, they could have just dumped their whole squad there from the start. But Ichika calmly explains they couldn't just yeet everyone there, because one of them probably has an S-tier escape artifact, a risk they just couldn't take. She explains that, hey, maybe number 0 himself has a scroll of return and will eventually find his way back. But by then, Io will be long gone. Given that possibility, they can't afford to spam that move on all the apostles. Best case scenario, it only takes one of them off the board. Hajime's not buying it for a second and grips the hilt of his sword, ready to throw down. Ichika remains totally unfazed, her OP aura practically glowing as she trash-talks him, saying that besides number 0, none of them stand a chance against her, 'cause they're just a bunch of scrubs clinging to last-gen powers. The next second, Hajime unleashes his Kurikura slash at her, but Ichika effortlessly counters it with her innate skill, Solitude of the Dawn. An ability that was once considered trash tier for being so basic, this skill lets her sense every single internal and external factor, keeping her body in peak condition. Basically, it's like having a god-tier perception stat, guaranteeing every strike lands with 100% accuracy and focus. Thanks to that buff, she easily dodges Hajime's attack and lands a clean counterslash on his side. In the world of martial arts, a perfectly trained body is the ultimate weapon, and Ichika is the living embodiment of that ideal. Looking down at Hajime, she smirks and coldly disses him, calling him immature and even weaker than Makoto. Meanwhile, back at the Anti-Prophecy Guild's training grounds, the remaining members of the Apocalypse Apostles are now facing off against Mikado and Nishina. They instantly realize their party's been split from the others and that it was totally intentional. Seth just smirks, ready to lay down the trash talk. She's like, do you two really think you can take on 2 members of the Apocalypse Apostles, especially after seeing number 0's insane power level firsthand? Then she turns to Asura, asking for the game plan. Asura, putting on a show with some crocodile tears, claims he's ready to take them both on himself. This taunt totally pisses off Makoto, who immediately charges Asura to land another hit. Meanwhile, Nishina thinks back to Makoto, his childhood friend, and feels his own rage meter max out. Determined to get payback, he grabs Seth by the hair, but she just lets out this dark, twisted laugh. She's clearly getting a kick out of his rage. In the next moment, a storm of crimson energy erupts from Asura, forcing both guys to dive for cover. She effortlessly slips out of Nishina's grip and activates her skill, Queen of Hearts. Nishina instantly clocks what Seth's ability is, the power to manipulate objects in her vicinity. She commands her enchanted cards to hunt down Kanagi, and within seconds, hundreds of them are swirling around her like a crimson vortex. Realizing her true target, Nishina moves to intercept, but another blast from Asura forces him to back off. Across the field, Asura starts charging up his own unique skill, 100 Faces, an ability that lets him manifest his emotions as raw power. As he pulls his hand away from his face, he reveals the mask of pure rage. With a roar, he declares he's gonna slaughter them all. Crimson lightning erupts from his body, blasting the ground all around them. Meanwhile, in Tokorozawa City, Saitama Prefecture, Akane and Yanada are throwing down with the last remaining member of the Apocalypse Apostles. Akane activates her skill, Stone of Truth, sending a massive stone golem charging at the enemy, only for him to effortlessly slice its head clean off. Meanwhile, Haneda is throwing down with him too. Then, in a flash, Shinji unleashes his hunter-class sword style, busting out the legendary Tengu dance, a technique that engulfs the area in a vortex of dust and debris. The enemy clears the air with a single mana-infused swipe, revealing 3 of his opponents already down for the count. Seeing this, Akane curses under her breath. They expected this dude to be strong, but not this OP. Their enemy, Dre, demands to know who they are. He can clearly sense their power levels and realizes if he doesn't one-shot them now, they could become a real pain later. With a chilling coldness, he tells them to just die by his hand, since he needs to conserve his mana for his real target. Janata just scoffs that Dre is totally underestimating them. Shinji doesn't even register the insult. His mind is laser-focused on payback. Akane glances at him and instantly gets his desperate vibe. He's still burning to avenge his brother's death. Recognizing Shinji's family name, Dre smirks darkly. He taunts Shinji about his late brother, calling him trash tier and mocking how easily he got wiped. Shinji instantly takes the bait, charging at Dre in a blind rage, but the enemy is already prepared, activating Camellia La Traviata, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, back at the Academy headquarters, both support healers are desperately trying to stabilize Io, and they finally manage to reignite her heartbeat. A moment later, Yoshima quickly pings her squad for a status report. They reply that the squad captain's injuries are almost fully regenerated. Makabe then orders his unit to regroup with Kanagi's squad, but one of the members suddenly stops them, pointing out the hundreds of mana-thirsting wraiths swarming towards the headquarters. They immediately realize Kanagi is the primary target. Taking command, Tengen orders everyone to get ready for battle. They have to protect our boy until he awakens. The next moment, the air grows heavy, as Tengen senses an oppressive mana signature, a wavelength he recognizes all too well. Outside, Shiki and the others also feel the ground tremble. Sakasaki's eyes go wide as he pinpoints where the energy is surging from. He's right on the money. Even Captain Surasaki can feel the shockwave emanating from the cave where number 0 was sealed. Konami refuses to believe number 0 could have broken its seal. Sakasaki urges him to come along so they can bait number 0 away, but the very idea terrifies the kid. Still, he insists they have to move fast. They have to save Captain Surasaki. His words die in his throat as a blinding blue light erupts from the headquarters building. Inside, the source of that light is Kanagi, who rises up, crackling with power, his aura healing Io right before their eyes. Rin stares at him, wide-eyed, total disbelief etched on her face. He asks how long he was out, and Rin replies it's only been half a day, a far cry from his original 2-day training plan. She's not sure if that short amount of time is enough for him to face number 0 again, but he just nods, fully determined to clutch the win. Before moving out, he turns to Io and apologizes for making her wait. Meanwhile, he activates the skill from the Divine Grimoire, God Valentine's Medical Codex. Page 3, number 64, Divine Nectar. A technique recorded in Valentine's own memories that lets him use healing magic at its absolute peak. Both Rin and Yoshima are completely stunned as they watch Io's critical wounds begin to seal themselves. In a matter of moments, Yoshima realizes that instead of a partial recovery, Io's wounds are completely gone. She's just speechless, unable to process such a miraculous, god-tier level of healing. Even as a dedicated healer herself, she can't pull off a feat like that. Just then, Io slowly opens her eyes, and Rin breathes a huge sigh of relief. When Io looks up, she doesn't see Kanagi, she sees Valentine standing before her, imposing. Kanagi, now channeling Valentine's essence, gently takes her hand and softly scolds her for being so reckless. Io weakly apologizes for being useless in the fight, but he assures her that she was incredible, truly amazing. Then Valentine speaks through him, explaining that her wounds are fully healed and she just needs to rest. He tells her that when she wakes up, they'll all eat together, just like the old days, in harmony. Tears well up in Io's eyes as she peacefully closes them, finally letting herself rest. Then Valentine pivots to his squad, his game face on, telling them to brace for the impending boss fight. Meanwhile, outside the guild hall, both Akijina and Hisagi are going all out against Set's minions. Akijina unleashes her signature skill, 1000 Supreme Steel Strikes, against them, slicing through countless card minions in a single fluid technique. Hisagi, meanwhile, is going all out, using his martial arts aura and his wicked chain blade, mowing down one summoned card after another without a break. Both of them are totally gassed, unable to believe these summons have the same OP energy as the Shikami constructs they fought during the raid against Eva. One of the cards tries to gank Hisagi from behind. Akijina shouts a warning, but before he can even react, he eats a nasty punch to the face and staggers back, his health bar dropping. Staring down the endless swarm of mobs, he clenches his fists, refusing to get wiped. Remembering Makabe's words that she's got to step up and be the guardian of this world, he roars that he'll keep his promise to his captain, no matter the cost, pushing his aura to its absolute limit. In that moment, as if summoned by his main character Resolve, Makabe hears his words and gives him a nod of approval. He's already in the thick of it, wrecking the horde with his Earth-Shatter fist. Hisagi's eyes go wide with disbelief and relief to see him there, totally fine. He just grins and assures him he's back in the game. The next moment, Captain Yorisuya teleports onto the battlefield, wielding his unique skill, Golden Homerun Bat, which instantly deletes several card minions in a single swing. Both captains order their squads to get ready to clear this wave, and Akijina and Hisagi immediately snap to it with renewed determination. Mob then spots our boy hovering in the air, practically overflowing with pure mana, his blade glowing as he settles into his stance. With one powerful motion, he channels the one-handed sword style, Hinoki. He unleashes a massive sword aura slash that sends a shockwave tearing through hundreds of cards at once, with unstoppable force. Akijina and Hisagi just stare in awe at his insane power level. Meanwhile, Set feels the tremendous damage feedback from his summons, and totally freezes up mid-fight. Asura clocks his expression change and asks what's up, all curious. She mutters in disbelief that 10 whole decks of cards, over 500 of her summoned soldiers, have just been completely wiped off the map. Asura immediately figures Kanagi has to be the one behind that AoE attack. He orders Set to hurry up and eliminate her target before turning back to Mikado, his patience stat rapidly hitting 0. Their persistence is starting to get on his nerves. They just refuse to die, which is super frustrating. Hearing that, Mikado just centers himself, prepping his next skill. He declares they're the ones about to get deleted, not him, with unshakable conviction. Asura's eyes narrow in confusion, then flare with pure rage at his audacity. But before he can even make a move, he spots a glowing divine rune forming on his own arm. In the next instant, Mikado activates his skill, the anti-demon divine seal, with a massive power-up. A brilliant explosion of holy energy erupts toward Asura. Mikado thrusts his fist forward, unleashing a barrage of glowing projectiles that fill the battlefield. Asura watches the countless projectiles close in, scoffing at how slow and harmless they look, like some beginner-level spell. He's furious, dismissing them as a useless debuff attempt, believing they pose 0 threat. But as they get closer, a sudden realization hits him. Mikado had tagged him with a seal during their first clash. And these projectiles aren't just random spam, they're targeted attacks. They're locked directly onto the seal on his body. Before he can react, Mikado flash steps behind him and lands a critical hit that sends him flying backward. He taunts him, realizing those aren't just simple mana bolts, but something way more busted. The real danger is Mikado's entire strategy, a combo designed to break his defense and land the finishing blow. Mikado explains the setup. The divine runes etched on his body double each projectile's speed with every new mark he creates, stacking their power. More glowing projectiles spawn out of thin air. At first, he manages to dodge them, but in a matter of moments, their speed stat becomes too insane to even track. Another savage blow from Mikado connects, sending him tumbling again without mercy. He finally understands that each seal is multiplying the projectile's speed exponentially. Soon, the projectiles are moving faster than he can see, and every single one smashes into him with the same force as Mikado's direct punches, as a massive explosion of light just engulfs him. Asura gets totally floored, and Mikado just stands over him, clowning on his little meltdown. Shaking in his boots and desperate to create some space, he pops his Visage of Terror skill. As a result, a nasty corrosive miasma erupts from his body, spreading out and blanketing the entire area in a toxic haze. Mikado just watches as the toxic fog rolls in around him. Meanwhile, Set is totally ensnared by Nishina. She's desperately begging to be let go, pleading that she doesn't want to die of pure cringe. Nishina completely ignores her pleas, and her long hair animates on its own, wrapping tightly around Set and forming a suffocating, inescapable cocoon. The enemy flails around uselessly as her mana pool gets completely drained, leaving her totally debuffed. Once the process is finished, her body is left frozen solid, looking like a mummy. Nishina then glances over at Asura, and remarks that now he really understands what true fear feels like. Back on the battlefield, Mikado breaks down the mechanics of his technique for Asura. The mana bolts start out slow, moving no faster than a bowling ball, but each one is packed with the same raw power as his strongest punch, making them absolutely devastating. With every hit, magical sigils spread across his body, stacking the number and speed of the projectiles over and over, non-stop. By now, 20 direct hits have completely marked up Asura's entire body. The projectiles ramp up to insane speeds, and the final barrage completely engulfs him in an overwhelming storm of energy. The sky erupts in a chain of violent explosions, leaving nothing but smoke and ruin, total annihilation. Mikado then looks down at his hand, silently realizing just how much he's leveled up. The scene flashes back to their childhood, with Midori accusing Mikado of using a totally broken technique, because once someone gets tagged, the match is pretty much decided with no chance for a comeback. Mikado calmly explains that the art is a massive mana drain. The stronger the opponent, the tougher it is to land that first mark. Plus, it takes more than 10 seconds for the initial sigil to even activate, which makes the wind-up super slow and risky. A real gamble. Midori wonders out loud if S-rank opponents like that even exist in the real world. Mikado points right at him and says that Midori himself is basically one of them. Midori looks totally clueless and asks, "So, what's with the weird kanji crest?" Nishina explains that it represents the divine seal, an ancient and powerful art. Mikado then wonders if this ability is somehow connected to his younger brother, but Mikado shuts that idea down, saying the power is all his. and with this kind of strength, he won't lose to any other meathead, no matter how strong. Midori leaps into the air, yelling for Mikado to go all out. Mikado finds his whole vibe super annoying, but you can see a hint of respect in his expression. It's complicated. Midori adds that once they all level up, they should totally form a party and raid together when they're older. Mikado vows that the next time they spar, he'll land at least one solid hit on his best friend. Nishina walks over to Mikado, genuinely thanking him for his help taking down such high-level threats. She gestures to Set's lifeless body nearby and confirms their quest is now complete. Mikado nods and says they still need to go back up Shinji and the rest of the party, since these mobs are way too OP to solo without support. Nishina then brings up something weird that happened earlier, a pretty strange event. Right at that moment, Dre is roasting Shinji about the whole reunion with his brother. Shinji had asked if the preparations for the spell were complete, but Akane told him to just shut it and wait patiently. She then activates her Trismegistus's art and invokes the Seal of Mephala, announcing her plan to totally annihilate their enemy without a trace. The alchemist, Kilob, had once told our boy that alchemy is all about transmuting basic stuff into something way better by understanding the fundamental principles of how the world system really works. That knowledge, he explained, came from a deep understanding of those core principles. When he asked if transmutation was part of Lesson 15, Kilob confirmed that it was, but reminded him that grinding his combat stats was the main priority, and the alchemy skill tree could wait. If he ever got around to learning it later, he'd pick it up with no problem, like it was a walk in the park. Back in the present, Akane unleashes her technique, while Dre keeps up his ferocious, non-stop barrage. His strikes are so wild that Hanede and Shinji are having a hell of a time just trying to read his attack patterns. One blow connects squarely with Shinji, and Janeda screams out his name. But Shinji just barely manages to parry it. Still, they both know their mana pools are running on fumes. They can't keep this up. Dre's laugh echoes across the battlefield, as he cruelly taunts them about how pathetic and hopeless they are. He mentions a trump card his boss ordered him to save for a real emergency, but decides this moment totally calls for it. Without a second thought, he summons an artifact called the Purgatory Star and hurls it at them with a sick grin, declaring that he's about to wipe them all off the map. A massive eye glares down from the sky, and Shinji can only stare, completely frozen. Dre gloats that the artifact fires off projectiles, and each satellite it spawns packs the same insane destructive power as the original. We're talking immense force here. His voice booms as he brags that the attack will come from every direction. A literal blanket of destruction covering the entire sky. His laughter turns completely unhinged as he screams that everything in range will get torched by his fire cannon, as the flaming weapons deploy around them without mercy. Shinji feels completely powerless, and Janeda is hit with the same overwhelming sense of dread. Desperate, Janeda yells for Akane. She appears by his side in a flash, instantly sensing the immense danger. As she unleashes her counter skill, the fire cannon answers with another massive blast. The explosion engulfs the entire area, and Dre is absolutely convinced nothing could have survived that. Not a single soul. He remembers the power-up that Number Zero bestowed upon him, the same power that let him get payback on everyone who ever dissed him. He cackles about wrecking the world without a second thought. But his laughter dies in his throat when a pillar of green energy erupts from below. Akane stands there totally unscathed, flaring her aura skyward. Dre grunts in pure rage and fires another massive blast, but she just conjures a barrier that blocks it with zero effort. His attacks can't even put a dent in her defense, and he's getting seriously tilted. That's when Akane explains that her unique skill, Mephala's Zeal, lets her change the fundamental properties of any technique she's observed with perfect clarity. She's converting his attacks into healing energy. Suddenly, every explosion around them starts to restore, instead of destroy a total game-changer. The three of them feel their wounds closing and their stamina returning. She adds that she already used this power to give them a massive physical buff, and the effect will last for about 1 minute, a crucial window of opportunity. Dre just stares at her, completely bewildered, his brain unable to process what's happening. Akane tells him it doesn't matter anymore, because his time is up. Her smile just makes him panic even more. He stumbles back, trying to bolt, but she just scoffs at his pathetic attempt to escape. The next second, Janeda unleashes the bird spiral, an 8-hit combo followed by the 8-headed serpent, which just shreds him in mid-air. The attacks slam into Dre, leaving his body covered in deep gashes as blood pours from his mouth. Meanwhile, Haneda feels his power surging back. His wounds are just vanishing like they were never there. It's a miracle. Shinji steps up and activates his technique, Lesson 16. He's combining the Hinoki one-handed sword style with the dicing slash, and the Autumn Thistle's master annihilation, executing it all flawlessly. He channels every last drop of his mana into one decisive, final blow. The attack tears straight through Dre, and his body shatters into particles before vanishing without a trace. As silence falls over the battlefield, Shinji stands motionless, Dre's taunts about his brother echoing sadly in his mind. Deep down, he wishes that in another life, his brother could be the one to kill him again, whispering that it can only happen if his enemy also finds a place in heaven. A grim wish. One of the 12 apostles, Dre, has fallen to the combined might of Shinji, Janeda, and Akane of the Kanaga squadron. A hard-earned team victory. The three of them stand together, gasping for air. Janeda is just frozen, trying to process what just happened. She realizes Shinji just pulled off a technique that was way too advanced for his current level. But before anyone can say another word, Akane's body gives out, and she collapses to the ground, unconscious. Completely drained of mana. Her mind drifts into a flashback, back to the past. Deep in her subconscious, she's talking to Midori again, apologizing for what she said 7 long years ago, full of regret. Back then, she'd lashed out at him in a fit of rage, demanding to know why he was too late. Why he only showed up after everything had been wiped from existence. Midori had just stood there, paralyzed by guilt, whispering how sorry he was. Her father, an S-rank mage knight who handled prophecy-level calamities, had accidentally stumbled upon an artifact of immense power, a painting. When its seal was broken, it warped their entire world into a pocket dimension centered on their estate, turning everything into a living hellscape, a truly unspeakable horror. The moment the alert went out, Midori rushed to dive into that corrupted domain to contain the calamity before it could spread further, but by the time he got there, it was already too late. Her parents, their retainers, everyone she knew, erased from existence. Only Akane had, by some miracle, survived. Overwhelmed by grief, she had screamed at Midori, blaming him, raging that he hadn't stopped the disaster sooner. Midori's squadmate had tried to explain that on that very day, Midori was clearing a high-level gate halfway across the globe. He was stopping another S-class calamity, saving thousands of lives. Realizing this, Akane understood how cruel she'd been, blaming a 16-year-old kid who was already carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, such an insane burden. But Midori never held it against her, not even for a second. Instead, he had told her to live her life to the fullest, and never let guilt chain her down. He explained that he grinded non-stop, all for a single purpose. His comrades in the Special Ops Squad always had his back, no matter what. That trust, that unbreakable bond they shared, wasn't weakened by distance. He'd once shown her his mana screen wallpaper. It was a picture of his entire squad. He told her that one day, she'd get it. She'd understand everything. Her eyes slowly flutter open, back in the present. Shinji and Hanada are kneeling beside her, looking totally freaked out. Shinji asks, "Yo, you with us?" And she weakly mumbles that she just came to. Hanada explains it's only been a minute since she totally blacked out. Sitting up, she says she has to apologize to Midori in person, face to face. Shinji chimes in that he owes Midori big time too, for his brother, Makoto, calling him an irreplaceable friend, a total bro. Akane looks at him, shocked, realizing just how much of a main character Midori has been in all their lives. Hinata jumps in, declaring that his ultimate quest is to one day surpass Midori himself. That's his whole character arc. The three of them share the same unbreakable resolve. This can't be the end. Together, their auras flare as they ascend into the sky, heading for a limestone cave where Kawasaki is waiting near the final dimensional fissure. He turns as Kanagi approaches him. The captain asks if Kanagi's special training has reached its final phase. Kanagi urgently warns him to get out of there, like right now. He explains that Winfield plans to wipe the entire HQ off the map using his ultimate skill, turbulence, at full power. But the captain firmly refuses to run. As Kanagi steps forward, the voice of Number 0 echoes from deep within Midori's body. It welcomes him, guessing he's come to try and take them down. But Kanagi declares that's not his quest. He's not here to fight, he's here to bring Midori back, no matter the cost. Number 0 just scoffs, repeating his declaration mockingly. He recalls what Io said earlier to stick around for 2 days because the plot was about to get good. Since it's only been half a day, he laughs at the absurdity. Get ready. Our boy unleashes a combo using King of Light, Penetration, and Luminous Kick with insane force. The hit connects, and it's a big one, but our MC feels something is way off. The feedback from the impact feels wrong. His entire follow-through just stops dead. His opponent's defense is completely intact. The attack didn't even leave a scratch. It couldn't break through his guard at all. Number 0 acknowledges his insane speed and the raw power behind his techniques, almost impressed. Still, he decides, it's time to end this little game, right now. He unleashes turbulence, shrouding his body in a wild, chaotic aura. The violent energy rips through the space, obliterating everything it touches, as it desperately tries to claw its way out of the other dimension. Our boy reacts in a flash, activating his own turbulence to skillfully counter Midori's destructive force. Meanwhile, deep in his soul space, one of the founders notices Skirnir is still snoozing and angrily tells him the deathmatch has already started without him. Skirnir, still half asleep, mumbles that the space feels all calm and peaceful, and he'd like to just chill there forever. Getting impatient, he orders the founder of the Dragon's Claw, Rowan, to go ahead and bite the lazy bum, pronto. Skirnir yelps as the bite jolts him awake, and he's told everything will be fine as long as he pays attention. Skirnir's like, dude, what's the rush? But then it hits him like a ton of bricks. If Kannagi kicks the bucket, he'll get totally wiped from existence, too. He reminds them they taught our boy the Divine Wind technique for this exact kind of S-rank situation. A total game changer. Divine Wind. Outside, Number Zero watches in shock as Kannagi manipulates the turbulence with the same level of mastery as him, like a total pro. First, he focuses on creating a small safe zone around himself, a pocket of calm in the storm. He charges forward, dead set on crushing him without mercy. In response, our guy unleashes the Seal of Truth, the legendary Mogul Helmet. The seal flashes open and shut, absorbing and neutralizing his enemy's wind-based attacks until they vanish completely, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, another founder is analyzing the fight, realizing that a long-range battle against Midori is a total dead end. He strategizes that they need to counter his wind arts with their own, then close the gap using Mel's acceleration skill for a precision strike. This whole plan is a bust though, unless Kannagi can perfectly combo his skills together. Kannagi follows the game plan, fusing Hinoki's one-sword style with wave and lightning to forge a powerful attack called Raging Thunder. The blow slams into his opponent with insane force, sending him crashing out of the sky uncontrollably. Without missing a beat, Kannagi activates Trismegistus and starts combining the Annihilation Spear, the Mortal Bow, and the Lunar Rain Annihilation with devastating power. He lunges at Midori and unleashes Adad's lightning from his fingertips. A massive Thundersphere cannon materializes and fires, scoring a direct hit on Number Zero and exploding with immense power. He's struggling to process what just happened, unable to believe Kannagi can fuse skills with completely different attributes without using a single artifact. He realizes Kannagi might actually be the chosen one destined to end all the prophecies. But despite this epic revelation, he screams that Kannagi's attack still can't truly hurt him. Kannagi lets out a quiet sigh, feeling the weight of the battle. The founder senses something is off. He notices Midori's power level is spiking way faster than he expected. Number Zero gets a confidence boost, thinking Kannagi hasn't had enough time to prep for a win. He gathers his mana, preparing to launch his ultimate attack. But before he can strike, our boy calls out Midori's name and drops a bombshell that leaves him totally frozen. He tells him Io is still alive, and Midori just stops, his mind reeling as he wonders if he's still fighting his fate. Kannagi presses on with steady determination, telling Midori that Mikado, Nishina, Shinji, Hanada, Akane, Ao, and Rin are all waiting for him. He reminds him of their past together, admitting he still hasn't repaid the kindness Midori once showed him, remembering that debt fills him with the resolve to keep fighting. The founder watches with a quiet sadness, understanding the burden he carries. He calls out to Patanjali, asking for his help. Patanjali steps forward, places a hand on Kannagi's back, and channels the power of Nadim Mukti into his body. His aura transforms as power and determination flood his system. He stands tall, full of resolve, and declares to himself that from this moment on, he's going all out. Kannagi's entire presence shifts, which immediately catches Number Zero off guard. The founder watches the transformation intently. Back in the day, so while Kannagi was grinding hard with Hinoki, totally in the zone, the founders were holed up in their war room, stressing about the upcoming throwdown with Number Zero. Ryan laid it all out for them, saying his conclusion was a no-brainer. With Kannagi's current power level, 2 days of training just wasn't going to cut it. He'd need a full week to even have a fighting chance, and even then, victory was a total long shot. His squadmate was totally shook by that declaration. Another founder chimed in that, according to their intel, Midori was getting a massive power buff at a crazy rate. He reminded them that when Kannagi and Raichiro faced off against Midori before, the Special Task Force members had spilled some wild stories about Midori's past and the insane collateral damage he caused. With all this data, the founders came to a grim realization. Midori was on track to become just as OP as them. They all just let that truth sink in, looking totally stunned and hopeless. He told them it was impossible for Kannagi to reach that tier in time, even with his insane growth rate, leaving them all stressing about their next play. Ryan finally spoke up again, saying there was one possible gambit, but it came with a soul-crushing price. Patanjali explained he could forcibly shatter Kannagi's physical limiters. He could pop open all his chakra gates at once, letting his life force flood his entire system. This would buff his power level exponentially in mere seconds. However, it would also cause a permanent, crippling debuff to both his body and his soul. Irsen immediately protested that a method like that was a straight-up suicide mission, but our boy agreed to it on the spot. While he was sparring with Jinoki, Hanadani was blown away by his ability to stay locked in on their fight while telepathically chatting with the founders and realized our boy was seriously leveling up. Our boy just replied that he wanted to settle his debt with Midori by saving him. If it looked like he was about to get totally wrecked, he was ready to activate that forbidden technique without a second thought. Finally, the founders understood his resolve. And now, back in the present, Kanagi lets out a battle cry as an explosion of aura erupts from his body. His glowing fist smashes right into Midori's face with everything he's got. The impact shatters Midori's guard, something he thought was completely impossible. They both unleash their turbulence at the same time, and their auras clash violently in midair. Number 0 realizes in shock that his turbulence is getting completely cancelled out by Kanagi's. He screams in frustration, warning our boy not to get cocky, and charges forward in a blind rage. But Kanagi just centers himself and activates the Kudu style. Tranquility, aiming it right at Midori's chest. Number 0 suddenly feels his body lock up, hit with a stun effect, and completely unable to move. Kanagi seizes the opening to unleash another barrage. He activates Hinoki's one-sword style, and skill chains it with the wave-slicing blade and ripple. Then he follows up with the Purgatory sword. The combo is relentless, dicing, slash, Tengu dance, lonely moon, and dense cloud. Every single hit lands with pinpoint accuracy, shredding Number 0's defenses and leaving him seriously messed up. The founders just watch in dead silence, completely gobsmacked by the insane power display they're witnessing. Ryan is analyzing Kanagi closely, realizing his power level is way off the charts, far beyond what he'd predicted. The kid's potential is just bottomless. He's starting to get it now. This battle is hitting the endgame. Kanagi then unleashes his ultimate skill, Cloud Splitter. The blow slams into Number 0 with tremendous force, sending his body launching high into the sky. Midori screams as his survival instincts totally take over. He desperately tries to throw up a massive wind barrier to survive the next hit. But Kanagi isn't letting up, his body glowing with a crackling thunder aura as lightning arcs all around him. He activates Hadad's lightning and fuses it with Spike, Dragon's Claw, and Penetration. Then he adds Lightning Kick to complete the insane combo. With a fiery resolve, he smashes his finisher, Blazing Light, directly into Midori's chest. The collision sets off a massive explosion that just vaporizes everything nearby. When the smoke clears, Midori's totally wrecked body appears, his mouth hanging open and a strange light glowing in his eyes, while our boy stays on high alert. Just as our MC is about to land the finishing blow, Midori whips out a legendary great elixir and slams it down, instantly refilling his HP and mana bars. With his stats completely maxed out again, he unleashes an ultimate tier blast, channeling his turbulence skills straight at the charging Kanagi. The impact is insane, creating a massive explosion, and our boy throws up a mana shield just in the nick of time. But even with the barrier, the raw power just obliterates the entire zone around him. Amidst the chaos, Midori starts cackling like a total psycho, taunting Kanagi for being too dense to see what was coming. He smugly declares that it's game over. But even with his HP in the red, Kanagi's resolve is unshaken and determined to just stall until the elixir's buff wears off. But to his absolute shock, mana backlash starts crackling across his body. The recoil from his own power is shredding him from the inside out, bringing him to his knees. Midori instantly clocks what's going on. The insane amount of power Kanagi's channeling is way too much for his body. His vessel is about to break. Determined to end this, Midori charges up his mana and fires another turbulence beam, aiming straight for the collapsing Kanagi. Just as the S-tier spell is about to connect, Akai dives in front of him, activating her unique skill, Mephilos, to transmute the attack. Her mind flashes back to when she first met Kanagi, back when he was just a noob trying to channel turbulence, a skill that was originally Midori's signature move. He told her he'd explain everything after this whole raid was over, and asked her to analyze the spell's signature with her Mephilos magic. Back then, he'd also made her promise to protect the whole party once the final showdown with Number 0 kicked off. Now, back in the present, Akai is making good on that promise. She transmutes Midori's lethal spell into a massive wave of healing energy, washing over Kanagi and restoring his HP. Midori is just staring in disbelief, absolutely raging that his ultimate skill just got turned into a heal spell for the enemy. As the dust from the blast settles, everyone sees that our MC and the rest of the party made it through. With that, Kanagi's entire squad rallies, ready for his command. Our protag, rocking his classic protagonist plot armor, steps up and orders them to liberate Midori from number zero's control. The second they hear the command, the whole party springs into action. Kanagi and Suo launch a pincer attack, their blades slicing through the air in perfect sync. Janata follows up, focusing her aura and slamming a powerful dwarf's impact knee right into Midori. Under the relentless combo assault, Midori's defense starts to crack. In a desperate attempt to counter, he tries to activate Cutting Pearl Wall. But to his shock, Shiki's already on him, nullifying the spell and interrupting it mid-cast. Before he can even recover, Mikado lands a vicious slash, followed by a furious combo of strikes that pepper his entire body. Even with his HP in critical condition, Midori somehow manages to disengage, only to be instantly snared again by Nishina's forbidden hair-binding skill. Mikado then finishes the combo with a massive blast from his magic circles, rocking the entire battlefield with a huge eruption of power. Meanwhile, Ichika is just watching from the sidelines like a proud instructor, letting her students handle the boss fight. As Midori gets his bearings mid-air, Kanagi points his sword up, declaring that he can see Midori's mana signature weakening. Number zero feels it, too. The buff from the artifact is about to expire, and he knows he needs to put up a defense stat. At the same time, the party preps to use the Hinoki One Sword style. Sinking all their mana, they unleash a unified slash that cuts straight through to number zero's soul, triggering a massive explosion of light that engulfs the entire forest. As the light fades, Midori's body is finally released from its possession. This sword art they just used, known as Sever, doesn't just cut the physical body, it strikes the soul itself and can even be performed without a physical blade. Now, number zero is writhing in agony. Completely stunned, they manage to land a soul-severing attack, forcing him out of Midori's body. As Midori slowly comes to, a look of pure confusion on his face, Suo feels like a massive weight has finally been lifted from his shoulders, almost like her very soul could sense the return of her big brother's powerful aura. The moment Midori's feet touch the ground, Akane practically tackles him with a hug, and Kanagi greets him with a legit warm smile. But the second their hands clasp, a brilliant burst of flame magic erupts from Midori's palm. Totally shook by the sudden power surge, he instantly wonders if that psycho number zero is somehow still latched onto his mana core. Then, remembering the dangerous artifact, he screams at Kanagi to book it. But, big yikes, it's already too late. The Berserker life skill activates, and a massive, blinding wave of energy completely engulfs the entire scene. Everyone is just frozen, absolutely stunned by the spectacle, but Midori's sharp instincts kick in. He realizes number zero is trying to hijack Kanagi's body. As the mana flare dies down and the dust starts to settle, Midori's eyes lock onto the kid, his gut screaming that something is seriously off. But Kanagi just reassures them, all chill, saying he's still in control. He explains that he totally predicted number zero would try to pull a body snatch move once it was cornered, which is exactly why he came prepared with a counterplay. Even with the explanation, everyone's minds are still completely blown. I mean, it's obvious number zero has taken over Kanagi's body, and the kid himself confirms it. Inside his consciousness, number zero is overflowing with twisted glee, finally possessing such an S-tier vessel, only to be greeted by hundreds of the founders waiting for him, just ready to throw down and give it a merciless, no-holds-barred beatdown. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Kanagi calmly reveals that his inner world is basically the most dangerous prison imaginable for number zero, where it'll be trapped in an infinite loop of pain thanks to the combined might of the founders. With that whole mess handled, our boy casually suggests they should all just head home for now. Switching scenes back to Hajime, Ichika drops the news that his master is dead, but honestly, he couldn't care less. What he really wants to know is why she's keeping him alive, and Ichika explains she wants to take him under her wing and train him as her personal disciple. Meanwhile, when Kanagi's squad finally gets back with Midori, Mikado greets him with a lightning-fast punch that stops just an inch from his face. A classic half-joking welcome before he's dragged off on a new quest to hunt down any of number zero's remaining lairs in England. Yo's condition is slowly getting better thanks to some continuous healing magic, and as she gets her strength back, she shares a heartfelt moment with the girls. A wave of relief washes over all of them, knowing the nightmare is finally over, and they're just so thankful to have their grandma back safe and sound. On a nearby rooftop, Tengen and Yoshima are just chilling, talking over the battle's casualties, when they spot Richard's chopper approaching in the distance. They know this piece is just a short intermission, so they decide to soak up the calm while it lasts. The rest of the squad and the captains are all relieved to finally have Midori back, their attention completely locked on him. But in the background, totally unnoticed by everyone else, our boy suddenly collapses, dropping into a deep coma that he might never wake up from. Everyone rushes over to him, totally confused as he just crumples to the ground, even though all his physical wounds are completely healed. In the middle of the chaos, Midori feels a weird sense of déjà vu, something he's definitely experienced before, and he starts to wonder if that's even really Kanagi lying there. Then, to everyone's utter shock, the spirit of the founder, Rion, emerges from his body and calmly introduces herself. The whole squad is gobsmacked, realizing the legendary founder they've only heard stories about is standing right in front of them. Rion explains that revealing her existence was never part of the main quest, but the current circumstances have left her with no other choice. Her expression turns dead serious as she continues, asking for a huge favor. She needs someone close to Kanagi to help pull his consciousness back. Meanwhile, deep inside his soulscape, Kanagi is just lying peacefully in a field of flowers. A little while later, as Midori is scrolling through his phone, he stumbles upon a video message sent by his friend, Arad, from right before he died. In the video, Arad admits he knew he was probably going to die helping his friend, but he was totally at peace with that decision. He tells Midori not to blame himself, reminding him that it wasn't really him who caused all the chaos. It was number 0 who was puppet mastering his body. Watching the heartfelt message, Midori gets all choked up, but his friends quickly pull him out of his funk, inviting him to join them for a game of baseball. Meanwhile, back at the Eternal Cabin, the news is blaring some report about Midori, the S-rank troublemaker behind all this recent chaos, being confirmed Kia after getting wrecked by the Japanese-American armada. But obviously, it's just a cover story to keep the normies from freaking out about the prophecies. That's why I fed him that line. Richard's kinda salty about it, but he's on board with the plan, since losing a powerhouse like Midori is a total non-starter. They need him alive and kicking to help keep the world from going up in flames, even if he has to operate like some Shadow Ops guild member. Meanwhile, outside, the guys are just chilling, playing some ball. Mikado's totally roasting Midori, laughing about how he went from being the world's most OP dude to a completely nerfed disaster. The others are like, yeah, you should probably lay low for a bit, 'cause your face is way too famous, and Midori's just like, fair point. A second later, Mikado channels some serious aura and smashes the ball with a crazy punch, but Midori just snags it out of the air, easy peasy. Seeing him handle that with 0 effort makes everyone breathe a sigh of relief. His stats are clearly starting to recover. With his warm-up done, Midori dips and heads to the ICU in the anti-prophecy unit's medbay. When Akane spots him, she's totally shocked, but they quickly give her the debrief on Kanagi's status. Even with all their S-tier healing arts, Kanagi's life force is fading fast, and even their best healers can't seem to stop the debuff. Realizing how dire this is, Midori steps up like a true MC and says, "Let me take a crack at it. I'll do what I can to save him." Just as he's about to start, Ryan pops out of nowhere, explaining that the kid basically made a pact, trading his own life force for that insane power-up. And because of that, a whole chain of unexpected events got triggered when some boss-level enemy jumped in. Hearing this, the whole squad is just floored, while our boy is completely lost in the sauce, realizing he's not even in the same dimension anymore. Instead, he's standing solo in the middle of some open field, surrounded by flowers, and flanked by massive mountains. While he's trying to process this new zone, he spots a weird figure in the distance, holding some kind of black, squid-looking familiar. The figure just calmly offers to help him remove the blazon of nothingness from his soul. Those words hit him like a system shock, leaving him completely stunned. Then, with 0 warning, the whole vibe shifts as dimensional rifts start tearing open all around him. The figure's form glitches out, twisting into some horrifying shadow beast with a million creepy eyes staring out of its face. This thing introduces itself as the Clusters. It reveals they're the ones who write the prophecies, the actual beings fated to trigger the apocalypse, the so-called Clusters of Destruction. All this intel is getting live-streamed to the group through Ryan, and hearing it leaves everyone totally mind-blown. The Clusters, as she explains, are basically extra-dimensional beings linked to those mysterious towers from 300 years ago. According to her, they're basically humanity's final boss, and the only ones who can even stand a chance against them are bearers of the blazon of nothingness, like Kanagi himself. The real problem now is that Kanagi's body is slowly being corrupted by the Cluster's dark mana. Ryan's practically begging them, saying they have to purge the corruption before it's too late. The crew, still totally bewildered, has no clue how they're supposed to pull that off, but Ryan tells them to link their souls to her. Trusting her gut call, they follow her command and place their hands on Kanagi's body. In a flash, a brilliant light erupts from the blazon of nothingness, pulling everyone into its glow. As they start channeling their mana, Ryan warns them that this is going to be a high-risk quest, since the Cluster's attacks can literally shatter a person's soul. Her voice is shaking as she drops to her knees, pleading with them to save Kanagi for the sake of the whole world. Seeing her so desperate, the squad tells her that as their captain, Kanagi is worth risking it all. They're diving in, no matter the cost. Once the channeling ritual is complete, a blinding light swallows them whole. Inside this new domain, Kanagi is facing a bizarre scene where the clusters are playing his entire life story back to him, calling it nothing more than a generic reincarnation plot. The entity reveals that they're the ones who write the future, basically observing humanity like a TV show from another dimension. It predicts that humans will soon conquer space and even start dimension hopping within a few hundred years. But the clusters are dropping some serious lore, claiming that every time humanity encounters another race, they just bring war and destruction, just like they did back in the ancient era. And this time, the clusters plan to flip the script, to preemptively wipe out humanity, and rewrite the timeline using their own prophecies. Hearing all this, our boy is totally livid, but he can't help but call out the entity, asking why it didn't just stop the fight if it already knew the future. The guy just laughs like a total psycho, claiming they're destined to get wiped off the map by an awakened one like Kanagi, someone who bears the crest of the void. And with that, he lays it all out. Just like humans fear anything that threatens them, the clusters are also just fighting for their own survival. He adds, ice cold, that since Kanagi carries the crest of the void, it's just common sense to take him off the board to protect themselves. Then, with a total smirk, he brings up number 0, calling him a chump who actually thought he was on their level and insists that giving him the artifact was the right play. Hearing that, our boy's eyes go wide as it all clicks. This cosmic being is the puppet master behind all those OP artifacts that have been popping up all over the world. The entity recalls every single time an awakened one threw a wrench in his plans, but declares that this time, the story ends here. With that, he commands his kraken-looking summon to attack. Its tentacles shoot out, wrapping around Kanagi, and locking him down completely. In a matter of seconds, our boy is completely bound, struggling against the bone-crushing grip while the cluster taunts him, practically drooling at the thought of watching him die. Meanwhile, inside the mindscape, Ryan takes point, leading Kanagi's squad through the trippy, ever-shifting dimension. She explains that the founders can't jump into the fight since Kanagi's core is still sealed, but she promises to lead them straight to him. As they press on, the party witnesses Kanagi's memories floating all around them like a highlight reel of his moments with the founders, his struggles against countless mobs, and especially his bond with Makoto's squad, particularly with Makoto, who always had his back. Soon, they arrive in a dark and desolate wasteland, where the massive kraken is looming over Kanagi, holding him prisoner. Seeing their captain trapped like that, his squad doesn't even hesitate and charges in as one, unleashing their ultimate skills with everything they've got. The giant kraken braces itself and whips its massive tentacles toward the party. They instantly counter with their own attacks, creating a massive explosion that rocks the entire Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Kanagi is about to be completely swallowed by the writhing tentacles. His consciousness starts to fade, and he knows if he blacks out now, it's game over. His physical body starts convulsing violently as his mana just leaks out of him. Back in the real world, Yoshima and the remaining members of the anti-prophecy unit are desperately trying to stabilize his body, knowing full well that if anything happens to Kanagi, everyone whose soul linked to him will suffer the same fate. Back in the mindscape, Kanagi's form starts to fade until, in a flash, it shatters into a million pieces. The shockwave hits the real world as his pulse starts to flatline, making it look like he's just moments away from kicking the bucket. Just as the cluster starts to gloat, thinking it's finally secured its future by taking out the one true variable, a faint crack appears in its dark barrier. A blast of light erupts, followed by the arrival of Kanagi's squad, their voices calling out his name. Seeing them show up sparks something inside him, and his body begins to reform as mana starts flowing through his veins again. He's totally stunned to see his teammates there by his side, but that shock quickly turns to emotion as Sue steps up, sharing the heavy burden that's been weighing on her heart. Her resolve gives him a second wind, and together, the whole party vows to keep fighting by his side, no matter what. Relieved and grateful, Kanagi thanks them for believing in him, even when staring into the abyss of despair. But his focus snaps back to the corrupted amalgamation, which seems to know Ryan's true name. The entity even taunts him, mentioning his parents and sister, names that cause his mana to flare with pure killing intent. It's obvious from his reaction that this thing is the very reason they vanished. While the amalgamation keeps monologuing, Kanagi's party is already making their move. Even though Ryan screams at them to hold their formation, they charge straight ahead, totally oblivious, walking right into its area of effect trap. In a flash, their physical forms begin to de-res, their very soul cores being torn and twisted by the amalgamation's corrupting aura. It's the same horrific soul-devouring skill it once used on Rion's family, and now it's casting it again, this time on Kanagi's entire squad. Just as the amalgamation is about to fully absorb them, a blinding pillar of holy light pierces through the miasma, canceling its attack. Everyone whips their heads toward the source in shock, spotting two figures descending from above. They casually praise Kanagi's team for holding out for so long. Both bear the crest and sigil of the Anti-Prophecy Division on their hands, radiating an insane level of mana pressure and calm confidence. Kanagi squints. Their faces look familiar, but the memory files are corrupted until he recalls faint flashes from his rookie days in Makoto's squad. They were his old sparring partners, though he clearly remembers hearing they'd retired from the field ages ago. And yet, here they are, standing before him as if they'd never left. The guy introduces himself as Claude Friedman, and beside him is Natasha Smirnov, both former cadets from the Anti-Prophecy Division, from the exact same year as Kanagui himself. Now they've returned to handle business, and from the look in their eyes, they're more than ready to join the fray. They firmly warn the amalgamation to release the kid's consciousness, and introduce Natasha as the Princess of Ale. The girl, however, is still totally conked out, clutching her plushie like nothing else in this dimension matters. Seeing her like this, the whole party is stunned, their brains short-circuiting at the reveal that she's actual royalty. Our boy steps closer, but before he can even process the info dump, Sleeping Beauty here reveals her one wish is for him to save her world. He's totally blindsided. But she promises that if he helps them out, she'll help him escape this freaky pocket dimension. The amalgamation, overhearing all this, finally loses its patience and declares that Kanagi's death is a fixed point in destiny. It scoffs at the lot race as weak, claiming they're nothing but trash mobs in its path. A dark, tar-like miasma begins to spread out from its core, but just as it's about to hit Claude, he whips around to Natasha, urging her to use her skill. Still half asleep, the girl responds, kinda like a down payment for Kanagi's help, and unleashes a flash of starlight magic, freezing the black tendrils mid-air. The amalgamation is completely staggered, frustration meter maxing out at this unexpected counter. That's when Claude strolls forward, calm and confident, with zero flashy moves, walks right up to the amalgamation, and just pokes its forehead. In an instant, the creature's form shatters into a dense, icy mist. Even as it fades, the amalgamation manages to hiss out one last warning, but it's already too late. Everyone just stands there, gobsmacked, realizing the boss was just one-shotted. A wave of relief washes over them as their wounds begin to auto-heal. But before they can even process the quest complete notification, the ground beneath them cracks open. A blinding light erupts from below, swallowing them whole, and the next instant they're free-falling into a wide-open, unknown space. And despite everything that just went down, Natasha still looks completely chill, curled up like she's just taking a power nap in a cozy corner. Claude, on the other hand, suggests it's about time they return to the real world. As they start to fade out, they remind Kanagi that they've placed all their bets on him, and now it's his turn to prove he's worth the investment. With that final message, everything around them dissolves into light. When our boy opens his eyes again, he finds himself laid out in a hospital room. All his squad members are scattered around the room, totally wiped out, but alive. The sight makes him crack a smile. Just then, Rin bursts into the room, clearly relieved that he's okay. She explains that by the time her squad got back, her healing spells had already kicked in, pulling him back from the brink. Kanagi gives her his thanks, but she flips the script on him, insisting he's the real MVP for keeping Grandma Io and Midori from kicking the bucket. As they're catching up, the rest of the squad starts to stir, totally stoked and relieved to see him back in the land of the living. Claude and Natasha are there too, with Claude, of course, making his usual over-the-top, femboy-style grand entrance, which totally earns him a "what the heck" look from Sue, but trust me, the confusion was about to level up. Things get even more sus when Natasha fully logs back in, gives Kanagi a nod, and casually drops a reminder about his promise to save her world. The whole squad just stares, completely clueless about what she's even talking about. Then she drops the real bombshell. The ancient towers are literally crumbling on her home world. That's when it clicks for Kanagi, the very same 300-year-old towers the founders cleared. According to her, that legendary disaster is respawning, and now the clusters plan to use her world as a staging ground for a full-blown invasion. That's why she needs Kanagi's help to clear every single tower before it's game over. 6 months ago on Ale, these gnarly towers just started popping up out of thin air, unleashing total chaos and destruction across the entire planet. Watching her home world get wrecked totally broke Natasha's heart, and even though she didn't want to, she was forced to dip. Before she bailed, she swore an oath to one day return with the wielder of the Emblem of the Void and save her world from total ruin. Back in the present, she explains that a massive war for supremacy is raging across multiple dimensions, and that's the real reason Earth has been hit with so many bizarre events. Every world, she says, is fighting for territory, influence, and resources. And now, that same cosmic turf war is happening on a universal scale. Hearing this, Kanagi is totally shell-shocked, like his brain just blue-screened from the info dump. To help him get it, Natasha and Claude use their skill to teleport the squad to her hometown on Olai. The second they warp in, the whole crew is just awestruck, staring at this bustling little town that's totally buzzing with life and energy. But when Akane tries to interact with one of the locals, her hand just phases right through them. That's when Natasha explains this is all a high-level illusion, created by an ancient artifact that can reconstruct memories. Still, the whole vibe feels super warm and alive. They spot Natasha's face on huge posters plastered all over town, announcing her upcoming coronation. When she points out her castle in the distance, the squad can barely believe their eyes. The place is massive, glowing in the sunlight like something straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Kanagi can't help but be impressed, totally blown away by how vibrant everything looks, but Natasha just tells them to keep their eyes open. A second later, the sky starts to twist and tear open as dimensional rifts crackle into existence above them. From those rifts, hundreds of towers come hurtling toward the ground. The squad watches in pure horror, especially Kanagi, who instantly recognizes them as the Towers of Destruction. All of a sudden, the towers slam into the ground like missiles, unleashing absolute bedlam. Explosions rip across the land, fire rages, ice freezes everything in its path, and people are screaming as destruction just devours the city. The town, once so full of life, turns into a total horror show in a matter of seconds. Everyone is frozen in shock until a heart-shattering scream echoes from the castle. It's Natasha's voice, crying out for her people, desperate and confused, wondering why this is happening to them. Kanagi's squad hears the screams of agony, the sound of innocent lives being snuffed out under the weight of darkness. The pain and chaos feel way too real, like they've literally stepped into someone's living nightmare. Kanagi wants to say something, anything to make it better, but no words come out, just silence. Natasha quietly explains that this is her reality, the same nightmare playing on a loop, over and over. Her people being slaughtered by the clusters, everything she fought to protect, turned to ash. Watching it all play out, Kanagi finally gets what the founders meant. The reason they went after the towers wasn't just some power trip, it was to avenge the weak and stand up to the tyrants who crushed everything in their path. Now, feeling the true gravity of the situation, our boy gently places a reassuring hand on Natasha's shoulder. With quiet determination, he promises her they're ready to save her world from the darkness that once shattered it. As he rests his hand on her shoulder, his emblem begins to flare with light, radiating the combined aura of all the founders who stand with him. In a voice that's quiet but full of resolve, he orders everyone to get hyped for the main event. In a blink, the whole crew phases out of the memory realm and splits up into two rides, with Kanagi and his fire team in the lead car, and Arian with the rest in the second. Inside their whip, Arian's literally mana-cuffed to his seat, screaming his head off for a vacation day. He's totally losing it, ranting about how they finished the Midori rescue mission, and now they're being yeeted off to save a whole-ass planet. And he gets even more tilted when he finds out Superintendent Io greenlit the quest without even hearing the full strat. But before he can rage quit any harder, Kanagi hits him with a death glare that shuts him up instantly, though you can still see he's majorly salty. Earlier that day, Kanagi had paid a visit to the founders, who were all apologizing for being benched during the big boss battle against the cluster. Patanjali, especially, was taking it super hard, blaming herself for the whole thing, thinking her unique technique was the reason Kanagi had to go full-on danger mode. But Ryan set her straight, telling her that very same S-rank skill is what let them clap Midori in the first place. With that cleared up, she told everyone to focus up on the next quest, saving Natasha's homeworld. When Kanagi asked what the usual strat was for handling clusters back in the day, most of them just shrugged and said they basically just went full aggro until something worked. Totally baffled by the lack of any real game plan, Kanagi turned to Rayon, who explained that the best defense is a killer offense. They needed to blitz OLED before it was game over. Still reeling from this hardcore suggestion, Kanagi was told to first hit up the Founders' Mausoleum, the sacred ground where they all first linked up. According to Ryan, a massive gate-class artifact was stashed there, one that could teleport them straight to their destination. Now, back to the present. As the squad's transports close in on the zone, they can already spot a brilliant pillar of mana tearing through the sky. But get this. Everyone's minds are blown when Kanagi reveals they can use this gate to jump straight to her entire time's planet. A trip like that would normally take several weeks, needing multiple layovers at transit worlds. The idea of an artifact that can just skip all that and one-shot them straight to the destination leaves the entire squad completely shook. While they're still trying to wrap their heads around this, Midori suddenly points to the horizon, spotting hundreds of clusters being drawn to that massive mana pillar like moths to a flame. The sight of that horde leaves the party frozen in shock, but Kanagi's vibe is ice-cold, calm. He remembers Jinoki mentioning once that the slumbering dungeon boss he fought way back in the tower was also a type of cluster. Now it looks like these things are reacting to the gate powering up. Seeing the clusters gathering in massive swarms, something inside Kanagi just snaps. His aura flares up, and in a burst of pure hype, he channels Hinoki's power and leaps out of the ride. Just as he's prepping his 10,000 severing strikes, he's shocked to see Midori right beside him, ready to throw down. Determined to make up for his past L's, Midori looks totally pumped to unleash all his pent-up frustration on the upcoming mob. Kanagi gives a nod, signaling Suo to floor it straight into the monster wave ahead. The clusters have all fused together, forming a massive, twisted abomination with tentacles made of pure nightmare fuel, but instead of fear, Kanagi just feels a rush of adrenaline. With his blade glowing with mana and a savage grin on his face, he's ready to go all out and just cleave through everything in his path. Riding that wave of hype, the kid channels Hinoki's ultimate skill, Dividing Cloud, and unleashes it straight at the colossal tentacle beast. The blast rips through the creature like it's nothing, leaving everyone absolutely floored. Especially Midori, who can't believe the raw power behind that one skill. It feels like Kanagi's on a whole other level now. And Hinoki himself confirms it, saying his aura feels different this time. He then gives Midori a knowing look, as if checking his status window. As the party barrels toward the battlefield, they're just steamrolling some trash mobs that are blocking the way. But things get real fast when a freaking boss-level monster materializes right in front of them. Suopisa slams the gas, betting it all on the two warriors on the hood to clear the path. Gripping his blade, he feels his mana pulse. Kanagi's mind flashes back to the brutal training arc under the Hinoki sword style. Every parry, every aura-infused slash, every lesson that forged him into the ranker he is now. The second he unsheathes his blade, the very mana in the air crackles. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashes a devastating sword art, and every monster in his path is cleanly bisected. A while back, right after Kanagi and Midori's recovery arc, Midori hit up the Eternal Lodge to have a talk with Io. They went over the prophetic tome, the Bhagavad Gita, an artifact that had been sealed away for ages by Number Zero and was notoriously cryptic. But even after their talk, Midori couldn't shake his crushing self-doubt. He was still carrying the heavy debuff of guilt from when he offed his own people, while being puppeteered by the enemy. And get this, not even a top-tier being like Io had a simple mana potion to cure that kind of pain. After all, it was Midori's F-rank performance in that battle that led to the whole tragedy. Still, to help him level up, Io urged him to keep fighting to grind for his own redemption on the battlefield. He needed to stop being a side character in his own tragic backstory and start walking the path to the future. With Io's words still echoing in his head like a system notification, Midori is fighting with a totally renewed purpose, determined to find a new class evolution in his despair and a reason for his struggle. As the raid continues, Suo suddenly spots a swarm of cluster-type mana beasts mobbing the cars and yells for everyone to run escort for the NPCs inside. Kanagi reacts instantly, seeing one of the cars gunning it right for him. In a flash, Midori activates his turbulence skill to levitate the vehicle high into the air, keeping it out of the danger zone. Kanagi just watches in shock, totally floored at how Midori is using an S-tier offensive skill with such insane control for a defensive maneuver, shielding people instead of just wrecking mobs. Inspired, Kanagi jumps in, casting a high-level barrier around the car. Then he inverts the spell's mana flow, turning it into an offensive art that traps a bunch of the cluster mobs inside an orb before slamming them into the ground. Everyone watching, including the founders, is shook by their perfect party synergy. Arian, on the other hand, looks terrified as a freaking giant, snake-like mass of cluster monsters charges right at them. But Kanagi is totally chill, just admiring Midori's insane stat growth and skill mastery. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them sync up for a combo attack, hitting the massive creature from both sides. The resulting explosion absolutely obliterates the mana beast, sending shockwaves across the entire battlefield. The civilians are cheering as the residual mana from Kanagi's power swirls protectively around them. The mobs are down, the people are safe, and with that, the party advances to their next quest marker, the Founder's Mausoleum. Meanwhile, beneath the highway, a lone figure watches the battle unfold. Anayag Rui, the guardian of the mausoleum, cracks a smile of relief, thankful that there were zero casualties despite the chaos. Glancing at his tome, he reads the prophecy foretelling the arrival of Kanagi and his party at the sacred grounds. Staring at Kanagi's glowing crest in the distance, Rui quietly murmurs a wish, asking him to protect the world just like the legendary founder once did. A while later, the party finally reaches the mausoleum and is greeted by its guardian, Rui. He introduces himself politely, but the group can't help but be a little weirded out when they find out what his actual job class is. Rui explains that his bloodline has been tasked with guarding the mausoleum for generations, kinda like a holy order dedicated to protecting the temple. But with the whole structure glowing and pulsing with some seriously weird mana today, it's clear this isn't just another daily quest. As the team discusses the unusual situation, Kanagi totally freezes when Rui calls him by his full name. Seeing the confused look on his face, Rui just grins and reminds him that they used to hang out together ages ago in the mausoleum's library. The memory hits Kanagi like a system notification. Kanagi finally recognizes him and asks about Rui's dad. Rui's expression softens as he totally dodges the question and instead tells them to follow him down the stairs. Though the party is kinda sus at first, Rui explains that according to the ancient grimoire, the stairs lead straight to the hidden gate beneath the temple. He promises to guide them safely to the bottom. Back when Kanagi and Rui were kids, they'd spend hours together in the library, grinding through the old lore Rui's father loved to share. One of those books was The Emblem of Nothingness, a mysterious tome that had them both totally hooked. Rui's dad used to tell them epic tales about the founders, and those were like his core childhood memories. Snapping back to reality, Rui quietly admits his dad passed away not too long ago. He was taken out defending the mausoleum from some low-life artifact hunters. And get this. One of them was a legit monster, the same type of cluster Kanagi just wrecked. A high-ranked hunter managed to solo the beast, but it was too late to save his father. Hearing this, it clicks for Ryan the clusters must have been lured by the residual mana signature from the Void Emblem, basically setting up an ambush zone near the temple. Rui's dad was just a civilian who got caught in the aggro range. Kanagi feels this massive guilt debuff hit him, but Ryan's like, "Dude, this isn't on you. The clusters are the real villains here." Feeling the vibe get super heavy, Rui totally pivots and changes the subject. With a small smile, he shares that his dad's ancestors were such massive stands for the founders. They even married into the legendary Hanayagi clan. Because of that bloodline, Rui grew up in this super strict, emotionally stunted household, which basically specced him into the quiet, reserved guy he is today. As they keep talking, the party finally reaches the gate to the mausoleum's inner sanctum. The second the massive doors grind open, a blinding flash of pure mana floods the entire chamber. The whole squad, especially Kanagi, is totally stunned as a massive gate materializes before them, its energy swirling like liquid starlight. Rui explains, the gate was forged by the combined power of the Void Emblem and the founders themselves. But before anyone can get too hyped, Hinoki snaps everyone back to reality, reminding them to focus on the main quest, saving the frickin' planet. Kanagi nods and steps up, ready to activate the gate. Rui explains that only the Awakened can use their emblems as a key for this kind of high-level teleportation, so he's staying behind to anchor the gate and keep it stable. Right as Kanagi's about to step through, Rui stops him, his eyes getting all watery. He asks Kanagi to get revenge for his dad, since he doesn't have the skills to fight. Kanagi gives Rui's hand a firm squeeze, promising he'll hunt down every last cluster and make them pay for what they did. With that vow hanging in the air, the party dives into the glowing gate. The light instantly swallows them, yanking them through a chaotic stream of pure energy. As they rocket towards Ole, Kanagi's mind is laser-focused. This isn't just about saving a world anymore. It's a revenge quest for his fallen comrades, and ending the cluster's reign of terror for good. After what feels like a split second of system lag, Kanagi's party makes their dimensional jump, and finally arrives on planet Oulette. But this is nothing like the pristine world from Natasha's vision. The towers have turned the whole planet into a wasteland, and even her palace has become a nest for those disgusting clusters. The whole team is seeing red, but Kanagi feels something else, the founder's raw, unfiltered rage surging through his mana circuits as he takes in the apocalyptic scene. But then Akan's perception skill pings. He's shocked, cause despite all the destruction, he senses survivors hiding out somewhere. While they're trying to form a strategy, they detect a massive, hostile mana signature closing in on their position, and fast. Not wasting a single second, Princess Natasha activates a speed skill and blazes past everyone to get to the survivors. Meanwhile, over at the refugee camp, the people are barely scraping by with low rations and awful living conditions, desperately hoping their princess will return. And then, to their total shock, the princess herself appears, immediately apologizing for taking so long to come back for them. Even with her apology, the survivors' faces totally light up, and they start chanting her praises like she's some S-rank hero. Natasha gets a little choked up, knowing she bailed on them before, but she firmly announces she's back and taking full responsibility for their party's safety. Right as she's giving them this major hope buff, a massive cluster worm erupts from the ground right behind her. Luckily for her, the mages activate their skills, flash freezing the worm monster right where it stands. Anata follows up with a brutal martial arts kick, and then the whole party syncs up their spells to nuke the beast, setting off a massive, blinding flash. Natasha, with a totally hyped look on her face, he proudly announces to everyone that these guys are his S-rank party. Seeing the pure awe and glimmer of hope in the survivors' faces totally motivates Kanagi's squad to go all out for them. But just as that wholesome feeling sets in, Kanagi's danger sense starts tingling over something seriously creepy. A knight in full-plate armor is sitting on a horse, just shrouded in a nasty dark mana. Natasha instantly freezes up. She clocks him immediately as her brother, Mijael. Unfortunately, it looks like he's been fully corrupted by the clusters, with some gross black goop dripping from his eyes. Despite the shock and the dark timeline version of the prince, our boy Kanagi is ready to throw down, no matter what quest Mijael is on. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Natasha's corrupted parents are having a seriously sus-looking dinner, all while waiting for their daughter to return for a family reunion after so long. Outside, Mijael gives his sister a welcome home that's anything but, and the sight of him completely stuns Kanagi's whole party. Claude, noticing their massive concern, quickly drops some exposition. Mijael's body has been hijacked by the same mobs that invaded this land. These creatures use this strategy for a speedrun takeover and to rule the server. Midori connects the dots instantly. These things aren't just using cluster methods, they're body-snatching the rulers to fast-track their own messed-up questline. Mijael confirms it himself, proudly claiming he's one of them now, and flexing about how much more OP he feels compared to being a useless human class. With a twisted grin, he hits Natasha with a recruitment pitch, suggesting she should get corrupted too, and even offers Kanagi's whole squad a chance to join their guild and co-op the planet. But while he's busy with his villain monologue, our boy Kanagi blitzes him, holding his blade right to Mijael's throat. Witnessing that pro-gamer move, Hinoki decides to let Kanagi handle this boss fight solo, so he can get a feel for what kind of enemy he's really up against. With that, our boy instantly casts a high-tier lightning spell on Mijael's mount, then follows up with the signature Hinoki sword style. But Kanagi is totally shook to see Mijael's spear has no scratches at all. Even after tanking his spell head-on, Mijael pulls a quick recovery and counters with his cluster tentacles, trying to ensnare the whole party. Seeing them, Kanagi knows if those things touch them, it's an instant mana drain and spell nullification. Mijael immediately starts buffing himself, drawing power from a nearby destruction tower, and then yeets his own lightning spell right back at Kanagi. As their blades clash, our boy can feel the raw, brute force stats radiating off him. Since he was a knight from a noble bloodline and is now wielding the prince's unique grade spear, that thing has some serious defense stats. Watching the duel, the mage founder realizes Mijael is a lightning-type user, but he has total faith in his own protag, Kanagi. Just as the prince charges in, our boy activates the seal of truth on his sword, which instantly nullifies all his lightning magic. Mijael is definitely surprised by this counterplay. He keeps charging, rapidly recasting his spell again. Their two weapons collide, creating a massive shockwave that flattens all the surrounding towers. However, both fighters remain completely unharmed, their HP bars still full. The possessed prince is about to charge again when he suddenly notices the big, dark squid thing on the palace, starting to glow intensely. Knowing it's his mom, the final boss, calling, Mijael just dips mid-fight and zips towards the palace, basically inviting them to the next stage of the boss battle. Our boy also spots Natasha's parents standing at the window, clearly waiting for their raid party. Meanwhile, Kanagi's founders are also ready for the grand finale, and hype our boy up to storm the castle. Before the cluster invasion went down, life in the palace was all peaceful, slice-of-life vibes. Natasha had a loving, supportive family who adored her, even with all her quirks. She was always in sleepy mode, even nodding off at the dinner table. But her dad would just laugh it off, saying that's just how kids level up. Her mom would always get this proud smirk, seeing a spark of her own S-rank potential in Natasha. I mean, she trained under one of OLED's top-tier swordmasters, Karol Sakharov. Too bad her lazy-bones nature made her a total slacker in the training hall. Even though her mom was pushing for her to be the next queen, Natasha had zero interest in the whole ruling gig. All she wanted was to nap and level up her chill stats. She tried to pawn off the throne on her bro, but he knew their family's power followed the matriarchal line and had total faith in her. He was always hyping her up, saying she'd be an epic queen one day, no matter what. But for Natasha, the only quest item she wanted was her brother right there with her. Their bond was seriously maxed out, super close and legit. But now, in the present timeline, everything's starting to feel like a failed dungeon raid. After Mijael just dips, everyone's defensive auras start to flicker. Our boy turns to Natasha, basically asking for the next quest objective. Akane looks totally lost, figuring the party leader should call the shots. But Kanagi's adamant Natasha has to make the call. It's her family's corrupted bloodline they're about to throw down with. After all, the weight of that choice hits her like a debuff. Natasha's mind flashes through all the NPCs. No, the real people who've suffered because of this whole mess. She finally decides. It's time to confront her family at the castle. As the squad rolls up to the massive gates, a creepy, almost sentient mana starts swirling in the air. While everyone's trying to get a read on the freaky vibe around the castle, our MC spots a hulking figure standing guard, like a mini-boss before the throne room. To Natasha and Claude's shock, it's none other than Carol, their old sword arts instructor, now totally consumed by dark mana. Despite his corrupted status, he still recognizes the princess. But in a flash, he aggroes straight onto Suo, roaring at them to get out of the way. Seeing Natasha's family just standing there, watching the chaos unfold like it's some spectator sport, the founders start getting ticked. Hinuki demands to take over Kanagi's vessel, ready to put an end to this ridiculous side quest. Meanwhile, Ak steps up, asking for the green light to engage. Natasha gives a silent nod, knowing this fight is a high-stakes quest for her people. With that, Natasha flashes forward, casting her sparkling light spell, and trapping Carol inside a freezing circle of holy light and ice. Our boy then activates his transformation, his aura flaring as he moves in for the finishing blow. With one clean, powerful strike, he one-shots his former master, ending the battle instantly. He unleashes his dice slice technique, carving Carol into countless cubes. As the master starts to pixelate and fade, his weakening voice calls out to the princess, joking that it's been a while since he last chased her for skipping sword practice. Natasha's expression softens as she raises her hand, ready to end his suffering with a mercy kill. Before she casts the final spell, he asks for one last quest. Save their country. She gives him a silent nod, a silent promise that the quest will be completed. With that, a blast of frost from her sparkling light spell flash freezes what's left of him, giving him a peaceful end. Seeing this, Midori realizes the grim truth. Once you're taken by the cluster, there's no respawn for your old self. From the balcony above, Natasha's family silently retreats back into the castle, their faces like cold, emotionless dolls. Kanagi doesn't waste a second, ordering the squad to charge. Before they even breach the castle gate, he swings his blade at the massive, dark squid guarding it. But the wave of aura just fizzles out instantly. The whole squad is stunned. It's acting like some kind of impenetrable barrier skill. Without breaking it, they're totally stuck. To handle the situation, Rion steps up, asking Hinoki to let her take the driver's seat. She explains that with the gate wide open and no mobs guarding it, she can get a clean shot straight into the throne room. As she takes over, she turns to Akijina for some intel on the giant calamari. According to his analysis, the creature can sense any hostile intent, and it speeds up the hatching process for its spawn. The team freaks out hearing the word spawn. Janata quickly explains that the towers are siphoning the planet's mana and fusing it with living beings, creating these twisted lifeforms. Kanagi also warns everyone that these things can forcibly merge with anyone, including himself and Midori. Their top priority is to nullify the barrier and wipe them all out before that happens. As our MC steps into the castle's great hall, he finds Mihail already waiting, his aura just radiating insane levels of power. Jinoki gets ready to sync up, but before he can, Calcis cuts in, calmly suggesting that if the enemy is a spear wielder, then this fight should be his. He doesn't even need a proper artifact. His will alone is enough. Without a second thought, Calcis takes the wheel of Kanagi's body just as Mijael charges, his weapon crackling with lightning mana. In a flash, Calcis snags a nearby flagpole and manifests an improvised spear, parrying Mijael's strike head-on. The impact rocks the entire hall, but Calcis doesn't even flinch. Everyone is just frozen, totally stunned that he managed to block Mijael's attack so effortlessly. Mijael himself is in disbelief, sensing the sudden spike in the kid's mana signature. Even his mount starts trembling, feeling the overwhelming presence of the spear god now inhabiting Kanagi's body. In the Chronicles of the Founders, the first chapter tells the tale of the spear founders' very first battle. Several hundred years ago, a massive war broke out between two factions, one side fighting for the simple hope of returning home to a safe and peaceful life. Among them was a legendary lancer named Shimmer Calcis, a dude who wielded a spear 3 times his height and looked every bit as intimidating as his weapon. The leader of that faction wanted his soldiers to survive and make it back home, but deep down, he knew the grim reality that many wouldn't. Seeking guidance, he turned to Calcis for advice. Calcis, who had just emerged from a forbidden forest and joined their ranks out of nowhere, simply said he wanted the war to end. He explained that the enemy they were up against was absolutely ruthless, destroying, burning, and killing everything in their path. They were the same ones who had wiped his village off the map, and this battle was his chance to end the destruction for good. Hearing this, the leader pointed toward a distant mountain behind enemy lines where the opposing general stood beneath his banner. He told Calcis that if they could just take out that general, the war would be over. But before he could even finish his sentence, Calcis was already gone. In the blink of an eye, he blitzed through the enemy front lines with insane speed, disappearing into their base. Moments later, he casually returned, stating that the general was toast. The soldiers soon noticed the chaos erupting throughout the enemy camp, too, realizing what had just gone down. When the leader looked through his scope, he was floored to see the general was actually down, and the battle was over in an instant. The system only registered a single casualty, a miracle by any standard. After the war, Calcis returned to the forest, resting peacefully in the lap of his wolf matriarch, assuring her that their home was safe again. But just when peace seemed within reach, the sky went dark. Out of nowhere, the Tower of Ruin descended from above, annihilating everything, including the forest and the place Calcis once called home. Back in the present, Calcis is driven by the same determination that once fueled his past, a burning quest for vengeance against those who destroyed his family. As the rest of the party heads up the tower to clear their mission, Calcis stands ready to face Mijael head-on. Consumed by rage, Mijael unleashes his lightning storm domain, turning the entire hall into a tempest of flashing energy and roaring thunder. Calcis watches calmly, low-key impressed by the sheer speed and intensity of Mijael's power. However, behind his cool and steady expression lies the weight of memory, the countless innocent lives that were taken by the calamity. He's not the only one carrying that pain. Every founder has their own tragic backstory, their own scars. Some grew stronger by blaming themselves, choosing to remain in the founder's mausoleum, waiting for the rightful emblem bearer to appear out of the blue. And now, that bearer is Kannagi. Thinking about it, Calcis silently thanks the kid before refocusing on the battle. Mijael, now fully powered up by his domain, moves like a bolt of pure mana, blitzing towards Kannagi with absolute killer intent. But before she can even land the hit, Calcis thrusts his spear forward with blinding speed, ending the fight with a single, decisive one-shot. The founders are absolutely seething, pouring all their hatred into the cluster. Every one of them is just dying for a chance to counterattack, to finally unleash all the rage and pain they've been forced to suppress. And Kannagi, reading the room, totally gets it. He makes a silent vow to give them that very chance. As Mijael's life force begins to drain away, his expression softens. In his final moment, he finds peace, seeing a spear wielder before him who is far more worthy than he ever was. Watching the man take his last breaths, Kannagi quietly asks if he has any final words. Mijael weakly holds out his hand, offering a small chain, and asking him to give it to his sister. Our boy takes it with a solemn nod. Then, with one clean strike, he sends Mijael's fading body crashing into the debris. In his last moments of consciousness, Mijael softly praises his loyal mount, and mutters how he wished he could have seen his sister's coronation ceremony, because to him, she's the true heir. With that unfulfilled wish hanging in the air, his body disintegrates into motes of light. Back with Kannagi, Calcis steps back as his spiritual manifestation fades, and Rowan steps forward, calling dibs on the next opponent. The sudden request totally throws the other founders for a loop, since this dude has never been one to volunteer for a beatdown. Meanwhile, the rest of Kannagi's party finally makes it to the Grand Theater Hall, where Natasha's father sits at a piano, playing the same soft melody he once did when he was still human. As they get closer, he calmly deduces that his son has been eliminated, and then just erupts into this unhinged, creepy laughter. Midori steps up to confront him, but the second he extends his hand, a wave of psychic torment slams into him. A brutal flashback of all the lives he's taken flashes before his eyes, forcing him to his knees. It's a curse, a Gia's left behind by number 0, one that now debuffs him from ever attacking humans again. While everyone's trying to process the situation, Natasha's dad suddenly charges her with a twisted, inhuman cackle. Knowing it's the cluster's corruption at work, Natasha quickly unleashes her sparkling light skill, but to her complete surprise, her father dodges it effortlessly. Even Suo can't seem to land a hit as the guy launches himself high into the air. Sticking the landing, he immediately starts trash-talking Natasha's skill, demanding to know where the hell she learned it. She doesn't reveal her master, but she firmly states she got it from one of the founders, which completely stuns everyone in the room. Her dad suddenly closes the gap in an instant, but Claude intercepts just in the nick of time, sliding in to save the girl right before the attack connects. This only sends her father into a full-on berserker rage as he lunges at them with everything he's got. What he doesn't know, however, is that Rowan, the dragon, is right behind him with his jaws wide open, ready to take him down. Rowan's unique founder skill allows him to recreate or manifest the power of ancient dragons, whether they're from real-world lore or straight out of fiction. Activating this terrifying ability, Rowan immediately begins to devour Natasha.